What should I read today? Oh, a new story.
The first thing I understood after the transfer, I was no longer human. I became a tree. And not just a tree, a willow, stuck in this cursed wasteland. No arms, no legs. I was in despair, firmly bound to this place, not understanding what to do next. And suddenly a voice sounded in my head. Host, lose you race, willow lifespan, 30 days. Evolution points, 100. So be obtained by absorbing the essence of the earth or sunlight and moonlight. Ability, 9,999 mutated sword-like leaves. Leaves shaped like blades, can pierce metal and split stone. I froze, 30 days? So if I do nothing, I'll just die? Evolution points. My only chance to get out of this wooden cage. I urgently need to become human. At that moment, my thoughts were cut off by light. The sky was split by a 7-color cloud. I froze. First, a leg appeared, thin and graceful. Then the body and head. At the moment I saw her face, all thought stopped. She stood before me, so beautiful that it was already beyond normal. Not human, something else. She was injured. Blood could be seen on her clothes, but even so, she looked like a goddess. She quietly exhaled and said irritably, "When I recover, I will kill them all." And at that moment, a tail appeared behind her. I couldn't believe it. This woman was too beautiful, like a real fox. The girl walked lightly toward the water. Along the way, her tail increased from 1 to 5. 5 tails were white, pure, and beautiful. What is she going to do? The next moment, I sharply inhaled. Before me opened a body that could only be called perfect. The girl took off her clothes and entered the water, raising her hands and washing her body. So close that I couldn't help but look. It was impossible to endure. My branches trembled, and in the next moment, the girl in the water looked at me. I was not afraid. I am just a willow now. Who would think that a tree has a mind? But the girl smiled. I couldn't understand. How did she discover me? She got dressed and walked up to me, saying, "Everything in the world has a spirit, but gaining intelligence is rare. Beings like you are almost never seen." I carefully moved my branches, wrapped them around her. She froze for a second, then smirked. I literally exhaled. "See you." She was already about to leave, and I thought, this is a chance. If she takes me with her, I'll be able to get out of here. I was already about to extend my branches, when the sky exploded with light again. Hundreds of cultivators, all on flying swords. The pressure from them was so strong that even I felt it was hard to endure. "I'm just a willow. Don't look at me," I repeated mentally. But it was clear, they came for her. In midair, hundreds of figures were floating. Under their feet, each had a sharp, flying sword, and the robes they wore were almost the same. As for the cultivation system of this world, Lu Ziyu did not have much concept yet, but the aura of the flying swords under these people's feet was unstoppable, brilliant, and blazing. Just a trace spreading over made Lu Ziyu feel frightened and shiver. Moreover, one thing was certain. These people all came for that fox demon girl. "You are really annoying. Do you think this princess cannot kill?" Behind her, 5 tails rose. The girl's brows were filled with killing intent, and she shouted coldly, "Demon woman, do not be arrogant." From above came out a white-haired old man with an immortal demeanor, sleeves fluttering. Looking down from above at the fox demon girl, he shouted righteously, "Demonic evil! Everyone has the right to kill. You, with demon blood, dare to step into the territory of our human race. Don't you know that those not of our kind must have different hearts? If you surrender and accept death today, I can spare your life. If you remain stubborn and resist, then do not blame me for skinning you, pulling out your tendons, and crushing your bones to ashes." His words were forceful and deafening. The old man's cultivation was astonishing. The vast energy erupting from his body turned into thousands of sword lights, imprinted in the sky like countless stars. Ridiculous! The fox demon girl sneered and retorted, "Since I stepped into your human territory, I have not harmed a single person, unless they had evil intentions or plotted against me. Like your young master of the sword sect. If he had not provoked me first, why would I kill him? If you want revenge, then just act. Why say such grand principles? Putting on airs like this, acting righteous, don't you find it laughable?" Lu Ziyu watched coldly and roughly understood. This fox spirit killed the young master of the sword sect. So these people were all cultivators of the sword sect. Nonsense. It was clearly you, demon woman who secretly used charm techniques. Even at death's door you dare to slander our sword sect? Hopeless, not worth pity, the old man shouted angrily. Sword formation begin. Seal the surroundings. This time we must not let this demon woman escape. I will personally suppress her and use her corpse to honor our young master. Hearing this, more than 100 sword sect cultivators standing on swords in midair scattered to different positions. Each performed their role, chanting and forming hand seals. Soon, a semicircular sword formation covered an area of 1,000 zhong like a giant net. Lu Ziyu was stunned. This even covered him. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. This principle never changes. Lu Ziyu did not want to be involved in this conflict. But without feet, even if he wanted to escape, he was powerless. Demon woman die. The old man dove down. The sharp sword lights around him attacked the fox girl like a rain of flowers. Just tricks. The fox girl twisted her waist indifferently. Her 5 snow-white, sacred fox tails expanded in the wind, like 5 white dragons, turning the countless sword lights into nothing. The old man was stunned. Something was wrong. That demon woman's strength seemed much stronger than before. There was no time to think. The old man stepped in formation, formed sword seals, and displayed powerful and terrifying sword techniques. The vast energy covering this area gathered like sea and tied around him for his use. The fox girl's eyes were bright, her hair white like snow. Every move and expression showed extreme charm that could ruin nations and captivate all beings. Without even looking, she used her 5 fluffy tails to neutralize each sword technique. How is it possible? The old man shouted in shock. How did your power suddenly increase so much? Foolish. The fox girl rolled her eyes and said, fighting in your human territory would attract strong human experts. Now that we are deep in the wilderness, why should I keep hiding? You chased me for tens of thousands of miles. Even on the road to the underworld, you should be satisfied. As she spoke, killing intent burst out. With a light step, she rushed into the sky. Her 5 tails danced wildly like a storm, and the waves they stirred instantly submerged the old man. No! The old man screamed. He struck the belt at his waist and summoned an ancient, extraordinary long sword. Earth, water, wind, and fire rotated with brilliant golden light. Holding this sword, he walked out of the storm, but his clothes were torn and his body covered in wounds, clearly heavily injured. A top-tier, profound-level magic weapon. The fox girl glanced at the sword and said disdainfully, I heard your sword sect has an ancient flying sword comparable to heaven-level magic weapons. If you brought that today, I might fear you a little. This mere profound-level weapon only buys you a bit more time. The old man's hair was disheveled, blood dripping from his mouth. For a moment, he thought of escaping, but the terrifying power of the fox girl gave him no hope. Now, there's only one way. Fight to the death. Calming himself, he poured all his power into the sword. At the same time, he shouted for the 100 sword sect disciples to attack the fox girl. The fox girl's clothes fluttered, every step graceful. Wherever she passed, all attacks turned into nothing. Under the sweep of her 5 tails, the sword formation covering the area quickly collapsed. Those present were elite young disciples of the sword sect, but before her power, they were as weak as ants. Suddenly, a sword sect disciple used his speed to silently approach behind her like a fish that slipped through the net. But before he could act, a pair of beautiful eyes glowing with demonic charm pierced his soul. The fox girl's red lips parted, her voice carrying a strange power. The disciple's face went blank, and he killed himself. Sham technique. Lu Ziyu was not surprised. When mentioning fox spirits, one thinks of charm, seduction, and enchantment. Under the fox girl's gaze, that disciple directly committed suicide. If not charm technique, what else could it be? More than 100 sword sect disciples, under the slaughter of the Fox Clan girl, exploded without suspense into clouds of blood mist and powder. Falling onto the ground, the soil and plants in front of the water pool turned into a piercing, brilliant, demonic blood-red color. Lu Ziyu swayed his willow branches. His roots, deeply rooted in the soil, felt warm and heated. Evolution points plus 300. Evolution points plus 200. Evolution points plus 150. Evolution points plus 500. In 1 month since crossing over, Lu Ziyu had at most accumulated only 100 evolution points, and that was obtained by absorbing sunlight and moonlight. Now, more than 100 Sword Sect disciples fell on this land. Their blood penetrated through the rock layers and settled deep into the soil. Lu Ziyu's tree roots happened to be rooted in this area. He did not need to do anything actively. His roots were greedily and dominantly plundering the life essence of those more than 100 Sword Sect disciples. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Lifespan, 30 days. Evolution points, 3,500, obtained by absorbing sunlight, moonlight, and energy substances in the soil. Ability, 9,999 mutated leaves, sword-shaped leaves, sharp as knives, cutting iron like mud. Great! Lu Ziyu was extremely excited. The effect of evolution points should not be underestimated. They can be used to strengthen all attributes. With these 3,500 evolution points, Lu Ziyu can definitely undergo an upgrade. Right, in that old thing. Cheered up, Lu Ziyu looked at the white-haired old man in the sky. The higher the cultivation, the more life essence. This old thing's cultivation undoubtedly surpassed that of the more than 100 Sword Sect disciples. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. Judging from the Fox Clan girl's display, killing that Sword Sect old man was almost a natural outcome. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderclouds gathered, filling a large part of the sky. The Sword Sect old man, who witnessed the Fox Clan girl's slaughter, held a shining long sword and actually drew blazing lightning from the thunderclouds. The dazzling lightning, full of destruction, poured into the ancient sword, making the old man appear majestic. His eyes were red as he locked onto the Fox Clan girl. This was his strongest strike. Moreover, such divine techniques containing the meaning of lightning have an innate restraining effect on demonic beings. If this strike still could not harm the Fox Clan girl, what awaited him would be death and the destruction of his soul. Destroy. A long, crazed roar, thunder piercing the ears. A lightning rainbow, more than 10 meters long, burst out from the ancient sword in the old man's hand. Heaven and earth became as bright as day. That blazing lightning illuminated thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. In the wilderness, some low-level fierce beasts, from afar, sensing the sacred aura in the lightning rainbow, instinctively trembled. Still lacking. There was still no seriousness on the Fox Clan girl's face. She crossed her hands in front of her chest. Behind her, 5 fox tails flickered, releasing mysterious symbols and brilliant spiritual light, merging like rivers into a sea, forming a huge, sky-covering, noble and agile 5-tailed spirit fox. Its fur was smooth like silk, its body graceful and slender. Standing in this world, there was no ferocity or ugliness, only nobility and sacredness. The 5 tails rose, their tips intertwining into one point. Terrifying and surging energy surged there, continuously forming a huge energy sphere. This house-sized energy sphere met the more than 10-meter lightning rainbow, and the explosion waves spread like sea tides in all directions. The water pool was submerged, the forest was destroyed. Lu Ziyu could not avoid being impacted. The vast, violent wind struck his trunk, bringing a pain like being crushed into pieces. The cracks constantly splitting open on the ground made Lu Ziyu worry that he might be blown away. For plant life, soil is the source of life. Once separated from it, they face the fate of withering and dying. At this critical moment, the Fox Clan girl extended her palm and produced a piece of auspicious glowing light. With this layer of light covering, the raging storm could no longer harm Lu Ziyu. Thanks. Lu Ziyu felt some goodwill toward the Fox Clan girl. Crack, crack, crack. The sword rainbow filled with heavenly lightning energy, after confronting the multicolored energy sphere for a while, gradually dissolved and collapsed. In contrast, the energy sphere did not lose its remaining power and shot straight into the sky. Demon woman, you will not die a good death. Within an unwilling wail, the Sword Sect old man was reduced to nothing. Lu Ziyu extended his willow branches and absorbed the slowly falling blood mist light into his body. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. Evolution points plus 10,000. Terrifying. More than 100 Sword Sect disciples only gave Lu Ziyu more than 3,000 evolution points. This one old thing's life essence actually gave Lu Ziyu more than 10,000 evolution points. The difference was clear at a glance. Little thing, you are not simple. The Fox Clan girl, who had been slaughtering just now and was frightening, now walked over delicately and weakly. Her eyes stared at Lu Ziyu for a moment and said, "There is no special bloodline inheritance in your body, yet you have developed intelligence, and you can even devour life essence. Such an ability is rarely possessed by living beings. It is somewhat similar to plant beings like ancient man-eating flowers and blood-colored mandragora." Lu Ziyu chuckled. How can it be the same? I have a system. But he still had to restrain himself. It was not time to strike yet. Waving his willow branches, Lu Ziyu showed a posture of closeness, gentleness, wanting to go with her. The Fox Clan girl giggled. Being touched by the willow branches made her body itch a little, and some branches even landed on her buttocks. If not for the fact that in front of her was a willow demon that had just gained intelligence, she would have suspected it was taking advantage of her. All right, this princess cannot take you with me. Becoming serious, the Fox Clan girl said, "This time I came to the human territory secretly. You cannot even transform. If you follow me back to the demon territory, it will be full of danger, life and death uncertain. This wilderness is vast, the mountains and fields magnificent, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is abundant. If you grow here for hundreds of years, you may be able to transform into human form." Lu Ziyu, damn you. Hundreds of years? By then everything would be over. Lu Ziyu used willow branches as arms and wrapped them around the girl's arm. The Fox Clan girl hesitated for a moment, pressed her lips, and said, "Sorry, this princess still cannot take you with me. But meeting you here is also fate. I will give you a cultivation method. Coincidentally, among the 4 divine beasts, vermilion bird is fire, white tiger is metal, azure dragon is wood, black tortoise is water. This azure dragon myriad forms art is a dragon clan technique from ancient times, very suitable for your comprehension. Unfortunately, what I have is incomplete, only 3 layers. But if you cultivate it to completion, it will still benefit you greatly." After speaking, the Fox Clan girl injected a ball of light into Lu Ziyu's body. The ball of light entered Lu Ziyu's trunk and immediately turned into thousands of mysterious symbols, engraved onto Lu Ziyu's soul and spiritual plane. When they spread out, it was exactly the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art the Fox Demon Girl had mentioned. Judging from the description and the contents of this Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art, it could be called a supreme and unparalleled great Tao heavenly skill. At least, Lu Ziyu could not understand a single symbol. He only felt that it was profound and difficult to understand, obscure like a heavenly book without words. "Little thing, we will meet again." After giving him the cultivation method, the Fox Clan girl, with her graceful back and flowing hair, stepped on a cloud of 7-colored auspicious mist and disappeared at the edge of the sky like an immortal maiden. For a time, only Lu Ziyu was left here alone again. First, let me upgrade. Lu Ziyu currently had 16,500 evolution points. Of these, 100 points were obtained after his transmigration by absorbing moonlight and sunlight. The rest were all obtained by absorbing the life essence of those sword sect disciples and that sword sect old man. Deduct 100 evolution points, realm +1. Deduct 200 evolution points, realm +1. Deduct 500 evolution points, realm +1. Deduct 1,000 evolution points, realm +1. The hollow and emotionless system voice crackled nonstop beside Lu Ziyu's ears. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Cultivation, spirit monster, 9th rank. Bloodline, none for now. Evolution points, 3,000 points. Ability, 9,999 mutated sword leaves, sword-shaped willow leaves, indestructible, piercing metal, and splitting stone. Looking at the extra line in the data panel before him, Lu Ziyu could not help asking, "What does Spirit Monster 9th rank mean? My current level?" The system said nothing. Lu Ziyu was speechless for a while. I should just cultivate honestly. Once I transform and walk out of this vast wilderness, what can I find out? Calming himself, Lu Ziyu used the remaining 3,000 evolution points to strengthen the sword leaves. Deduct 500 evolution points, 9,999 sword leaves strengthened. Deduct 1,000 evolution points, 9,999 sword leaves strengthened. The effect was obvious. The leaves growing on Lu Ziyu's branches, after being strengthened twice, became more crystal clear, thinner and sharper, and in shape they looked even more like long swords. Moreover, with the cultivation of Spirit Monster 9th rank, Lu Ziyu's whole body was filled with power. His trunk also grew more than 1 meter taller, and with one willow branch striking out, he directly cut a ferocious trench more than half a meter deep into the ground. If that struck a human body, it would be flesh flying, bones broken, and tendons snapping. Several days passed. Lu Ziyu gradually started to miss that Fox Clan girl. Without that little woman killing people, by only absorbing sunlight and moonlight, Lu Ziyu could gather only a few evolution points a day. There was also no energy substance in the soil. That bit of moisture in it basically only maintained Lu Ziyu's tree roots from withering. No, I must think of a way. After racking his brains, Lu Ziyu came up with an idea. He waved hundreds and thousands of willow branches, raising dust on this patch of ground. Before long, rocks flew everywhere, and the ground shook and the mountains trembled. It is said curiosity kills the cat. In this savage wilderness, there were not few rare beasts and ancient fierce beasts multiplying and living here. Lu Ziyu did not believe that there was not a single living being with curiosity. It's here. About 1 hour later, Lu Ziyu seemed to sense something. He stopped moving, his willow branches swaying with the wind, his aura restrained, like a completely ordinary willow tree. What came running over was a deer with brilliant fur and huge antlers, under the sunlight, even flowing with dazzling green spiritual light. Its movements were agile, and its eyes carefully examined Lu Ziyu. After finding nothing strange, it looked toward the water pool. Because of the battle between the Fox Clan girl and those sword sect cultivators, this area had become barren and ruined. That pool, which had once been green and clear, was now also broken and ruined. Come a little closer. Lu Ziyu had no eyes, but he could still see that deer coming. Top, top. Its four hooves stepped on the ground, and the deer moved forward a few steps. A moment later, it moved forward a few more steps. Lu Ziyu's patience was worn away bit by bit. When that deer entered Lu Ziyu's 20-meter domain range, without showing any mercy, Lu Ziyu flung out all the willow branches on his body. There were more than 1,000 willow branches, and the leaves were sparse. At most, each willow branch had only 7 or 8 leaves. But every willow branch was spotless and radiant, and the leaves swaying on them were also like sharp heavenly swords, with jumping edge and coldness piercing skin and bones. That deer reacted very quickly, but under the overwhelming willow branches and sword light, it was instantly cut into pieces and split into blood mist. Evolution points plus 200. After absorbing the life essence of that deer, Lu Ziyu felt extremely comfortable. Absorbing sunlight and moonlight to earn evolution points? That was terribly slow. Absorbing life essence was much faster. During the next half year, Lu Ziyu would stir things up once every day. When luck was good, he could trick dozens of fierce beasts into coming over to investigate in one day. When luck was bad, he would not see even one fierce beast come over in 10 days or half a month. There is no sense of years in the mountains. 1 year later, in the depths of this great mountain, there was now a sacred willow tree more than 100 meters tall, vigorous like an ancient giant tree. From a distance, that willow tree over 100 meters tall looked gorgeous and mysterious, as if carved from jade, full of spiritual energy, with dense willow branches and a huge trunk. Under the cover of continuously flowing mist, it seemed to wear a hazy and untouchable robe. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Cultivation, spiritual movement, 1st rank. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation method. Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art, 1st layer complete. Evolution points, 300 points. Ability, 9,999 purple gold sword leaves, upgraded sword leaves, even more powerful. Return to simplicity in a single thought. Wash away all splendor and return to the original state. Unless it is a top giant living being, the host is just an ordinary willow tree. Compared to 1 year ago, the attribute panel had become much more luxurious. This was also Lu Ziyu's transformation over this year. As for the myriad forms Azure Dragon art, Lu Ziyu could not understand a single symbol and could not comprehend any of its content. The reason he could bring the 1st layer to completion in 1 year was entirely because he used evolution points to strengthen it. Speaking of this, he still had to thank that Fox Clan girl. This myriad forms Azure Dragon art was extraordinary. After only bringing the first layer to completion, Lu Ziyu already felt an intimate resonance with the wood-attributed energy between heaven and earth. By breathing in and absorbing the wood-attributed energy in this wilderness every day, he could earn more than 1,000 evolution points. Boom, rimble, rimble. The dazzling lightning made the wilderness alternately bright and dark. Dark clouds filled the sky, and heavy rain fell. Lu Ziyu restrained his light and returned to a plain and simple form. This was his newly awakened ability, return to simplicity. After using it, he was like a drop of water merging into the ocean. Unless it was a living being of heaven-reaching strength, no one could see Lu Ziyu's true nature. When he woke up, the sky had cleared, with no clouds for thousands of miles. Lu Ziyu sharply heard footsteps. Another prey has come to my door on its own. Overjoyed, Lu Ziyu made preparations for hunting. The newly obtained ability, return to simplicity, made Lu Ziyu's aura perfectly and seamlessly blend into this vast wild mountain. There was no light surrounding him, no mist covering him, no vigorous life force. Rooted in the soil, aside from his huge trunk over 100 meters tall, which was much taller than ordinary willow trees, there was not a single flaw. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Before long, Lu Ziyu saw figures. Womans. Lu Ziyu was greatly surprised. Since the Fox Clan girl left a year ago, Lu Ziyu had not seen any human cultivators again. The boundless wilderness was undoubtedly extremely dangerous and full of crises. Under normal circumstances, no humans would come here. There were more than 50 human cultivators appearing ahead. Leading them was a handsome young man with a face like jade and outstanding bearing. Just over 20 years old, yet already possessing a remarkable cultivation aura. With each breath, the power and surging blood energy he emitted gave Lu Ziyu a heavy sense of threat. The more than 50 cultivators following this handsome young man were also all of the younger generation, but in terms of cultivation aura, they were far inferior to him. Lu Ziyu was puzzled. Why did so many human cultivators suddenly come? Let's observe first. Without making any movement, Lu Ziyu concealed himself. If that handsome young man were not present, Lu Ziyu would not mind starting a massacre and plundering them. But with him there, unless absolutely necessary, Lu Ziyu would not expose himself. The handsome young man who stopped here raised his brows, looked around, and his gaze finally fell on that huge willow tree. It could be seen that this area had few plants and a dim environment. In this wilderness, it could be considered a barren place. Strangely, the willow tree ahead was actually more than 100 meters tall. Could it be that the energy of this area has all been absorbed by this willow tree? Before entering this wilderness, the sect master reminded us that within these 10,000 miles of wilderness, there are countless ancient species and bloodthirsty fierce beasts. There are also many plants that have developed intelligence and possess terrifying strength. However, there's no demon aura inside or outside this willow tree, which means it has not developed intelligence yet and is not a threat. The handsome young man withdrew his gaze and shouted, "Rest here for one day, recover energy, and adjust your state." Hearing this, dozens of young cultivators gathered in small groups. 2 young cultivators, holding hands, came to Lu Ziyu. These 2 were a man and a woman. After sitting under Lu Ziyu's trunk and branches, they showed affection openly. It was obvious they were a Taoist couple. At such close distance, Lu Ziyu looked down at them with evil intent. The young male cultivator was quite bold. His hands roamed over the girl's body. The girl, with decent looks and a tall figure, blushed under his actions and said, "Stop it. If Senior Brother Wu sees this, he will scold us again for having unstable Tao hearts and being shameless." How could that be? My feelings for you are sincere, witnessed by heaven and earth. You and I are in mutual love, willing on both sides. Even if Senior Brother Wu sees it, he cannot say anything, the young man replied shamelessly. Lu Ziyu felt nauseated. A man's mouth is a lying ghost. This wilderness trial will last half a year. In previous trials, the survival rate of disciples sent here by major forces was less than 30%. Senior Brother Wu told us to conserve energy. You'd better stay away from me. The girl remained clear-headed and was not bewitched by sweet words. All right, hearing about the wilderness trial, the young man also became serious. Lu Ziyu heard every word of their conversation and began to think, Perhaps the cultivation sects and family inheritances in the human world treat this wilderness as a trial ground for training the younger generation. That means it's not only this group of human cultivators here. Thinking this, Lu Ziyu's demonic power surged. Among the more than 50 young cultivators present, Lu Ziyu was confident he could hunt them all. Only that senior brother Wu gave him an extreme sense of threat. I'm currently using the Return to Simplicity ability. In their eyes, I am just an ordinary willow tree. If I can lure that senior brother Wu over and attack him by surprise at the critical moment when he is meditating and adjusting his state, then with him unprepared, there is definitely a chance to kill him in one strike. The idea was good, but Lu Ziyu did not know how to lure him. During the past year, Lu Ziyu had stirred up wind and dust with his branches to attract beasts. But this senior brother Wu was different. His strength surpassed Lu Ziyu. If he failed to kill him in one strike, Lu Ziyu could not reveal that he was a demon willow. Otherwise, with a single command, Lu Ziyu would not even have the ability to escape. Maybe I can use this pair? Thinking this, Lu Ziyu extended a willow branch and silently struck the girl's shoulder. The girl, who was resting with closed eyes, felt something hit her shoulder. She turned her head and saw a crystal-clear, radiant willow branch like jade. The leaves on it were sword-shaped and extremely sharp, standing upright as if they could cut her delicate body apart. "Monster!" the girl screamed. "What monster?" the nearby young man asked. This willow tree." The girl pointed at Lu Ziyu, stammering and trembling. The young man looked over. In the Return to Simplicity state, Lu Ziyu's trunk was sturdy and plain, with nothing unusual. "Junior sister, are you seeing things? This is not a monster, just a willow tree," the young man teased. "But I clearly saw that branch shining, and the sharp aura it gave off seemed like it would pierce and cut me." The girl replied, still shaken. "You must be too nervous." The young man comforted her. "Don't be afraid. In the central region, every sect creates trials to train the younger generation. Although this wilderness trial is dangerous, with senior brother Wu here, we will be fine." "Could it really be my imagination?" the girl muttered. Then she returned to her place, looked back several times, finally calmed down, and began to meditate. Several willow branches struck the girl's body again. Lu Ziyu deliberately released his aura, pressing it onto her body. Lu Ziyu's current cultivation level was spiritual movement first rank. How strong that was, and what stage it belonged to in this world's cultivation system, Lu Ziyu had no idea. But from the aura, he could tell that the girl's power was far inferior to his own. When Lu Ziyu deliberately revealed his ferocity, releasing his fierce and violent aura like a vast tide, pressing soul-piercing pressure onto the girl, her scream rang out once again. This scream, filled with fear and shock, naturally attracted the dozens of young cultivators in the distance. "Why the noise?" Senior brother Wu, wearing a long robe and sitting there, walked over irritably and questioned her. "Mon, this willow tree is a monster." The girl trembled as she pointed at Lu Ziyu and replied. "A monster?" Senior brother Wu, with a face like jade and a tall figure, narrowed his eyes and examined Lu Ziyu, but still could not see through Lu Ziyu in the Return to Simplicity state. He shook his head and scolded. "Nonsense! This is just an ordinary willow tree. How is it a monster? With such a Tao heart? How can you cultivate?" The girl had no reply. At this moment, that willow tree indeed looked completely harmless, but she believed that the pressure she had just seen and felt was definitely not an illusion. "Senior brother Wu, this wilderness is vast. We can find another quiet place to rest." Unable to provide evidence, the girl suggested. "Just because you say this willow tree is a monster, we have to leave." Senior brother Wu did not care. He sat down in front of the willow tree, his posture upright, his gaze sharp as he looked at the dozens of young cultivators and shouted, "Remember this. We cultivators must have hearts as firm as iron, unmoved even if the sky collapses. As the saying goes, Mount Tai collapsing before you should not change your expression. Being suspicious and timid like junior sisterly, you will not go far in the future." Extraordinary bearing flowed through senior brother Wu's words. The dozens of young cultivators looked at each other and rushed to agree. Senior brother Wu is right. Indeed, we cultivators move forward without hesitation, with hearts like stone. Junior sister Li, your courage is too small. Senior brother Wu smiled faintly, glanced at the girl, and said, "Well, do you have anything else to say, junior sister Li?" The girl was speechless. Lu Ziyu laughed inwardly. This Senior Brother Wu was truly at the end of his life. Right now, Senior Brother Wu was sitting in front of Lu Ziyu's trunk, only a short distance away, within reach. Moreover, he had his back to Lu Ziyu, with no defense at all. As soon as he calmed his mind and entered meditation, Lu Ziyu could seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. Once this Senior Brother Wu was killed, none of the dozens of cultivators present would be a threat. Don't rush. Like a venomous snake lying hidden in the grass, Lu Ziyu remained calm. Several hours passed. The moment had come. Inside Senior Brother Wu's body, there surged vast energy like stormy waves, and a layer of brilliant light covered his flesh. His cultivation had reached a peak bottleneck. Lu Ziyu struck decisively. 1,000 willow branches shot into the sky, dancing wildly. The demonic power hidden within Lu Ziyu's trunk burst out without reservation. What is this? A chill ran down Senior Brother Wu's spine as he opened his eyes and turned around. That willow tree he had regarded as ordinary now shone with radiant light, exhaling clouds and mist. The willow branches it swung were spotless, sharp, and filled with killing intent. In a flash, before he could stand up, the dense willow branches covering the sky struck toward him with incomparable, terrifying force, like chains of order. Monster! The girl, who had already retreated far away, shouted immediately. She even felt a bit happy, thinking, "Now you should believe me. How dare you?" Seeing the tender green willow branches about to pierce his body in an instant, Senior Brother Wu flew into a rage and raised his hand to form a seal. Boom! A square seal of power blocked the willow branches that could pierce metal and split stone, like spears striking an indestructible wall. Lu Ziyu's heart sank. The willow branches falling from the sky could not break through that seal. But it did not matter. This was only the beginning. Lu Ziyu shook his trunk and activated 9,999 purple gold sword leaves. Clatter! The sword-shaped willow leaves, wrapped in noble and sacred purple gold light, thin as cicada wings and indestructible, so dense that they were like heavenly swords, tearing through the void, instantly submerged that seal of power. Without losing momentum, these purple gold sword leaves struck Senior Brother Wu's body. Damn it! Senior Brother Wu's face turned pale. His flesh, under those purple gold sword leaves, was as fragile as tofu, breaking at a touch. Hurriedly mobilizing more power, he used a movement technique, dodging the attacks like lightning. Trying to escape? Lu Ziyu sneered and extended his willow branches like arms. More than 1,000 crystal-clear branches intertwined in midair, forming a cage 7 or 8 meters high and dozens of meters wide. Falling from the sky, it trapped Senior Brother Wu. Do not think the branches were fragile. In fact, they were tougher than steel. Under this woven cage, Senior Brother Wu could not escape for the moment. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ziyu activated the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art. Under the enhancement of evolution points, he had cultivated this technique to the completion of the first layer. Green divine light burst from his whole body, with mysterious symbols faintly flickering. Roar! A mysterious and ancient roar was born. This roar, which could intimidate all living beings and tower above heaven and earth, made this area dim and filled with flying dust. The wood-attributed energy between heaven and earth surged endlessly, gathering around Lu Ziyu's tree body. Combined with his own demonic power, a more than 10-meter-long azure dragon phantom, extremely vague with indistinct scales, coiled around his trunk. The dragon race, rulers of the primordial world, the most powerful beings in heaven and earth, born able to ride clouds and summon wind and rain. An adult dragon could directly rival the top human experts. The azure dragon phantom around Lu Ziyu carried a supreme and sacred aura, majestic and domineering, overwhelming mountains and rivers. In color, it illuminated the land, incomparably divine. Lu Ziyu's body overlapped with this azure dragon phenomenon, clearly transcending the mortal world. My heavens! What level of demon is this? The dozens of young cultivators, seeing the green willow tree surrounded by the azure dragon phantom, glowing with divine light, shrouded in mist, and surging with demonic power, stood frozen in shock. Heaven and earth were dim. That willow tree, over 100 meters tall, had a spotless trunk as if carved from jade. The bright and sacred aura it released did not look like that of a demon tree at all, but rather like a divine tree from the heavenly realm. The azure dragon phantom, coiled outside the tree body, was close to 15 meters long. Its claws and fangs were sharp enough to tear the sky, and its long roar intimidated all living beings. It looked very blurry, like a projection, but the trace of dragon might it revealed, in essence, stood above the countless living beings in this savage world. Damn demon, I will grind your bones to ash and refine your soul into nothing. His furious voice was hoarse. Senior brother Wu rushed out of the cage woven from willow branches. His clothes were in rags, his body covered in wounds. On his chest, face, and abdomen, there were wounds pierced and torn open by the purple gold sword leaves. Killing intent surged, and his aura raged. After breaking out of the willow branch cage, Senior brother Wu looked ahead and froze for a moment. Plant beings that had become spirits were not rare in this ancient wilderness, but the aura of that willow tree was far too bright and sacred. And there was also that azure dragon phantom. The moment Senior brother Wu stepped out of the willow branch cage, the azure dragon phenomenon coiled around Lu Ziyu's trunk, dragged a tide of destruction and world-shining light as it charged toward its prey. The aura of death made Senior brother Wu's face turn pale. His strength had originally been above Lu Ziyu's. But under Lu Ziyu's sneak attack, he had lost his footing, lost the initiative, and his physical body had been badly wounded by those purple gold sword leaves that could pierce metal and split stone as sharp as heavenly swords. His long robe was soaked in blood, his combat strength had been greatly reduced, and this azure dragon phantom charging at him also carried majestic and overbearing wood-attributed energy. The trace of dragon might contained within it was so real and terrifying. Yellow's sand technique. At the brink of danger, Senior brother Wu bit his finger and offered his own essence blood. Shining dark yellow grains of sand rose from the ground and gradually formed a storm. This was not ordinary sand. The countless dark yellow grains poured onto that noble, oppressive, peerlessly overbearing azure dragon phantom with crackling sounds. In just a few breaths, they devoured the azure dragon phenomenon completely, leaving not even a trace behind. Ha ha, you demon, and you still want to kill me? Senior brother Wu threw back his head and laughed wildly. After offering essence blood, his face was even paler than before. But he laughed arrogantly because he'd already regained his footing. Now, as long as he joined forces with the dozens of young cultivators here, he could strangle that demon tree ahead. Lu Ziyu watched quietly. Suddenly, a willow branch emitting deadly sharp brilliance shot out from deep underground. With a puff, it pierced Senior brother Wu's heart. All the attacks, just now, had only been a setup. This was Lu Ziyu's killing move. Even in his dreams, Senior brother Wu would not have imagined that just when he thought he had escaped danger and regained his footing, at his most careless moment, a willow branch would shoot out from deep in the soil and pierce his heart in one strike. Cough, cough. He dropped to his knees on the ground, vomiting blood. In Senior brother Wu's eyes, there was unwillingness, confusion, and fear. How could it be like this? How can I still die? He wanted to stand up, but his life force was like drifting catkins in the wind, flowing away uncontrollably and impossible to stop. Lu Ziyu did not drag things out. The willow branches trembled as they plundered and absorbed Senior brother Wu's flesh and blood essence. The scream was horrifying. As Lu Ziyu absorbed his life essence, Senior brother Wu's flesh withered and his gaze became dull. A little later, Senior brother Wu lying there had completely become a dried corpse. Evolution points plus 2,000. The system voice in his ear sounded like heavenly music to Lu Ziyu. 2,000 evolution points was not a small amount, but it was still not enough. With fierce malice, Lu Ziyu swung his willow branches and attacked the dozens of young cultivators in the distance. Run! This demon is terrifying. Even Senior brother Wu, at the peak of the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, was mercilessly killed by it. Even if we all join together, we are not its match. The dozens of young cultivators, terrified and trembling, scattered and fled. Lu Ziyu's body still could not leave the soil where it stood, but his willow branches were more than 80 meters long, and he could also unleash those purple gold sword leaves. Within a radius of 100 meters, this became Lu Ziyu's field of slaughter. The dozens of young cultivators trying to flee died, one after another, exploding in a blood mist. Fear really is the greatest weapon. If these people had united and attacked me together, Maybe a few might have escaped. But fleeing in all directions only gave me the chance to crush and harvest them. In the end, not one of them could escape. Lu Ziyu came to understand this. He had crossed into this world and become a willow tree, able to cultivate. That meant he was destined not to be merciful. Today, these dozens of cultivators had not provoked Lu Ziyu, nor had they pointed fingers at him or cursed him. But Lu Ziyu still took the initiative to begin slaughter. This was not cruelty, not bloodlust, but only for the sake of becoming stronger. Besides, Lu Ziyu was no longer human. He was now a willow tree, or it could also be said, a tree demon. The human race was probably the race in heaven and earth most hostile to outsiders. Lu Ziyu believed that one day, if he stepped into the human world and his true form was seen through, it would bring endless hostility. If he did not want to be swallowed by this world, then Lu Ziyu could only become stronger by any means necessary. Mercy in this world, in this wilderness, was too laughable. 1 hour later, the slaughter came to an end. Under the sunlight, those crystal-clear willow branches, like tentacles and chains, pinned corpses one by one in midair. The willow tree, standing in the hazy mist, still had a bright aura, dazzling and sacred. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 800. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Lu Ziyu looked at the data panel. After hunting dozens of cultivators and that senior brother Wu, he now had 13,500 evolution points. As his strength increased, Lu Ziyu needed more evolution points to strengthen his cultivation level. Deduct 3,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 3,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 3,500 evolution points. Realm plus 1. His cultivation rose from spiritual movement 1st rank to spiritual movement 4th rank. Lu Ziyu's trunk grew hot, his branches flourished, and those roots buried beneath the rock layers twisted and spread, as thick as water vats, stretching outward and covering dozens of meters around. Should I try leaving this soil? Rooted here, he could only wait for prey to come to him. Lu Ziyu wanted more, to actively search for prey. He moved his body and gathered strength. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shattered inch by inch, and the thick roots buried deep in the soil pulled out and stretched forth. Lu Ziyu controlled these roots and walked toward the distance. At first he was still unsteady, but after walking several hundred meters, he began to adapt a little. The vast wilderness was boundless and magnificent. A towering willow tree more than 100 meters tall ran across the earth, dragging mist and brilliant spiritual light behind it. Those tree roots on its trunk were thick and powerful. If one stripped away the layer of soil covering their surface, one would see that those roots were ink-black in color, crystal clear in texture, spotless and pure, as if carved from black crystal. These more than 10 roots, the longest over 100 meters and the shortest 70 to 80 meters long, were like the legs of that huge willow tree, supporting it as it ran through this wild mountain. But after leaving the nourishment of the soil, Lu Ziyu felt a sense of suffocation, just like a normal human suddenly falling into water and being unable to breathe. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ziyu ran several thousand meters in one stretch. After he really could not hold on any longer, he stopped. His strong roots broke through the ground and rock layers with destructive force and extended deep into the soil. At once, the sense of suffocation disappeared without a trace. This was a bold attempt. Ordinary plants, once separated from the soil, would wither and die before long. Plant beings that had opened intelligence and cultivated into demons also needed the nourishment of the earth to survive before transforming into human form. Lu Ziyu was now certain that although he still could not completely leave the soil, he could at least barely run for a certain distance. This did not seem very useful. But with this temporary ability to leave the soil, Lu Ziyu no longer had to wait for prey to come to him. He could actively search for prey. It could also be said that all the birds, beasts, and living creatures in this entire wilderness had become Lu Ziyu's prey. Of course, Lu Ziyu would not foolishly provoke those beings with overwhelming strength and monstrous ferocity. What place is this? Looking around, Lu Ziyu examined the area where he was. This place was only a few thousand meters from where Lu Ziyu had originally stayed, but to him, the surrounding scenery was extremely unfamiliar. Shriek! A long cry, clear and sharp enough to pierce metal and split stone. Behind the clouds high in the sky, a shadow could be seen faintly, overlooking the earth. After descending a little, Lu Ziyu saw clearly what it was. It was an incomparably majestic, golden-crowned flying eagle, with eyes like lightning. When it spread its wings, the golden-crowned flying eagle was a full 100 meters wide. A trace of rock blood flowed in its body, making it one of the top hunters among flying fierce beasts. Its dense feathers looked as if they had been poured from gold, shimmering under the sunlight and reflecting golden light. Its pair of claws were shaped like iron hooks, their tips flashing with cold light, giving people a frightening sense that they could tear through anything. Flapping its wings, this golden-crowned flying eagle circled above Lu Ziyu's head. Its somewhat spiritual eyes were fixed firmly on the willow tree below. Demonic beasts had a very strong sense of territory. This area was clearly the golden-crowned flying eagle's territory. It was somewhat puzzled by the suddenly appearing willow tree below. When had this tree demon appeared? A few days ago, it had not been here. Keeping its distance, the golden-crowned flying eagle observed for a while. From Lu Ziyu, it sharply sensed a strong, threatening force. This made the golden-crowned flying eagle's gaze grow heavy. Lu Ziyu was also observing the golden-crowned flying eagle above his head. Very quickly, Lu Ziyu came up with an idea. In a single thought, the bright mist and brilliant spiritual light around him disappeared without a trace, unlike ever before. The golden-crowned flying eagle's pupils shrank. A moment ago, that willow demon had given it a strong threat that reached its bones, but now there was nothing at all. It was no different from an ordinary willow tree. The golden-crowned flying eagle, with its limited intelligence, found it strange, but once it sensed that the willow tree no longer posed any threat, it flapped its wings and descended. It took the bait. Lu Ziyu secretly rejoiced. After entering the return to simplicity state, Lu Ziyu blended into heaven and earth and into nature. It was the perfect ability for deceiving prey. With a boom, the ground shook and dust flew everywhere. The golden-crowned flying eagle landed in front of Lu Ziyu, its sharp eagle eyes examining the willow tree before it from top to bottom. Silently, Lu Ziyu moved the roots buried deep in the soil. The hard underground rocks, under the drilling of his black, crystal-like roots, were as fragile as tofu, shattered into pieces. Without the golden-crowned flying eagle noticing, Lu Ziyu's roots had extended beneath its feet. To hunt this golden-crowned flying eagle, Lu Ziyu could not afford not to be careful. Judging from their auras, Lu Ziyu's strength and this golden-crowned flying eagle's strength were about evenly matched. Lu Ziyu's advantage lay in being able to use the return to simplicity state to confuse this beast. But achieving a one-hit kill was somewhat difficult. Yet if he could not kill it in one strike, the startled golden-crowned flying eagle would definitely fly into the sky. Lu Ziyu did not want to see that result, so he had to think of a way to restrain the golden-crowned flying eagle's ability to fly. Shriek! After a long while, unable to see anything strange about the willow tree in front of it, the golden-crowned flying eagle let out a long cry, spread its wings, and looked as though it was preparing to leave. Lu Ziyu launched a sudden attack. Black roots, as flexible as tentacles, broke through the ground and intertwined around the golden-crowned flying eagle's two legs. Caught off guard, the golden-crowned flying eagle let out a piercing cry. Its wings flapped violently, stirring up fierce wind and sand as it struggled against the black roots. Its strength was immense. The force erupting from this golden-crowned flying eagle could uproot a mountain peak and tear apart chains of steel. Lu Ziyu's trunk shook, and with a snort he sent out his willow branches. With those black roots entwining and binding it, the golden-crowned flying eagle could no longer fly into the sky. In other words, without its flying advantage, the golden-crowned flying eagle's combat strength dropped by half. The blazing willow branches, shining brightly with swaying leaves, crossed the sky, pierced through everything, and struck the golden-crowned flying eagle's belly and wings like long spears. However, the golden-crowned flying eagle's golden feathers were like a layer of armor, astonishingly hard, invulnerable to water and fire. Lu Ziyu's willow branch strikes actually could not pierce that layer of golden feathers. Shriek! All this happened in an instant. The golden-crowned flying eagle had already realized that the willow tree ahead was a terrifying demon creature. It burst out with even more violent power, and the mighty demonic energy erupting from its body surged endlessly like a sea, blasting toward Lu Ziyu. I can't drag this out. Lu Ziyu exploded with full force. He wrapped more than 1,000 willow branches tightly around the golden-crowned, flying eagle's body layer by layer. At a glance, the golden-crowned flying eagle, with its legs bound by black roots and its body tied by more than 1,000 willow branches, found it difficult even to move. And the purple gold sword leaves on those willow branches had overbearing sharpness, cutting iron like mud. As they struck the golden-crowned flying eagle's feathers with crackling sounds, they did manage to tear open some wounds. Roar! The long cry of the golden-crowned flying eagle was suppressed by a mighty and incomparable dragon roar. Outside Lu Ziyu's trunk, there appeared that familiar azure dragon phantom, the one that made all living beings of heaven and earth tremble. The dragon roar was blazing, mighty, and sacred. Under that dragon roar, the mountains and valleys shook, and all living beings in heaven and earth prostrated themselves. The golden-crowned flying eagle, proud and impossible to tame, after hearing this majestic and sacred dragon roar, also stopped struggling, its feathers trembling. The azure dragon phantom coiled outside Lu Ziyu's tree body was blurry and unclear, like a reflection of the moon in water, like a bubble in a dream. Yet the supreme dragon might and highest aura it revealed made the golden-crowned flying eagle fearful and unable to resist. The wood-attributed energy spread through this vast world, boiled and rejoiced, pouring endlessly into Lu Ziyu's body. The flowers, plants, and ancient trees growing in the mountains and fields actually bent toward where he was, bowing and worshipping. Layers of mist and divine light shone on Lu Ziyu's huge and brilliant tree body, as if it were a divine tree from the heavenly realm that had fallen into the mortal world. There was no fierce terror, no slaughter, no bloodiness. There was only brightness and greatness. The azure dragon myriad forms art. Lu Ziyu's most powerful trump card at present was not those willow branches, nor those mutated sword leaves, but this azure dragon myriad forms art. The Fox Clan girl had said that this was a cultivation technique of the ancient dragon race, supreme in grade and unmatched in power. By using this azure dragon myriad forms art, Lu Ziyu could summon this trace of an ancient azure dragon phenomenon projection. Its destructive power and suppressive force were beyond imagination, unfathomable like ghosts and gods. Shriek! The golden-crowned flying eagle began struggling again. Under the death shadow of heaven collapsing and earth splitting, it no longer had time to fear or be afraid. When a person is driven into a desperate situation, they often burst out with power beyond their limit. Demonic beasts were the same. The golden-crowned flying eagle, now driven mad, was drowned in golden light. The crystal-clear willow branches binding its body broke one by one, and even the thick black roots wrapped around its legs began to show crack-like lines. Lu Ziyu could feel pain. Those willow branches were equivalent to Lu Ziyu's arms. If your arms are broken, how could it not hurt? No longer hesitating, Lu Ziyu used his will as guidance and sent out the azure dragon phantom. Roar! The azure dragon phantom, more than 10 meters long, was not especially huge and was still not as large as the golden-crowned flying eagle. But after it struck the golden-crowned flying eagle's body with claws and fangs spread wide, the forbidden divine might and overbearing light it released were like a terrifying arrow shocking the world, drilling through inch by inch, and finally piercing straight through the golden-crowned flying eagle's flesh. Blood gushed like a spring, staining the grassland red. Its body pierced through by the azure dragon phantom. The golden-crowned flying eagle, at its last breath, fell weakly to the ground. It's over. Lu Ziyu let out a long breath. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 500. Lu Ziyu's willow branches pierced into the golden-crowned flying eagle's body, gulping down its life essence. A few breaths later, the golden-crowned flying eagle's body withered. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Cultivation, spiritual movement 4th rank. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation method. Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art, 1st layer complete. Evolution points, 6,000. Ability, 9,999 purple gold sword leaves, mutated willow leaves. Return to simplicity, in one thought. Return to the original state. merge into nature. Half a day later, the more than 100 willow branches that Lu Ziyu had broken grew back. They had been torn off by that beast during the battle with the golden-crowned flying eagle. Looking at them, the more than 100 reborn willow branches flowed with light, and their leaves were crystal clear, no different from the other willow branches. Any plant being had the ability to heal itself. A seed buried in the ground could grow into a towering ancient tree. A section of willow branch planted in the soil could also become a sky-reaching willow tree after hundreds or thousands of years. Wood-attributed plant beings also had naturally powerful and vigorous vitality. Lu Ziyu was not surprised at all by the rebirth and self-healing of these more than 100 willow branches. This was only natural. The dozens of human cultivators I hunted before were all disciples of human sects outside this wilderness. The human sects outside this wilderness treat this place as a trial ground to train the younger generation. Now there are countless sect disciples entering this wilderness. At present, I have the return to simplicity ability and can conceal myself so well that I can deceive the heavens and cross the sea. This gives me the chance to kill those human cultivators by surprise. Lu Ziyu pulled out his roots and ran into the distance. He was very careful. Every time he ran a certain distance, he rooted himself in the soil and entered the return to simplicity state. Only after confirming there was no danger would he continue forward. More than 10 days passed. Lu Ziyu crossed the territories of more than 100 top fierce beasts. Today, he arrived at the territory of a great demon. Why call it the territory of a great demon? Because as soon as he came to this vast barren region, dark and oppressive, Lu Ziyu felt a boundless and vast demonic aura. In the depths of this region, it seemed as if a prehistoric giant beast was lurking. The roars that came from time to time were as deafening as thunder, and even from dozens of li away, they made Lu Ziyu's heart pound and his branches tremble. In the return to simplicity state, my aura and demonic power merge with heaven, earth, and nature. I wonder whether I can hide from a great demon. Lu Ziyu muttered uncertainly. It is best to be careful. Without rashly going deeper into the territory of this great demon, Lu Ziyu turned and left. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Lu Ziyu rooted himself in a mountain valley. In this valley, the flowers and plants were lush, the water source abundant, and several fierce beasts lived there. But after Lu Ziyu arrived, all of them became his prey. That day, the great sun slowly rose, and the gentle sunlight shone over this vast wilderness. The air was fresh and also carried threads of moist breath. Many crystal-clear drops of water clung to Lu Ziyu's willow branches and leaves. Evolution points plus 100. Evolution points plus 80. Evolution points plus 200. A day's plan begins in the morning. At dawn, when all things awaken, when the great sun rises in the east, the energy substances between heaven and earth are the purest and strongest. Lu Ziyu's tree body was like a black hole, greedily absorbing the energy of heaven and earth circling in the valley. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. The blazing sun scorched Lu Ziyu and made him a little irritable. Just as he was about to pull out his roots and find a cool place to escape the heat, noisy sounds came from outside the valley. The young master is truly amazing. That dragon-horned rhinoceros was a top fierce beast close to the mysterious realm, but under the young master's divine might and unmatched bearing, it was suppressed in the time of half a cup of tea. Among the thousands of young cultivators participating in this wilderness trial, those who can compare with the young master can be counted on one hand, as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. Indeed, the young master has the bearing of a heavenly man and unmatched combat strength. I think it will not be long before he can be compared to the outstanding talents on the True Dragon True Phoenix ranking. Amid the endless flattering voices, a purple-robed young man in luxurious clothes, arrogant and overbearing, walked into the valley under the stars-like support of dozens of young cultivators. Looking at that group of young cultivators who walked into the valley, Lu Ziyu's heart was as still as water, and the mist and light outside his trunk instantly withdrew without a trace. From the noise and clamor of these young cultivators, Lu Ziyu knew that this group of human cultivators, like the group he had killed some days ago, had all come to this wilderness to take part in the wilderness trial. He observed in secret. Lu Ziyu locked onto that purple-robed youth. This purple-robed youth, surrounded by dozens of young cultivators like stars around the moon, flattered and walking at the very front, had a face full of arrogance and superiority. After sensing him for a moment, Lu Ziyu made a judgment. This purple-robed youth's strength was about the same as that senior brother Wu's. When Lu Ziyu dealt with that senior brother Wu before, he had used a sneak attack. If it had been a direct confrontation, the Lu Ziyu of that time would not have been a match for that senior brother Wu. But now things were different. After killing senior brother Wu and the dozens of young cultivators, Lu Ziyu's cultivation level had risen to spiritual movement 4th rank. During this half-month, he had also saved more than 10,000 evolution points, enough to raise several cultivation levels at any time. If he wanted to kill that purple-robed youth ahead, even without a sneak attack, he could do it. But an open attack would consume too much strength and also waste time. Lu Ziyu followed the law of hunting, which was to do everything possible to reduce the appearance of variables. In the return to simplicity state, he stayed motionless, looking down at the dozens of young cultivators with branches swaying in the wind, only waiting for the distance to be enough to launch his attack. Young master, look, this willow tree seems somewhat unusual. A young cultivator looked at Lu Ziyu in amazement and said, "This is the first time I have seen such a huge willow tree." The purple-robed youth glanced at it with disdain and cursed. "That is because you have little knowledge. In the 100 regions of Central State, vast and boundless, what kind of rare species are there not? This willow tree may look unusual, but in my opinion, it has not even opened its intelligence. There's not the slightest demonic aura. No matter how huge it grows, it is useless. Young master is wise." Immediately, a young cultivator flattered him with a smile, agreeing with what the purple-robed youth said. "Someone cut down this willow tree for me." The purple-robed youth, pointing and ordering like he alone ruled all, gave the command. The many young cultivators? "Lu Ziyu, cut me down?" Lu Ziyu did not understand. Could it be that he had seen through something? No, with that guy's cultivation realm, it is impossible for him to see through me in the return to simplicity state. Lu Ziyu held his breath and concentrated. No matter what reason the purple-robed youth had for wanting to cut him down, Lu Ziyu would not just sit and wait for death. A mere prey wanted to bite back? Was that possible? Under the ground and rock layers, Lu Ziyu drove his black roots to extend outward meter by meter, ready to launch a surprise attack at any time. "May I ask, young master, why cut down this willow tree?" Someone asked. This was also the answer Lu Ziyu wanted to know. "Do I need to explain to you what I want to do?" The purple-robed youth scolded sharply. "Young master, calm your anger. We will cut down that willow tree right away." Several young cultivators stepped out. In a short moment before they reached the huge willow tree, everything was calm and normal. The young master's temper is getting stranger and stranger. One young cultivator muttered with a bitter smile. "Keep your voice down. If the young master hears you, you will suffer." The other young cultivators rubbed their fists and prepared to use their magic power to smash the willow tree. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was like something had cut through the void. One willow branch after another revived with spiritual light and pierced through the chests of the several young cultivators with sword glow. This is the few young cultivators whose bodies had been pierced coughed up blood, and their vision darkened. Immediately after, the willow branches trembled and dragged them into the air. From a distance, it looked as if one dazzling chain of order after another had nailed those young cultivators to death beneath the sky. What is going on? The sudden slaughter left the dozens of young cultivators unable to react. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The ground broke apart and collapsed into pieces. Thick and crystal-clear black roots, like flood dragons and giant pythons, rose fiercely and savagely into the sky. Poochie! Poochie! Blood mist flew everywhere without end. In an instant, more than half of the dozens of young cultivators were strangled to death by the black roots that burst out from beneath their feet. Monster! The remaining dozens of young cultivators wailed and screamed, trembling in fear. Lu Ziyu swayed his willow branches and absorbed the life essence from each corpse. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 300. Evolution points plus 600. More than 10,000 evolution points were in hand. Lu Ziyu still wanted more. He used his roots to block the valley exit. More than 1,000 willow branches glowed and shimmered, their sword leaves swaying as they attacked that purple-robed youth. Like the young cultivators present, the purple-robed youth's face turned pale. He had not expected this sudden slaughter. Unable to dodge in time, several willow branches wrapped around the purple-robed youth's arms. Crack, crack, crack. The willow branches, which looked slender and tender, immediately cut into the flesh as soon as they exerted force. The purple-robed youth screamed. He raised a long blade and chopped off those few willow branches, only to be met by willow branches and sword leaves filling the sky. To give life and take life is all in my hands. Lu Ziyu's roared. In the 100-meter area with his trunk as the source, he was the slaughterer who ruled everything. Blood splashed like a rainbow. The purple-robed youth's kneecap was pierced by a willow branch. The heart-piercing pain made the purple-robed youth's body go soft, and he knelt on the ground. In that instant, the crystal-clear willow branches dancing in all directions pierced one after another through the purple-robed youth's chest, legs, and both arms. No! The purple-robed youth roared. He could not break free. The willow branches piercing his body were continuously devouring his life force. Such an ability was terrifying. Stop! I am the young master of Yuan's sect. If you kill me, my father will not let this go. The purple-robed youth, whose body had lost its luster and whose flesh was drying up bit by bit, cried out in a voice as weak as a mosquito. Lu Ziyu laughed silently. When a man is about to die, his words should be kind, but this fellow was actually using his identity to threaten him. The wilderness was boundless. Who would know it was he who killed him? Besides, to Lu Ziyu, there was no reason to let prey at his mouth go. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. The life essence of one purple-robed youth was worth more than the dozens of young cultivators present. And after being drained of life essence, the purple-robed youth naturally died, his soul cut off in the highest heavens. Lu Ziyu threw out willow branches and harvested the few young cultivators who had given up escaping, and the valley immediately returned to silence. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation, 4th stage of spirit movement. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art. 1st layer complete. Ability, 9,999 purple gold sword leaves, mutated willow leaves. Return to origin. When used, conceal the truth and blend into nature. Evolution points, 23,000. The valley was silent. The smell of blood in the air was completely absorbed by Lu Ziyu, leaving nothing behind. Deduct 5,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 6,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 7,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 5,000 evolution points. Purple gold sword leaves strength plus 1. The evolution points accumulated over more than half a month were almost exhausted in a short moment. In terms of cultivation, Lu Ziyu reached the 7th stage of spirit movement. The purple gold sword leaves growing on his willow branches, after being strengthened once, emitted an even sharper and more blazing brilliance. Each purple gold sword leaf that flew out could pierce through a solid rock. The physical bodies of ordinary human cultivators were even more vulnerable in front of these shining and deadly sharp leaves. With the help of the system, transforming into human form is only a matter of time for me. With great ambition in his heart, Lu Ziyu felt an indescribable longing and expectation for the vast world outside the great wilderness. He stretched his willow branches, his roots left the soil, carrying large amounts of mist, and departed from the valley. Along the way, Lu Ziyu hunted all the fierce beasts and flying creatures that appeared ahead. When he encountered those too strong to kill, he entered the return-to-origin state to avoid danger. The entire great wilderness was Lu Ziyu's hunting ground. Half a year passed. Lu Ziyu had hunted more than 500 human cultivators. These were disciples of human sects who came to train in the great wilderness. To avoid exposing himself, whenever Lu Ziyu attacked, he would not leave a single survivor, regardless of gender or appearance. All were killed. Unfortunately, the trial in the great wilderness only lasted half a year. Now all the human sect disciples who came here had left as scheduled. If Lu Ziyu wanted to hunt human cultivators again, he would have to leave these wild mountains. On this day, the weather was clear and bright, with no clouds in the sky. Outside a lake in the great wilderness, thick mist lingered and glowing light shimmered, like a paradise. At the center of the lake stood a huge and mysterious willow tree. The roots extended beneath the lake surface, while the trunk exposed in the air was over 150 meters tall. Its diameter required 7 or 8 people holding hands to surround it. The thick mist covering the lake and its surroundings was exhaled by this willow tree. The branches shone like crystal. The trunk was strong and clear, full of vast and surging life force. Standing quietly in the center of the lake, it looked like a divine tree from the heavens, illuminating mountains and valleys in all directions. The energy filling the world, like waves and tides, continuously nourished the willow tree, keeping it in a state of supreme holiness, brightness, and transcendence at all times. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation, 9th stage of spirit movement. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art. First layer complete. Ability, 9,999 purple gold sword leaves. Mutated sword leaves. Return to origin. When used, blend into nature and conceal the truth. Evolution points, 60,000. This lake was full of life, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was extremely abundant. This was a good place Lu Ziyu found a few days ago. Water nourishes all things. Rooted in this lake, Lu Ziyu felt completely comfortable. Moreover, within 100 miles, this was the only large body of water. That meant every day, many birds and beasts would come here to drink. To occupy this lake, Lu Ziyu used great effort to kill a golden giant crocodile in it. From today on, this place became Lu Ziyu's base. He did not need to do anything. Hundreds and thousands of birds and beasts would come daily. He only needed to seize the right moment to harvest and slaughter freely. After living in the great wilderness for nearly 2 years, Lu Ziyu had become more and more like a hunter. With 60,000 evolution points, I can try to enter the next major realm. The return to origin ability was obtained after evolving into the spirit monster realm. Lu Ziyu was curious what new ability he would gain after entering the next major realm. Deduct 50,000 evolution points. Realm +1. It was somewhat terrifying. From the 8th stage to the 9th stage of spirit movement, only 15,000 evolution points were deducted. But from the 9th stage to the next major realm, 50,000 evolution points were deducted at once. 50,000 evolution points. How many beasts would Lu Ziyu need to kill to gather that again? But thinking carefully, a being like Lu Ziyu, who could break through realms without bottlenecks just by using evolution points, probably had no equal in heaven and earth. Buzz. Buzz. His mind became chaotic. Lu Ziyu's body turned hot. His trunk changed first, growing from over 150 meters to 200 meters tall. Then his more than 1,300 willow branches grew to over 170 meters long, like strong green dragons dancing and swaying brilliantly. Faintly, new buds sprouted on the branches, emitting green light. In just a few hours, the number of purple gold sword leaves increased from 9,999 to 18,000. These were only visible changes. In a place invisible to the eye, deep within Lu Ziyu's trunk, an extra space appeared. It was like a chaotic inner world, dark, without light, mysterious and boundless. Embedded deep in his trunk, in the soul domain, it connected with Lu Ziyu's consciousness. Suddenly, within this empty, chaotic space, strands of demonic energy began to form. Streams gathered into a river. Those strands merged into a vast, surging river of demonic power. With a thought from Lu Ziyu, the demonic energy in that space instantly spread throughout his entire body. Boom! The willow tree under the sky, sacred and bright, suddenly became surrounded by overwhelming demonic energy. I understand. This space is used to store demonic energy. Lu Ziyu suddenly realized. He checked the status panel again. The cultivation field now read. First stage of Een Palace. That meant this chaotic space could also be called the Een Palace. Amid the surrounding mountains, the clear lake stretching for hundreds of miles was like a flawless and brilliant natural crystal. At this moment, the huge willow tree rooted in the center of the lake, with a trunk over 200 meters tall, was almost touching the sky, majestic and sacred. The more than 1,300 willow branches carrying the purple gold sword leaves all shone with flowing light, wrapped in auspicious glow, full of vast life force, like ancient green dragons. The roots of Lu Ziyu, rooted beneath the lake's surface, also underwent transformation. Those 5 to 6 meters thick black roots, soaked in the lake water, were spotless, wrapped with golden patterns. Telepathy. The host can use spiritual power to communicate with intelligent beings. Life essence. After advancing to the Yin Palace realm, the host's life level has shifted and leaped. The so-called life essence is like the host's blood. It can enhance the vitality of all kinds of living beings, including their cultivation level, and can also be used to heal injuries. However, if too much life essence is lost, the host will enter a weakened state, and in severe cases, will wither and perish. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. Before transforming into human form, it was difficult to speak. Now, with this telepathy, Lu Ziyu could communicate mentally with the birds and beasts in the great wilderness. The life essence was even more powerful. It could enhance the vitality and combat strength of other beings, and also heal injuries. Then wouldn't I become like a ginseng fruit? One bite could extend life for 100 years, achieving ultimate transformation. Then wouldn't all the birds and beasts in the great wilderness go mad, trying to eat me? Realizing this, Lu Ziyu gasped and felt a chill. Everything has pros and cons. Since this life essence can enhance cultivation and combat power, I can use it to cultivate some fierce beasts. When I transform into human form and step into human territory, I can't be alone. I need some loyal and powerful subordinates. Lu Ziyu calmed down. A faint fragrant aura, full of mysterious temptation, surrounded Lu Ziyu's trunk and spread into the depths of the mountains. Any beast that smelled this fragrance, regardless of species or level, became as crazed as wolves smelling blood. For a moment, the mountains shook and dust flew. In less than half an hour, more than 1,000 beasts gathered in front of the lake. Among them were some ancient and ferocious bloodline creatures. Several of the beasts emitted violent and powerful auras that made even Lu Ziyu feel alarmed. For example, that two-headed dog. Its body was as large as a giant elephant, with terrifying claws and fangs. The two heads looked around. Inside it flowed a trace of hellhound bloodline. The hellhound was a forbidden beast of ancient times. There was also a purple-scaled giant snake over 100 meters long and as thick as a barrel. On its forehead was a fist-sized bulge, and two sharp claws had grown beneath its belly. This was a snake about to transform into a flood dragon. Roar, roar, roar. A supreme and overwhelming roar suddenly sounded, making thousands of beasts tremble and bow. Lu Ziyu did not act rashly. He used the fragrance of life essence to attract these beasts only to conduct an experiment. Now it seemed that with this fragrance, Lu Ziyu truly became like a ginseng fruit, able to attract prey anytime and anywhere. Of course, what was attracted might also be terrifying creatures that wanted to devour him. The more than 1,000 beasts gathered before the lake were strange and varied. Among them, the outstanding ones like the purple-scaled snake and the two-headed dog were not weaker than Lu Ziyu. And that sudden roar clearly came from a being above all present. At the moment he heard the roar, Lu Ziyu entered the return-to-origin state and also restrained the fragrance of life essence. Crack! Crack! The ground could not bear the weight and split into fragments. In Lu Ziyu's sight, from the depths of the forest came a golden lion over 100 meters long and dozens of meters tall, covered in golden scales, with blazing lightning jumping over its body. In ancient times, there were 9-headed golden lions that swept across all races and dominated the world. This golden lion was majestic, with overwhelming aura, and terrifying lightning surged around it. As it walked to the lake, all the bloodthirsty beasts present, including the purple-scaled snake and the two-headed dog, lay trembling and made way. It was like a king arriving. Lu Ziyu sighed. The power of this golden lion, even if it had not yet entered the level of a great demon, was 100 times stronger than him. From this, one could see how deadly and powerful the attraction of the life essence was to living beings. If Lu Ziyu continued to release that fragrance, even the terrifying great demons deep in the great wilderness would likely come to investigate. Roar! Roar! Standing by the shore, the golden lion raised its head. Its roar was like rolling thunder, creating ripples across the lake. The scene became chaotic. The 1,000 beasts scattered and fled in panic. Soon, only the golden lion remained by the lake. It had followed the mysterious fragrance. What puzzled it was that upon arriving here, the fragrance disappeared. Beasts have a sensing ability for beneficial treasures far beyond humans. The fragrance it smelled earlier made the golden lion intoxicated. It had never felt such temptation. Now unable to find the source, the golden lion became furious. Roar! Roar! Anger surged. The blazing lightning around the golden lion burned large areas of plants on the shore into ashes. After venting for a while, the golden lion looked at the willow tree in the center of the lake. Lu Ziyu was not afraid. In the return to origin state, his aura, demonic power, and sacred light all merged into nature. For the golden lion to see through it was impossible. As expected, failing to find anything unusual from Lu Ziyu, the golden lion drank several mouthfuls of lake water and left angrily. But if it ended like this, it would be too dull. Lu Ziyu had no eyes on his trunk, but he could observe everything around him in all directions. Just after the golden lion left, a red shadow rushed out from the bushes by the shore. Looking over, the red shadow that rushed out from the bushes turned out to be a red spirit fox. The red spirit fox, more than 3 meters long, had an elegant figure and smooth, bright fur. Under the sunlight, it looked like a mass of red clouds. Its pair of eyes were full of spirituality and wisdom. In terms of strength, this red spirit fox was a bit weaker than the purple-scaled giant snake and the two-headed vicious dog, but in intelligence, it was absolutely far ahead. This was an inborn advantage. For example, even if turtles have not opened their intelligence, they can still live in a muddled state for hundreds or thousands of years. Otherwise, why would there be the saying, a turtle lives 1,000 years, a soft-shell turtle lives 10,000 years? Looking at this red spirit fox, Lu Ziyu thought of that Fox Clan girl who could bring disaster to a nation and captivate all living beings. Even the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art that Lu Ziyu cultivated was given by that Fox Clan girl. Its enchanting and gorgeous fox tail took up 1/3 of the red spirit fox's body. It stood by the water's edge, its amber-like crystal fox eyes carrying a bit of depth and green light as it looked at the huge willow tree in the center of the lake. Little one, what is your name? Lu Ziyu released telepathy and directly sent what he wanted to say into the red spirit fox's mind. The sudden voice sounding in its head startled the red spirit fox. Shaking its head, it looked all around above and below. After seeing no trace of any living being, it suddenly shivered, and the red spirit fox looked toward the willow tree in the center of the lake. Because this was communication on the spiritual level, even the red spirit fox could not speak human words. The meaning it wanted to express was also clearly transmitted to Lu Ziyu. That's right, it was me. Lu Ziyu admitted that it was his voice. After saying that, Lu Ziyu stretched out a willow branch. The red spirit fox stepped back. It could not tell how strong or weak that willow tree was, and this made it feel fear. Don't run. I won't hurt you. Lu Ziyu's tone was gentle. At the tip of the branch, strands of fragrant aura seeped out. The red spirit fox, whose body had still been tense, smelled the fragrant aura drifting from that willow branch and immediately sank into it. Even when that willow branch crossed the lake surface and landed in front of the red spirit fox, it did not run away. That fragrant aura was simply too soul-hooking and impossible to resist. It was like a supreme immortal fruit placed in front of it. That kind of temptation was something no one in this mortal world could refuse or ignore. The tip of the branch shone brightly, surging with green light. Slowly, a drop of green spiritual liquid, as dazzling as jade, flowed from the tip of the branch. The red spirit fox instinctively opened its mouth and swallowed that drop of green spiritual liquid. This was Lu Ziyu's life essence. After advancing to the Yin Palace realm, he could bestow his life essence upon other living beings. After swallowing that drop of life essence, the thick and glossy red fur of the red spirit fox became bright like burning flames. Its aura also became much stronger in that instant. After getting a taste, the red spirit fox wagged its tail. Lu Ziyu swung a willow branch and slapped it onto the red spirit fox's body, saying with authority, "If you still want more, then acknowledge me as your master. From now on, I am your master, and you must obey all my orders. If you do not agree, not only will you get no reward, I will also grind your bones to dust and chop you into pieces." If he only kept giving, it would only make the red spirit fox push its luck and become greedy. To subdue this red spirit fox, he had to use both kindness and force. Giving it one drop of life essence was to make the red spirit fox understand that Lu Ziyu had something it wanted. Scolding it at this moment was to let this red spirit fox know that if it did not obey honestly, it would have to pay with its life. Woo-woo. After taking a hit from the willow branch, the red spirit fox bared its teeth and extended its sharp claws. The red tail behind it also stood upright, drawing out blazing flames that occupied dozens of meters of air. Not convinced, are you? Luziu sneered. Ripples appeared on the lake surface. Hundreds and thousands of crystal willow branches swept toward the shore like lightning, covering the sky and earth. The red spirit fox let out a long cry. It released Da-pan blazing flames, trying to burn those willow branches into ashes. However, Luziu's willow branches were immune to water and fire, tough and unbreakable. They directly pierced through the sea of flames and wrapped around the red spirit fox's body. The force burst out. The willow branches wrapped around the red spirit fox's body, almost cut into its flesh, and the sound of bones deforming and nearly breaking could be heard. Ow! The red spirit fox screamed miserably. Luziu remained unmoved. Like using an arm, he threw out a willow branch and used it like a whip to lash the red spirit fox. Smack! Smack! After more than 10 lashes, the red spirit fox was half dead, in worse condition than death. Do you submit? Luziu asked coldly. In the depths of the red spirit fox's eyes, some anger still remained, but there was even more fear. I'm asking you, do you submit or not? Luziu raised the willow branch and questioned it in a heavier tone. Woo-woo. The red spirit fox lowered its head. It submitted. Luziu withdrew the willow branches in satisfaction, then dripped a drop of life essence onto the red spirit fox's body. The wounds on the red spirit fox's body healed and recovered at a visible speed. In only a few breaths, the half-dead red spirit fox became lively and full of vigor again. In its eyes as it looked at Luziu, there was nothing but awe and fear. Race, red spirit fox. Bloodline, spirit fox. Cultivation, 9th stage of spirit movement. Ability, fox fire. An unfamiliar status template appeared vaguely before Luziu's eyes. Is this that little fox spirits? From this, Luziu guessed that after subduing a fierce beast, he could see that beast's detailed information. Half a month later, the lake was still clear, and the mountains were still towering. Besides that huge, mysterious willow tree reaching the sky, there was now also a clever and lively red spirit fox by the lake. Early in the morning, the red spirit fox came back with prey in its mouth that was much bigger than itself, but did not eat it directly. Instead, it blinked and looked at Luziu. I don't eat. Luziu smiled bitterly. Even if he wanted to eat, he would not know the taste. It's time to start preparing to subdue new fierce beasts. Luziu did not think much of ordinary fierce beasts. This red spirit fox had the strength of the 9th stage of spirit movement, and its intelligence was also outstanding. Only then did it catch Luziu's eye. After you finish eating, go choose some fierce beasts whose strength is similar to yours and whose potential is extraordinary, and lure them here. Luziu had life essence, which could attract thousands of demons and beasts without effort, but the disturbance would be too great. To subdue fierce beasts, it was still better to be careful and cautious. The great wilderness was vast and boundless, with no end in sight. It was like a majestic and magnificent landscape painting. Under Luziu's orders, the red spirit fox disappeared for a whole day and night. When it returned, a unicorn followed behind it, extremely extraordinary, running like lightning. The unicorn, similar in form to a horse, was spotless all over, with snow-white and crystal-clear fur. The spiral long horn on its forehead was more than half a meter long, and the brilliant divine light jumping at its tip contained a world-shaking, destructive aura. This was an ancient exotic species, rarer and more precious than ordinary fierce beasts. If it evolved and transformed to the extreme, it could become a heavenly horse. In ancient times, there were supreme great emperors who rode heavenly horses, fought all races, and swept across the world. Gio. After following the red spirit fox to the lake, the unicorn raised its head and gave a long neigh. Its 4 hooves stamped the ground, and the demonic power spurting from its nostrils boiled and coiled like giant dragons and pythons. Not long ago, the red spirit fox had broken into the unicorn's territory, provoking it and causing destruction everywhere, making this normally gentle unicorn fall into extreme rage. It chased the red spirit fox all the way here, its purpose being to properly teach that ignorant little fox spirit a lesson. But after arriving at this green and clear lake that stretched for hundreds of miles, the unicorn's gaze involuntarily fell on the huge, mysterious willow tree reaching the sky. The willow tree, standing in the center of the lake, was over 200 meters tall, with crystal-clear branches, brilliant willow leaves, and a vigorous trunk. The mist surrounding the tree gave the willow tree a sacred, inviolable, bright, and majestic appearance. Oh wow! The red spirit fox crouched on the shore and waved its claws at Lu Ziyu. All right, you may step back now. Lu Ziyu sent out telepathy. The red spirit fox obediently retreated into the distance. In the way it looked at the unicorn, there was even a bit of schadenfreude. The unicorn's intelligence was extraordinary. As soon as it saw the red spirit fox's manner, it immediately became fully alert. Oh, Kiki! The void seemed about to be torn apart. Lu Ziyu stretched out his brilliant and flawless crystal willow branches. More than 1,000 willow branches, like chains of divine order, swept before the unicorn with boundless glow and swirling mist. The unicorn neighed loudly, leaving an afterimage on the spot as it dodged the large area of willow branches falling in front of it. It is very fast, Lu Ziyu thought to himself. The unicorn's strength and aura were about the same as the red spirit fox's, but in terms of speed, the unicorn was still superior. But it did not matter. After one strike failed, Lu Ziyu immediately waved the countless willow branches, covering the whole sky above the unicorn's head. At a glance, the more than 1,300 willow branches intertwined and turned into a square cage. Once trapped inside the cage, even the unicorn's speed was useless. It began charging wildly, trying to break free, but the crystal willow branches were tough and unyielding, immune to water and fire. No matter how the unicorn rammed and crashed into them, not the slightest gap appeared. Jiu-Jiu. Driven by the desire to survive, the unicorn desperately mobilized its demonic power. That surging demonic energy gathered on its spiral horn. The blazing light it released was like endless flames. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Kiki! The earth shook, and explosions sounded without end. After more than 10 breaths, the blazing light on the unicorn's horn dispersed, and it itself was panting heavily, completely exhausted. What made it despair was that the cage barrier woven from willow branches in front of it still showed no flaw, except for wisps of green smoke and a few scorch marks. And under Lu Ziyu's incomparably powerful life force, the wounds on those willow branches recovered in the blink of an eye, shining brightly again. The unicorn broke down. It knew it could not escape. The strength of this tree demon completely crushed it in every aspect. Submit to me, and you may be spared from death. Telepathy operated, and Lu Ziyu's voice rang through the unicorn's mind like a great bell. The unicorn's potential was still very great. It had a chance to evolve into a heavenly horse. When Lu Ziyu transformed into human form in the future, he could even use this unicorn as a mount. Snorting roughly through its nose, the unicorn gathered its remaining strength and charged again at the cage wall in front of it. Lu Ziyu did not indulge the unicorn. He threw out willow branches that wrapped around the unicorn's body like giant pythons constricting prey. Then Lu Ziyu freed one willow branch and lashed it down on the unicorn's flesh without mercy. The sound of torn flesh mixed with the unicorn's painful cries. When it fell into the ears of the red spirit fox in the distance, the little thing shivered instinctively. When Lu Ziyu demanded its submission, it had also received a fierce beating. The red spirit fox had never forgotten that beating. Woo-woo. Jiu-Jiu. After dozens of lashes, the unicorn was half dead, and there was not a single piece of intact flesh on its body. Lu Ziyu removed the cage and shouted, "Submit, or be killed by me." The unicorn raised its head with difficulty, defiance in its eyes. A hard bone. Lu Ziyu used a willow branch and pierced through the unicorn's body with a puff. Blood gushed like a spring, and the unicorn was on the verge of death. "Submit to me, and this drop of life essence will be yours." After showing force, next came temptation. At the tip of Lu Ziyu's branch appeared a drop of life essence, green like a precious gem. That mysterious and soul-stealing fragrant aura drifted with the wind to the red spirit fox. The little fox immediately began to drool. Lu Ziyu's life essence had a kind of attraction and temptation for fierce beasts that was impossible to describe, something that seeped into the soul. After smelling the aura of life essence, The defiance in the unicorn's eyes instantly collapsed, replaced by greed and burning desire. It did not know what that green liquid was, but instinct drove it to obtain that drop no matter what. Think about it. Submit to me, and you can get this drop of life essence. If you do not submit, then die. Lu Ziyu's voice was ice cold. This was the last of his patience. Gio. Unable to suppress that agitation deep in its soul, the unicorn lowered its proud head. That is more like it. Lu Ziyu shook his branches and dripped that drop of life essence onto the surface of the unicorn's body. It could be seen that after absorbing that drop of life essence, the unicorn's weakness was swept away. The flesh turned open on its body, and its cracked wounds also healed and recovered under the nourishment of the life essence. A few breaths later, the half-dead unicorn had already returned to its former appearance. Head high, chest out, proud and majestic. Race, unicorn. Bloodline, descendant of the heavenly horse. Cultivation, 9th stage of spirit movement. Abilities, divine radiance. Concentrates demonic power on the long horn, then releases a divine radiance rainbow. Extreme speed. The unicorn's speed surpasses all kinds of fierce beasts. Once fully grown, it can compare with the golden rockbird. After the unicorn submitted, Lu Ziyu saw its status template. Its realm was the same as the red spirit foxes, both at the 9th stage of spirit movement, only one step away from the Yin Palace realm. As for bloodline, this unicorn was, as expected, a descendant of the heavenly horse. The heavenly horse of ancient times was even rarer than divine beasts. One might not see a single heavenly horse appear in several thousand years. Anyone who could take a heavenly horse as a mount was either a world-shaking, peerless genius whose fame shook the ages, or a supreme great emperor standing at the peak of the great Tao and ruling the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Being able to ride a heavenly horse was definitely something everyone dreamed of. For this unicorn, wanting to transform into a heavenly horse was obviously extremely difficult. There is still a long way to go. My life essence can increase battle strength, break through barriers, and dig out potential. As long as I'm still alive, sooner or later I will be able to cultivate a heavenly horse divine beast. Thinking this in his heart, Lu Ziyu gave orders to the red spirit fox and the unicorn, telling them to act separately and lure over powerful rare beasts with uncommon bloodlines. There was only one purpose in doing this, and that was that Lu Ziyu wanted to build his own fierce beast army. In this life, as a demon, once he walked out of these wild mountains one day, what waited for Lu Ziyu would be endless setbacks and killing disasters. The more fierce beasts he raised, the more power Lu Ziyu would have to protect himself. One day in the cave, 1,000 years in the world. Time passed quickly in the great wilderness. In the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. Lu Ziyu's cultivation rose to the 4th stage of the Yin Palace realm, and he also raised the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art to the early stage of the 2nd layer. In terms of strength, he had undoubtedly undergone a world-shaking change. The cultivation levels of the Red Spirit Fox and the Unicorn had also entered the Yin Palace realm not long ago. Lu Ziyu deserved part of the credit for this. Every few days, he would give 1 drop of life essence to the unicorn and the red spirit fox. With the nourishment of that life essence, if they still could not advance to the Yin Palace realm, Lu Ziyu would have slapped them to death. In addition, during these several months, Lu Ziyu successively subdued 3 more fierce beasts: a lightning bird, a flame rhinoceros, and an earth violent bear. Among them, when that lightning bird submitted to Lu Ziyu, it was already at the 2nd stage of the Yin Palace realm. It could also fly in the air and control lightning. To subdue that lightning bird, Lu Ziyu spent quite a lot of effort. Up to today, the 5 fierce beasts outside the lake had all submitted under Lu Ziyu's feet. The red spirit fox was the first to submit to Lu Ziyu, so its manner was especially arrogant. It showed no good face at all to the earth violent bear and flame rhinoceros that came later. When it met the lightning bird, whose strength was 1 stage higher than its own, they kept to themselves and did not interfere with each other. Oh, under the gentle sunlight, the red spirit fox lazily lay on Lu Ziyu's trunk. Only it dared to do this. The lightning bird, earth violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and even the heavenly horse did not dare to be so arrogant. Perhaps because the red spirit fox was the first to submit to him, Lu Ziyu did not care too much about this little fox spirit's arrogance. It is mealtime. Looking at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, Lu Ziyu gave the order. This was the rule. At noon every day, the red spirit fox and the others had to go out hunting, catch prey for Lu Ziyu, and let Lu Ziyu kill it. At dusk, the lightning bird returned. This lightning bird, covered in silver feathers, flowing with brilliant lightning, with a clear long cry and flying like electricity, brought Lu Ziyu a fierce beast at the second stage of the Yin Palace realm. Right after that, the red spirit fox returned. It brought a fierce beast at the first stage of the Yin Palace realm. Puchi, Puchi. Two willow branches pierced into the bodies of the two fierce beasts, plundering their life essence. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 3,000. Evolution points plus 500. One fierce beast at the first stage of the Yin Palace realm and one at the second stage of the Yin Palace realm only gave Lu Ziyu a total of 5,000 evolution points. It looked like a lot, but in fact it was very little. The higher the realm became, the more evolution points Lu Ziyu needed. When he had just crossed over, Lu Ziyu only needed a few hundred evolution points to raise one realm. Now it was different. To go from the fourth stage of the Yin Palace realm to the fifth stage of the Yin Palace realm, he needed more than 50,000 evolution points. At night, under the moonlight, fierce beasts came one after another to the lake to drink water. For Lu Ziyu, this was a carnival. His willow branches were hidden beneath the water surface. As soon as they were sent out, they dragged a giant blue tiger into the water. Several fierce beasts drinking water not far away had no idea that death was approaching. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. Evolution points plus 1,500. After this night passed, Lu Ziyu had accumulated more than 30,000 evolution points. Life passed day by day like this. 2 months later, Lu Ziyu broke through to the 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm. The 18,000 purple gold sword leaves on his branches had also been strengthened into 5-colored sword leaves. When the demonic power inside his body was released, it was as vast and mighty as a flood and could spread through the entire lake. Li. The peaceful days were broken on this day. The lightning bird that had gone out hunting returned. It returned wounded. On the back of the lightning bird, there was a wound 7 or 8 meters long. The blood flowing out dyed the whole body of the lightning bird red. The moment it landed in front of the lake, the lightning bird fainted. Who did this? Lu Ziyu was furious. The lightning bird was now at the 5th stage of the Yin Palace realm. The one who could injure it to this extent was at least a fierce beast at the 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm. But no matter who did it, Lu Ziyu would not let it go. He stretched out a willow branch and dripped 2 drops of life essence into the lightning bird's wound. That terrifying wound, which seemed about to tear the lightning bird's body into 2 halves, began to squirm with flesh, and green light flowed through it. After the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the wound had completely healed. The lightning bird woke up. Tell me, who did this? Lu Ziyu asked directly. The lightning bird stood up and, with a posture full of gritted teeth, grief, and grievance, explained the course of events to Lu Ziyu. It turned out that when the lightning bird went out hunting, it accidentally entered a swamp and discovered a strange spiritual medicine there. When trying to pick it, it was injured by a fierce beast that rushed out of the swamp. A heavenly treasure. Lu Ziyu was slightly startled. Do you still remember the exact location of that swamp? Whether for that spiritual medicine or for the lightning bird, Lu Ziyu did not plan to let that fierce beast off. Li. The lightning bird nodded. Then do you dare go there and lure this beast over here? Lu Ziyu could not leave the soil for too long, and with his current size being too huge, even with the return to origin ability, moving through these mountains and valleys would still attract too much attention. The lightning bird was stunned. It had thought Lu Ziyu was going to go personally and avenge it. It had not expected that Lu Ziyu wanted it to lure that fierce beast over by itself. That was a bit too heartless. Li. The lightning bird let out a dejected cry. It was not that it did not want to go, but being able to escape from danger this time was already thanks to heaven's protection. If it were sent back to that swamp again, whether it could escape back alive was still a question. Useless thing. Lu Ziyu threw out a willow branch and gave the lightning bird a lash, then added, I will not make you go alone. The little fox and the others will go with you, with them backing you up, and since I am not asking you to fight that fierce beast to the death, you only need to lure that fierce beast here. If possible, it would be best to pick that spiritual medicine first. With that spiritual medicine as bait, it will be hard for that fierce beast not to chase you. Hearing this, the lightning bird glanced at the red spirit fox lying on Lu Ziyu's branches, then looked at the unicorn, the earth-violent bear, and the flame rhinoceros by the shore, and nodded helplessly. More than 500 li away from the lake, there was a swamp. It was dark and cold here. The thick gray fog was so dense that even sunlight could not reach the ground. In the swamp, where bubbles kept rising, there were no flowers or plants, no lush greenery, but the terrifying demonic aura deep in the swamp meant this was the territory of some top fierce beast. Suddenly, several figures appeared one after another before the swamp. In the center was a red spirit fox nearly 10 meters long, with smooth, bright fur, an elegant figure, and a noble aura. Its cultivation was at the 4th stage of the Palace realm. With it was also an earth-violent bear, full of savage strength. Its body was so huge that even lying down, it was 30 to 40 meters tall like a mountain. Behind it was that extremely magnificent, snow-white unicorn. There was also a flame rhinoceros covered in scales, whose slightest movement made the ground shake. In midair, the lightning bird looked down and exchanged glances with the red spirit fox. In its eyes, the red spirit fox had the closest relationship with Lu Ziyu. So for how to act now, it was better to let this little fox spirit decide. Ow! The red spirit fox answered. It wanted the lightning bird, the earth-violent bear, the flame rhinoceros, and the unicorn to attack that fierce beast together. Then it could quietly pick that heavenly spiritual medicine. No wonder people say foxes are the most cunning. In this way, if it succeeded, its merit would be the greatest, and it could use the chance to ask Lu Ziyu for life essence. If it failed, then the ones who would suffer would be the lightning bird and the others. Gio. The unicorn shook its head and refused. The lightning bird also narrowed its eyes. As for the earth-violent bear and the flame rhinoceros, their strength was the weakest, only at the 2nd stage of the Palace realm. At this time, they said nothing and did not dare say anything. Ow! The red spirit fox, rejected by the unicorn and the lightning bird, was furious. Suddenly, the red spirit fox spat out a dazzling 5-colored sword leaf, bright like a gem. The aura emitted from this 5-colored sword leaf clearly came from Lu Ziyu. I wonder how it is going. In the lake, Lu Ziyu was bathing in the sunlight. Before leaving, that little fox spirit had secretly plucked one of his leaves. Lu Ziyu knew it clearly, but was too lazy to point it out. In midair, the lightning bird stared fixedly at that flowing and colorful 5-colored sword leaf. After confirming it, it had no choice but to compromise. Ow! The red spirit fox turned back to look at the unicorn, the flame rhinoceros, and the earth-violent bear. There was no need to mention the earth-violent bear and the flame rhinoceros. They could only obey orders. The unicorn snorted a few breaths unwillingly. The lightning bird took the lead. It flapped its wings, and the gusts and waves it stirred carried a large amount of dazzling lightning, dispersing the gray fog covering the swamp ahead. Gwa-gwa! Gwa-gwa! Angry roars came from deep in the swamp, harsh like muffled thunder. Fierce beasts below the Palace realm would have their hearts burst and flee in terror just by hearing them. Dong dong dong. The swamp swayed left and right as a huge creature rushed out from the depths. When it came closer, it was a jade-eyed toad the size of a house. Its pair of eyes were eerie and cold like green agate. Its back was covered with many lumps of flesh like gemstones. In aura, this jade-eyed toad was far above the lightning bird. Gwa-gwa. Seeing the lightning bird return, the jade-eyed toad was both angry and surprised. Under its heavy blow, how had this beast recovered so quickly? Then the jade-eyed toad looked at the earth-violent bear, the flame rhinoceros, and the unicorn. Before the jade-eyed toad appeared, the red spirit fox had already restrained its aura and hidden in the dark. A moment later, the jade-eyed toad launched its attack. The tongue that shot out from its bloody mouth was like a scarlet sharp arrow, and when it extended, it was actually 50 or 60 meters long. The belly of the earth-violent bear was pierced by that tongue. The scene instantly became chaotic. The lightning bird dove down, its claws tearing through the air and scattering layers of destructive lightning. The flame rhinoceros was not willing to fall behind. With a moo, dragging overwhelming force and blazing fire, it charged at the jade-eyed toad. The unicorn used its extreme speed ability, disappeared from where it stood, and waited for a chance to act. 1 against 4, the jade-eyed toad did not fall into a disadvantage. The guagua sounds it made had the effect of intimidating the spirit and will and shaking blood, flesh, and internal organs. That tongue, when shot out, could pierce metal and split stone, destroying everything in its path. From the lumps on its back, it could also spray poisonous light that corroded flesh and blood. Unknowingly at this moment, the red spirit fox had silently arrived deep in the swamp. An intoxicating fragrance drifted over. The red spirit fox looked over with renewed focus. There grew a bud of many colors. The bud-like spiritual medicine, more than half a foot tall, had a stem like carved jade, flawless gorgeous leaves, and petals ready to bloom. A shocking energy was contained in this small bud. Looking at this spiritual medicine, the red spirit fox drooled, but did not forget its task. It bit the spiritual medicine into its mouth in one bite and quickly turned back outside the swamp. The lightning bird was in a rather miserable state, covered in blood, and many silver feathers had fallen off its wings. The earth violent bear's belly was bleeding without stop, and one arm was already ruined. The flame rhinoceros and the unicorn were also covered in wounds, their auras weak. Ow! The red spirit fox cried out, signaling that they could run now. Hearing this cry, the one with the biggest reaction was the jade-eyed toad. Turning and seeing the familiar spiritual medicine in the red spirit fox's mouth, the jade-eyed toad did not recover its senses for a long while. So these 4 beasts had attacked it fearlessly just to let this little fox steal its spiritual medicine? Outside the swamp, the land was full of scars, and smoke and dust rolled everywhere. The lightning bird let out a long cry, dragged its blood-soaked wings, and unsteadily fled toward the horizon. The earth violent bear, the flame rhinoceros, and the unicorn, whose injuries were even much worse than the lightning bird's, followed closely and escaped toward the depths of the mountains. Guagua! Guagua! The jade-eyed toad paid them no attention. In its eyes, there was now only that red spirit fox. The spiritual medicine growing deep in this swamp was a heavenly treasure it had guarded through countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters. It had planned to swallow this spiritual medicine and advance into the next major realm. Without the assistance of this spiritual medicine, with its potential, it would be very difficult to break through into the major realm beyond the Een Palace realm. So, the escape of the lightning bird and the other beasts did not matter to the jade-eyed toad at all. It roared furiously, its whole body wrapped in raging force. With one kick of its hind legs, the jade-eyed toad pounced toward the red spirit fox. Okay. The red spirit fox did not meet it head-on. Its elegant body stretched out, its smooth fur blooming with rainbow light, like a red cloud. It avoided the jade-eyed toad's attack, then rushed into the distant forest. The jade-eyed toad was furious and chased without letting up. As for the red spirit fox that had taken its spiritual medicine, it would suppress it even if it had to chase it to the ends of the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Ga-cha-cha. During the chase, all the flowers, plants, trees, hills, and rocks blocking the jade-eyed toad's way were turned into powder and zurifang. In terms of speed, the jade-eyed toad was even better. But the red spirit fox moved nimbly and knew how to use the long, rough mountain terrain. For a while, it was difficult for the jade-eyed toad to catch up with the red spirit fox. More than 500 li of mountain road was covered in a little over 1 hour. The panting red spirit fox returned to the front of the lake. Ow! It raised its head and chest, turned around, and stopped fleeing, looking at the jade-eyed toad rushing out of the forest. Guagua! Guagua! The jade-eyed toad was alert. It did not pounce on the red spirit fox immediately. The red spirit fox, whose strength was far below its own, had lured it here and then stopped fleeing, even showing such a fearless manner. This made the jade-eyed toad have to carefully look around at the scene. The world before the jade-eyed toad's eyes was majestic and magnificent, like a painting. Mountains surrounded all directions, and in the center was that natural lake, green and crystal clear, covered in mist. In this lake stood a huge willow tree, majestic and ethereal, mysterious and vigorous. When a wind blew past, the hundreds and thousands of willow branches made a rustling, ringing sound. The leaves growing on those willow branches actually flowed with dazzling 5-colored divine light, and in shape they were like heavenly swords, sharp and unstoppable. The strange thing was that this huge willow tree, so unique and mysterious, had no demonic aura at all. It was no different from the ordinary flowers, plants, and ancient trees in this great wilderness. The only unusual thing was that when looking at that huge willow tree, the jade-eyed toad felt some instinctive unease and anxiety. Ow! The red spirit fox sat by the shore. As it threw the spiritual medicine in its mouth into the lake water, it let out a provoking cry toward the jade-eyed toad. Roar! The jade-eyed toad flew into a rage. Although that willow tree was strange, this red spirit fox that had stolen its spiritual medicine was even more hateful and deserving of death. Dense blood vessels filled the jade-eyed toad's eyes. It leaped up and attacked the red spirit fox like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey. In midair, the jade-eyed toad spat out that scarlet, metal-piercing, stone-splitting tongue. There were many sharp barbs on this tongue. When it broke through the air, it even produced crackling, sonic booms. The red spirit fox showed disdain. Just as that scarlet tongue was about to pierce the red spirit fox's body, a crystal willow branch flashing with sacred light and growing 5-colored sword leaves wrapped around the jade-eyed toad's tongue with even greater sharpness. Gua gua. The jade-eyed toad was greatly shocked. Lu Ziyu gave it no chance to react. One willow branch after another, like chains strong and powerful, coiled around the jade-eyed toad's tongue like flood dragons and pythons, then released the killing sharpness of 18,000 5-colored sword leaves. From sword leaves to purple gold sword leaves, and from purple gold sword leaves to 5-colored sword leaves. Each of the 18,000 willow leaves growing on Lu Ziyu's branches contained a killing aura and dazzling sharpness capable of cutting iron like mud and slashing the sky. When the aura and light they released merged together, they instantly severed the jade-eyed toad's tongue. Gua gua. The jade-eyed toad screamed miserably. Its tongue was its strongest weapon, and now it had been cut off just like that. That intense pain was something the jade-eyed toad had never endured before. A large amount of blood filled the jade-eyed toad's huge mouth. Ninth stage of the Yin Palace realm. When Lu Ziyu saw this jade-eyed toad, he had already estimated that its cultivation was the same as his own. But for Lu Ziyu, hunting this jade-eyed toad was not difficult. In terms of battle strength, Lu Ziyu was still very confident. With just these more than 1,300 willow branches and more than 18,000 5-colored sword leaves, Lu Ziyu could crush this jade-eyed toad. Gua gua. With deafening screams, the fleshy lumps on the jade-eyed toad's back, colorful and shining, like agate gems, lit up the sky and twisted the clouds. But what surged out of these fleshy lumps was not auspicious glow, but endless poisonous mist. Hualala. In an instant, within 100 zhang of the shore, all flowers, plants, trees, and lush vegetation without exception turned into liquid. The jade-eyed toad was furious. It stirred its demonic power and merged it into the poisonous mist. Very quickly, within the poisonous mist covering the shore and sky, it changed into the shape of a huge and ferocious toad phantom. Lu Ziyu's willow branches might not be immune to all methods, but they were still indestructible and impervious to blades and spears. Yet when eroded by that surging and terrifying poisonous mist, they actually faintly transmitted a feeling of pain. Gua gua. The jade-eyed toad launched its attack. It hid deep inside the poisonous mist, thinking that this way it could avoid Lu Ziyu's punishment. Ga-cha-cha. What the jade-eyed toad did not expect was that the ground beneath it collapsed, and from below shot out black tree roots decorated with golden patterns. Compared with Lu Ziyu's willow branches, these tree roots, even the thinner ones, were 7 or 8 meters thick, while the thicker ones were dozens of meters thick. The moment they burst out from underground, they were like black spears, piercing into the jade-eyed toad's most vulnerable belly. Before one wave had settled, another rose. Lu Ziyu shook his willow branches, and 18,000 5-colored sword leaves, like 18,000 sacred heavenly swords, crashed down on the jade-eyed toad's body like a torrential rain. The terrifying poisonous mist dispersed. What was revealed was the jade-eyed toad, lying in a pool of blood, barely alive. Its belly had been pierced through by the black tree roots that came out from underground. Under the bombardment of 18,000 5-colored sword leaves, the jade-eyed toad's back and head had almost been beaten into a sieve. At a glance, they were densely covered with bloody holes, filling its back and head. With such a degree of severe injury, even the tough life force of the jade-eyed toad could not keep it lingering for long. When the jade-eyed toad finally died, Lu Ziyu immediately absorbed the life essence in its body. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 3,000. Evolution points plus 500. The jade-eyed toad at the 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm had enormous life essence and provided Lu Ziyu with nearly 5,000 evolution points. I wonder how many evolution points this heavenly spiritual medicine can provide me. Yifei drew the bud-like spiritual medicine floating on the lake's surface to himself. The bud-like spiritual medicine, spreading a rich fragrance, had flawless leaves and petals and a crystal-bright stem. Lu Ziyu could feel that the energy contained in this heavenly spiritual medicine was extremely pure and vast. Li. At the shore, the lightning bird returned. Returning with it were also the unicorn, the earth-violent bear, and the flame rhinoceros. Among them, the earth-violent bear and the flame rhinoceros were the most seriously injured. Lu Ziyu did not hold back and granted them life essence so they could recover and heal. The red spirit fox was responsible for bringing back this heavenly spiritual medicine, and its merit was great, so Lu Ziyu gave it 2 drops of life essence. About half a day later, the injuries of the lightning bird, the unicorn, the flame rhinoceros, and the earth-violent bear had all fully recovered under the nourishment of the life essence. The red spirit fox had not been injured. After swallowing those 2 drops of life essence, its cultivation rose from the 5th stage of the Yin Palace realm to the 6th stage of the Yin Palace realm. Lu Ziyu did not pay attention to these. He controlled his demonic power and refined that bud-like spiritual medicine. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 10,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. 3 days later, the bud-like spiritual medicine was completely refined by Lu Ziyu. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation, 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art, early stage of the 2nd layer. Abilities, 18,000 5-colored sword leaves. Return to origin, blend into nature, conceal the truth. Telepathy, can use spiritual power to communicate with beings that have awakened intelligence. Life essence, equal to the host's blood, has the effect of drawing out potential, breaking through shackles, and healing injuries. To living beings in heaven and earth, it has an extremely great attraction. Evolution points, 253,000 points. To advance to the next major realm, 200,000 evolution points were needed. The current 253,000 evolution points meant that Lu Ziyu could already step into the next major realm. Lu Ziyu had a feeling that this time, his advancement would cause some major disturbance. He gave orders for the red spirit fox, the unicorn, the flame rhinoceros, the earth-violent bear, and the lightning bird to seal off the area within 100 li. No matter what living thing entered, kill without mercy. At night, the great wilderness was silent, so quiet that even a falling needle could be heard. That huge willow tree bathing under the moonlight began its path of advancement. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Congratulations, host, for advancing to 1st stage Demon General. The system's voice echoed by Lu Ziyu's ears. 1st stage Demon General? With one more word, General, added to Demon. After stepping into this realm, Lu Ziyu felt that he had already risen above the thousands of demons and beasts in the great wilderness. Dong dong dong. The vast lake's surface rolled and gradually turned into a huge vortex that seemed able to swallow the sky and devour the sun. Lu Ziyu, in the center of the vortex, was as towering as an ancient divine mountain, as sacred as a sea-stabilizing divine needle. The raging vortex waters could not shake him in the slightest. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth within a dozen li around surged like stormy waves and gathered outside Lu Ziyu's body. Without Lu Ziyu needing to absorb it, the energy of heaven and earth gathered outside his tree body began to pour into his body. Not long ago, when he broke through to the Yin Palace realm, an extra space appeared inside Lu Ziyu's body, storing his demonic power. Because it was the Yin Palace realm, Lu Ziyu called that space the Yin Palace. At this moment, after the purple energy and energy of heaven and earth swept in and sank into Lu Ziyu's tree body, it directly poured into that Yin Palace space. Notice to host. To advance to the Demon General realm, it is necessary to use the energy of heaven and earth and your own will to form a demon core. is no different from the great Tao golden core opened by human cultivators. On this demon core are imprinted the host's life, origin, and spiritual will. Demon cores are also divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The higher the quality of the demon core formed, the greater the potential and the stronger the demonic power. Lu Ziyu suddenly understood. This baptism of the energy of heaven and earth was for him to form a demon core. Opening his mind, the 1,300 willow branches outside Lu Ziyu's trunk actively guided in the energy of heaven and earth. Since he was going to form a demon core, then he had to do it in one go and with all his strength. Lu Ziyu's body was like a bottomless black hole. The energy of heaven and earth he absorbed turned into rivers and seas inside his Yin Palace space. In the end, it filled every gap and every corner of the Yin Palace space. Refined for me. His long howl was like heavenly thunder. Lu Ziyu's will was imposed on the Yin Palace space, once treating this Yin Palace space as a furnace of heaven and earth. And in Lu Ziyu's mind, one sentence echoed. Heaven and earth are the furnace. Creation is the worker. Yin and yang are the charcoal, and all things are the copper. This sentence echoing in his mind seemed to contain some kind of magic, resonating with Lu Ziyu's Yin Palace space, like harmony between heaven and man. The energy of heaven and earth occupying every corner of his Yin Palace space began to shrink in scope, but its quality rose, just like refining a lake into a single drop of water, and that single drop of water would equal a whole lake. After more than a month passed, the vast energy in Lu Ziyu's Yin Palace space had condensed to the size of a fist. Oh, Kiki! The calm world then became chaotic. Lu Ziyu began once again to absorb the energy substance of this world. During the process of Lu Ziyu condensing the demon core, in front of a cave several hundred li away from the lake, the ground was full of white bones, and the smell of blood pierced the soul. A gigantic creature standing upright, more than 100 zhang tall, emitted a heaven-shaking, terrifying aura as it looked into the distance, as if it had sensed something. This was an ancient dragon ape, with giant dragon blood flowing in its body. As a demon beast at the demon general level, it sharply sensed that at the edge of its territory, there was a living being attacking the demon general realm. As the saying goes, how can one allow others to sleep soundly beside one's bed? If a living being at the demon general level appeared outside its territory, it might threaten it. After thinking for a moment, the dragon ape stepped with its huge feet and walked toward the distance. By the lake, flowers bloomed in clusters, and the willow tree in the water reached the sky. Lu Ziyu's tree body shone and glowed, with immortal radiance flowing around it. The energy of heaven and earth within more than 10 li was crazily gathering outside his tree body. During this period, the red spirit fox, the unicorn, the lightning bird, the flame rhinoceros, and the earth violent bear patrolled this area of the great wilderness day and night. The unicorn, whose fur was snow white and crystal clear, with a long horn on its forehead and rainbow light wrapped around its 4 hooves, was in one group with the red spirit fox. The lightning bird was the fastest and also had the advantage of the sky, so it was responsible for patrolling one area by itself. Then there were the flame rhinoceros and the earth violent bear in one group. These two had the lowest intelligence and were also somewhat dull in temperament. Several days passed, and everything was normal. On the lush grassland, the red spirit fox lazily lay on a rock, taking a nap. It had already been more than a month, and Lu Ziyu still had not successfully advanced. During these days, it had not slept well even once. Gio, the unicorn, was also there. It lay not far from the red spirit fox. By morning, the red spirit fox was suddenly awakened by a series of deafening sounds. Its fur stood on end, and it got up and looked into the distance vigilantly. The unicorn was also awakened. They saw the towering ancient trees at the horizon breaking apart one after another, splitting and shattering. When it got closer, it was a giant ape over 100 zhang tall, with bursting muscles and black hair all over its body. This giant ape, every move of which released a tyrannical, bloody, world-destroying aura, had a head like a giant dragon, and the fangs extending from both sides of its mouth were each 7 or 8 meters long. With one step, it moved dozens of meters and left huge footprints on the ground. The towering ancient trees standing before it were as fragile as weeds. Woo-woo! The red spirit fox trembled. This ancient dragon ape coming over was truly terrifying. Its realm was above its own, and it was an ancient exotic species with giant dragon blood flowing in its body. A being of this level could probably only be handled by Lu Ziyu. Without the slightest intention to fight, the red spirit fox jumped onto the unicorn's back. The unicorn understood at once and carried the red spirit fox back the way they came. After rushing all the way to the shore, the unicorn let out a long neigh. The red spirit fox also cried out anxiously. Lu Ziyu's mind was now focused on forming the demon core. He was refining the absorbed energy of heaven and earth into drops of water again and again. When these drops of energy water melted apart, they became vast and boundless energy of heaven and earth. If Lu Ziyu had only wanted to form an ordinary demon core, then when he absorbed the first round of energy of heaven and earth, and the Yin palace space was completely filled by that energy, he could have completed it. But the system had said that demon cores were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. No matter how foolish Lu Ziyu was, he knew clearly that this demon core was the foundation for climbing to the peak in the future. If he did not form a transcendent and perfect demon core now, then later, even if he regretted it to death, there would be no chance left. Therefore, Lu Ziyu was doing his utmost and concentrating with all his mind. He really did not hear the roars and long neighs of the red spirit fox and the unicorn on the shore. Dong dong dong. Sand and stones rolled, and the ground rose and sank. That sky-supporting, sun-blocking ancient dragon ape was now less than 1 li from the lake. Looking over, the ancient dragon ape stopped. It had clearly noticed the huge willow tree standing in the lake. Looking at that sacred, mist-wreathed, brilliant, and flawless mysterious willow tree, the ancient dragon ape confirmed that this was the being it had sensed, the one trying to charge into the demon general level. This area was not the ancient dragon ape's territory, but it was next to it. Watching with its own eyes as a being of the same level appeared outside its territory was not something the ancient dragon ape wanted to see. Moreover, for fierce beasts to advance, cultivation alone was not enough. They also had to devour all kinds of heavenly treasures. Sometimes devouring beings of the same level was also a great tonic. In the eyes of the ancient dragon ape, that huge willow tree, still transforming and not yet firmly established in the demon general level, was a living, fresh treasure medicine. Driven by instinct, the ancient dragon ape's blood surged, and with a domineering long roar it strode forward. In its eyes, there was only that huge willow tree. The red spirit fox by the shore, or the unicorn, simply did not enter its sight. The Yin Palace realm and the demon general realm were only 1 step apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. A demon general could command thousands of demons and beasts and look down upon the 8 wastelands and the sky. A first-stage demon general that had just entered the demon general realm could easily wipe out hundreds of fierce beasts at the peak of the Yin Palace realm. From the Yin Palace realm to the demon general realm, the gap was as vast as 108,000 li. Woo-woo. The red spirit fox was not even as big as 1 leg of the ancient dragon ape. Yet at this moment, it actually gathered its courage and stood in front of the ancient dragon ape. Its tail danced in the air, flames rising. The high-temperature fire it released could melt an entire mountain into magma. Ancient dragon ape? Was this little thing tired of living? It was a demon general, too disdainful to attack. The ancient dragon ape opened its angry eyes wide and released a corner of its demon general aura. That corner of demon general aura descended on the red spirit fox, instantly pressing it until it trembled all over and bled from all 7 orifices. Geo. The unicorn crossed the lake and reached Lu Ziyu's trunk, using its long horn to ram fiercely into Lu Ziyu's trunk. Ancient dragon ape? In fact, the moment the ancient dragon ape appeared here, that intense sense of danger had already awakened Lu Ziyu. Now he was doing 2 things at once, guiding and refining the energy of heaven and earth inside the Yin Palace space on one side, while watching the ancient dragon ape on the other. Lu Ziyu remembered that in the first few days after he had crossed over, he had briefly seen this ancient dragon ape. At that time, compared with this ancient dragon ape, Lu Ziyu was as insignificant as an ant. Now, 2 years later, when Lu Ziyu saw this ancient dragon ape again, although he could still feel a huge sense of danger from it, he was no longer the insignificant ant he had once been. At the very least, he now had the strength to fight. In terms of realm, Lu Ziyu had not yet formed his own demon core and stood between the Demon General and Yin Palace realms. But his battle strength was definitely 100 times stronger than when he had been at the 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm. Roar, roar, roar. As if sensing Lu Ziyu watching it, the ancient dragon ape beat its chest and stamped its feet, roaring so hard that the sky shook. The red spirit fox could not withstand its might and was blown backward. A willow branch, carrying soft and warm light, caught the red spirit fox. You did well. Step back. Leave this stinking monkey to me. After praising the red spirit fox, Lu Ziyu prepared himself seriously. This was probably the greatest crisis he had faced since crossing over. The demon core in the Yin Palace space had not yet been formed. To divide his attention, fighting on one side while maintaining the birth of the demon core on the other, meant that the slightest carelessness would bring total ruin and leave him with nothing. The sky-supporting, sun-blocking ancient dragon ape stood by the shore, like a bloodthirsty beast walking out of the primordial wilderness. Under that violent, surging, domineering, and destructive demonic aura, not to mention Yin Palace realm beasts like the red spirit fox and the unicorn. Even Lu Ziyu, who was in the process of transformation and had one foot in the Demon General realm, felt his hair stand on end and his heartbeat accelerate. As for cultivation level, according to Lu Ziyu's estimate, this ancient dragon ape was no longer at the initial stage of the Demon General level. It was at least at the 3rd stage or 4th stage of the Demon General realm. With such a level of strength, plus the giant dragon blood flowing in its body, it was no exaggeration to say that most Demon General level beasts of the same rank were not its match. Lu Ziyu was currently still forming his demon core. Half of his mind was focused in the Yin Palace space, so his combat strength was somewhat affected. As one rose and the other fell, Lu Ziyu did not dare to show even the slightest carelessness toward the crisis before him. Roar, roar, roar. After beating its chest and stamping its feet, releasing its world-destroying ferocity, the terrifying ancient dragon ape stretched out its rough, thick hand covered in dense black hair. With a grip of its 5 fingers, it uprooted a towering ancient tree several hundred meters tall. Then it exerted force with its arm and threw the towering tree toward Lu Ziyu in the center of the lake. With the violent strength of the ancient dragon ape, that lush, towering tree with cracked bark crossed more than 1,000 meters in an instant and arrived before Lu Ziyu's trunk. The force carried by this towering tree was so fierce that it seemed capable of smashing through a mountain. This was a test by the ancient dragon ape. This beast was still cautious. It sensed that Lu Ziyu was different from ordinary fierce beasts, so it used this method to probe Lu Ziyu's strength. With a peaceful aura and a sacred body, Lu Ziyu's branches trembled. 18,000 5-colored sword leaves flowed with light and released auspicious radiance. The sharp killing rainbow light they emitted, like blazing heavenly swords that could destroy anything, instantly engulfed and shattered that towering tree into fragments. After one strike failed, the ancient dragon ape was not discouraged. It raised one foot and stomped down fiercely. In an instant, mountains collapsed and the earth split, and rocks flew everywhere. Amid this chaos, the muscles on both arms of the ancient dragon ape bulged, filled with explosive power. It lifted a massive stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin and smashed it toward the center of the lake. Lu Ziyu was astonished. This massive stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin was almost like a small mountain. Yet in the hands of the ancient dragon ape, it was as effortless as a child throwing a pebble. Think about it. Even a small stone the size of a palm could smash someone's head. A stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin, covering more than 10 meters of space, would have unimaginably terrifying destructive power. But the ancient dragon ape had underestimated Lu Ziyu. Facing this massive stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin, like a meteor from the sky and covered with damp soil, Lu Ziyu only swung out a crystal-clear willow branch. The crystal branch, as thick as a finger, seemed insignificant compared to that indestructible massive stone. Yet this crystal willow branch was like a divine chain of order judging all beings. It pierced through the massive stone, several meters thick, with unstoppable force. Bala! Bala! Several more willow branches shot out, piercing the stone, then exerting force from different angles. With a ka-cha sound, the massive stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin was torn into pieces. The broken fragments fell into the lake. When the ripples calmed, it was as if nothing had happened. The ancient dragon ape at the shore also stopped testing. Although its two previous attacks had not revealed Lu Ziyu's true strength, from the fact that Lu Ziyu easily resolved them, the ancient dragon ape became even more cautious of the willow tree ahead. This willow tree, still in the process of forming its demon core, could still divide its attention to deal with it, and gave off a deep, unfathomable, sacred, and transcendent aura. Even the ancient dragon ape, with a trace of giant dragon blood, found this surprising. Advancing to the demon general level was the first essential transformation in the growth of a demon beast. Compared to it, lower-level breakthroughs were insignificant. From the Een Palace realm to the demon general realm was a leap of life, like a cocoon turning into a butterfly. During this process, even the slightest external interference could not be tolerated. When the ancient dragon ape advanced to the demon general level, it had been extremely cautious and careful. But the huge willow tree standing in the lake was different. That willow tree, radiating sacred and bright aura, overturned the ancient dragon ape's understanding. During advancement to the demon general level, it could still maintain such an untouchable, supreme, and transcendent state. This was not something ordinary fierce beasts could match. Roar! After thinking of this, the ancient dragon ape's blood boiled. The more mysterious and untouchable Lu Ziyu appeared, the more energy essence it must contain. For a moment, the ancient dragon ape's eyes were filled with indescribable greed and madness as it looked at Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu understood its intention. This beast probably wants to devour me. I can plunder the life essence of fierce beasts to gain evolution points. Among fierce beasts, they can also devour each other's flesh and energy. Lu Ziyu sneered. All along, he had been the hunter. The entire great wilderness had been his hunting ground. Now, the ancient dragon ape regarded Lu Ziyu as prey. This made Lu Ziyu both amused and angry. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If I want to reach the peak of this world, I must go through countless hardships and endless killing. Today's advancement, attracting this ancient dragon ape, is only a small appetizer for me. If I cannot pass even this stage, then there is no need to continue such hard cultivation. With firm will, the 1,300 willow branches around Lu Ziyu rose into the sky together. The brilliant light they released and the sacred aura they emitted pulled heaven and earth into a magnificent and indescribable scene. The energy of heaven and earth within more than 10 li continued to pour into Lu Ziyu's Een Palace space. Inside that space, a vague, distorted ball of light floated. This was the embryonic form of the demon core Lu Ziyu had formed. The endless energy of heaven and earth flowed into this embryonic demon core, like an ocean pouring into a bottomless abyss. It was unknown how long it would take to reach completion. In the space of the underworld, that embryonic demon core was dazzling, with blazing colors, releasing a sacred light that spread out. It did not look like a demon core at all, but like a great sun slowly rising, lighting up all directions. The stream of heaven and earth energy continuously sinking into this embryonic demon core was also astonishing and shocking. The amount of heaven and earth energy that Lu Ziyu had absorbed over more than a month was enough for most fierce beasts to form 10 or even 100 demon cores. It might also be because Lu Ziyu aimed high. He wanted to create a perfect, ultimate, supreme demon core that could look down upon all demons. In this way, he naturally had to devour endless heaven and earth energy. The more heaven and earth energy he devoured, the stronger and more perfect the quality of the demon core he created would be. In the lake, Lu Ziyu waved 1,300 willow branches. Each of these 1,300 willow branches was crystal clear and sacred, spreading out like a peacock displaying its tail, making heaven and earth lose color, and the sun and moon lose light. The sword-like leaves swaying outside these 1,300 branches were shaped like heavenly swords, sharp and overbearing, wrapped in dazzling, immortal five-color divine light. Lu Ziyu did not dare to say he was at his peak state because he still had to divide his mind to maintain the evolution of the demon core. But his current level of power was definitely more than 100 times stronger than when he was at the 9th level of the underworld realm. This was the benefit brought by the elevation of realm level. Roar! 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 The ancient dragon ape roared. Its ferocious body, over 100 meters tall, was covered by layers of demonic power aura. Extreme terror was fully displayed on this ancient dragon ape, frightening the soul. With a long roar, all beasts submitted, mountains and rivers shattered. As its aura expanded to the peak, the ancient dragon ape stepped into the lake like a primordial, divine mountain. The lower half of its body was quickly submerged by the lake water. But this did not affect its combat power or aura. When it reached dozens of meters away from Lu Ziyu, what greeted it were thousands upon thousands of five-colored sword lights. The 18,000 five-colored sword leaves on Lu Ziyu's branches roared fiercely with brilliant colors. The rainbow-like light they emitted covered the sky and earth, vast and magnificent. These countless five-colored sword lights almost pierced through the sky, but when they fell in front of the ancient dragon ape, they were immediately dissolved by the terrifying demonic power outside its body. The scattered sword lights that penetrated the aura and struck its flesh also lost most of their power and vanished. Such a terrifying attack caused no harm at all to the ancient dragon ape. Boom! With one punch, heaven collapsed and earth split. The ancient dragon ape's fist, accompanied by dragon-like roars, struck forward. Even without mentioning how powerful the punch was, the sonic waves it produced made Lu Ziyu's huge tree body tremble. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Ziyu activated the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art. This technique, belonging to the ancient dragon race, had reached the early stage of the second layer after being strengthened by evolution points. After activation, the wood element energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered around Lu Ziyu's tree body. The plants and beasts in the wilderness all bowed and worshipped in that direction, as if all living beings suddenly felt the birth of a god. The vast wood energy formed a phantom of an azure dragon outside Lu Ziyu's body. This azure dragon phantom was over 30 meters long. Its head, body, scales, claws, and teeth were much clearer and more solid than before. Compared to Lu Ziyu's more than 200-meter-tall trunk, it was still small, but the dragon's might it emitted was supreme and sacred, surpassing all living beings. The ancient dragon ape, which had a trace of dragon blood in its body, froze its punch in midair when it saw the azure dragon phantom. This was natural. Dragons were the rulers of all races, supreme beasts of ancient times. The dragon's might from the phantom was not vast, but extremely real, as if a true ancient azure dragon had appeared around Lu Ziyu's body. Under that dragon's pressure, the trace of dragon blood inside the ancient dragon ape felt mountain-like oppression. Under this suffocating restraint, the ancient dragon ape roared madly like thunder. A beast is still a beast. Today you dare to ruin my advancement, then don't even think of leaving alive. Lu Ziyu's voice echoed in the ancient dragon ape's mind. The ancient dragon ape was stunned. Fierce beasts could generally communicate, but Lu Ziyu's voice entering its mind out of nowhere was too strange. Roar! Under the cover of Lu Ziyu's branches and sword leaves, the 30-meter azure dragon phantom moved swiftly and bit onto the ancient dragon ape's arm. The ancient dragon ape felt pain. This seemingly illusory phantom had terrifying strength. After wrapping around its arm, it tightened like a giant python, making the bones in its flesh crack. Whoosh! Endless five-colored sword lights struck its body like heavy rain. The 1,300 shining willow branches also wrapped and bound around its waist and arms like dragons and pythons. The ancient dragon ape struggled, and the force it released shook the huge willow tree. There's only one chance. If I can't finish it in one go, I'll be counterattacked by this beast. Then not only will I fail to evolve the demon core, I may not even keep my cultivation. Lu Ziyu went all out. Under the water, hundreds of his roots were firmly rooted in the soil, like tentacles stabilizing his massive tree body. Roar! After a few breaths, unable to break free from the bindings, the ancient dragon ape's eyes turned blood red. It opened its huge mouth and gathered all its demonic power. A visible storm of demonic power formed in its mouth, about to burst out the next moment. Lu Ziyu shivered. This was likely the ancient dragon ape's ultimate move. Holding his breath, at the moment the storm in the ape's mouth reached its peak and was about to be released, Lu Ziyu decisively moved his roots under the water. At this time, the lower half of the ape's body was submerged, and its attention was fully on Lu Ziyu, with no defense against the roots suddenly emerging underwater. Just like that, Lu Ziyu's roots, covered with golden patterns and emitting dark crystal light, bound the ancient dragon ape's legs. Splash! With its legs tied together, the ancient dragon ape lost balance in the water and fell down. Coincidentally, the storm in its mouth had not yet been released. With the sudden fall, it exploded directly inside its mouth. Boom! 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 Water shot up into the sky. Soon, a large amount of blood floated on the surface of the lake. This can be considered as bringing trouble upon itself. Lu Ziyu laughed happily. The killing move that the ancient dragon ape wanted to use against him instead became an attack that severely injured itself. Lu Ziyu could see that the ancient dragon ape, which had fallen into the water, had blood all over its mouth and a broken head because the demonic power storm in its mouth had exploded. Woo! The ancient dragon ape was about to go mad. The demonic power storm it had finally gathered. How did it end up exploding on itself? Now it was in a terrible state. Its head was broken and bleeding. All the teeth in its mouth were shattered, and its internal organs were seriously affected. Its combat strength was almost gone. The black tree roots binding its two legs were indestructible and flexible like dragons, dragging the body of the ancient dragon ape down into the bottom of the lake without reason. Lu Ziyu remained calm like dust, without joy or sorrow. He turned his tree body into Mount Bujo that suppressed the prehistoric world. The ancient dragon ape, which had fallen under Lu Ziyu's roots, now had not only its legs, but its whole body wrapped and bound by the black roots, like being trapped in a black cocoon. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. Underwater, the ancient dragon ape could not breathe. It was not a water-type beast. After some time, it could only rely on the demonic power in its body to maintain life. Oh! On the shore, the red spirit fox showed its head. The battle between Lu Ziyu and the ancient dragon ape left a deep shock in its soul. In the little fox's eyes as it looked at Lu Ziyu, there was full admiration. The unicorn hiding in the distance also returned to the shore, its eyes filled with awe and fear. That was an ancient dragon ape with a trace of dragon blood in its body. Lu Ziyu had not even fully completed his breakthrough, yet he could suppress it. For the unicorn, it was completely convinced and prostrated in admiration. First evolve the demon core, then deal with you. Lu Ziyu was a bit tired and had no time to deal with the ancient dragon ape. His consciousness sank into the space of the underworld. The embryonic demon core floating in Lu Ziyu's underworld space was the size of a fist, with brilliant colors and endless light. Inside this small embryonic demon core, there was a sound like surging waves, as if it contained a great world holding lakes and oceans. Occasionally, a trace of energy light that leaked out was as heavy as a mountain. Lu Ziyu's consciousness circled around the embryonic demon core. Everything outside could not disturb him, unless a terrifying beast like the ancient dragon ape arrived. Under such a sense of crisis, he would instinctively wake up. 3 months later, the lakeshore, which had been badly damaged by the ancient dragon ape and full of devastation, after being nourished by several heavy rains, grew hundreds and thousands of rare flowers and lush vegetation. Looking again at the huge willow tree standing in the lake, in these months it had transformed, growing from more than 200 meters tall to more than 350 meters tall. Its spotless and flawless trunk was also 30 to 40 meters wide. The 1,300 willow branches hanging outside the trunk had now become 3,000 branches. This was the appearance shown to the world. Under the water, the roots had transformed even more terrifyingly, extending meter by meter. The longest had grown to more than 1,000 meters, stretching along the veins of the earth beneath the soil, winding and spreading as if to embrace the entire boundless wilderness. Lu Ziyu, whose consciousness remained in the underworld space, was still unaware of his own changes. The demon core embryo floating in front could no longer be called an embryo. It was a demon core surrounded by bright golden light and exhaling chaotic mist. The patterns on its surface were like innate gods and demons. When it flickered and moved, the chaotic mist outside the golden demon core even outlined a willow tree. That willow tree rooted in chaos, untouched by karma, not entering reincarnation. Phoenixes and blue wands perched on its branches, while dragons and cheilins coiled beneath its trunk. Stars and suns flowed across its leaves. The sacred and solemn image it displayed made Lu Ziyu feel dazed, as if he were seeing himself in a mirror. Ding! Congratulations, host. The demon core evolution is complete. The emotionless system voice sounded at this moment. It's finished already? Lu Ziyu's spirit lifted, and he muttered, I thought it would take a few more months. By the way, what level is my demon core? The demon core condensed by the host is an immortal grade demon core. The system answered, Immortal grade demon core? The word immortal made one imagine endlessly and gasp. Previously, the system said demon cores only had 4 grades: heaven, earth profound, and yellow. Lu Ziyu could feel how extraordinary and sacred the demon core he formed was, but he did not expect it to be an immortal grade demon core. System, is this immortal grade demon core much stronger than a heaven grade demon core? Although he already knew the answer, Lu Ziyu still wanted to confirm. Yes, an immortal grade demon core means the host has the potential to become an immortal. Is a supreme demon core. Among human cultivators, the Great Tao Golden Core also has a supreme grade. The system's explanation was simple and clear, enlightening Lu Ziyu. The potential to become an immortal. Lu Ziyu seemed to see a huge willow tree penetrating the 3 realms and 6 paths, spanning the universe. Under this willow tree, all living beings bowed and all paths submitted. Clusters of light, representing great worlds, were attached and imprinted on the tree. A tribute panel. Calming down, Lu Ziyu called out. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Bloodline, spirit willow. Cultivation, first level demon general. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art, early stage of the 2nd layer. Abilities, return to truth, merge into nature with a thought. Life essence, can be used to heal injuries, unlock potential, improve cultivation. Telepathy, communicate mentally with intelligent beings. 18,000 5-colored sword leaves, after advancing to demon general level, become 36,000 5-colored sword leaves. Innate talent, wood dragon, roots transform into a dragon form, greatly increasing defense and attack. After binding a creature, can absorb its energy. When rooted in soil, can absorb the essence of the earth hidden deep underground. Evolution points, 53,000 points. Seeing the new innate talent on the panel, Lu Ziyu quickly checked it. At a glance, Lu Ziyu was shocked. His roots extended in all directions, more than 1,000 meters long, even more terrifying than the tree body. In shape, they looked like wooden dragons, vigorous and fierce, shining brightly. The golden patterns flowing on the surface looked like dragon scales. After advancing to the demon general level and evolving an immortal-grade demon core, Lu Ziyu experienced the feeling of being completely reborn. The trunk exposed above the water surface was more than 350 meters tall. His 1,300 crystal willow branches had already become 3,000 branches, crystal clear, brilliant, and swaying in the wind. That grand and majestic appearance, that sacred and transcendent radiance, made Lu Ziyu illuminate the lands in all directions. Without Lu Ziyu deliberately doing anything, the flowers, plants, and trees on the shore all showed a posture of sincere submission and worship. The biggest change was that Lu Ziyu had gained a native talent. Those roots of his that extended deep into the lake and soil had turned into hundreds and thousands of vigorous wooden dragons. These wooden dragon-shaped roots moved through the underground rock layers and, with Lu Ziyu's every breath, drew for him the essence of the earth buried deep in the veins of the land. Before advancing to the demon general level, Lu Ziyu could absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation, and he could also absorb some energy substances from deep in the soil. But to devour the essence of the earth within the veins of the land like he was doing now was something Lu Ziyu had been far from able to do before advancing to the demon general level. How high is the sky? How vast is the earth? From a moment countless living beings were born, they multiplied and lived on this boundless prehistoric land. After endless eras, the essence of the earth buried in this land was vast and endless beyond imagination. Lu Ziyu's wooden dragon roots absorbed that inexhaustible essence of the earth, and his whole body felt warm and light. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. While the energy of the Earth's essence continuously poured into Lu Ziyu's body, the system voice in his ears also kept sounding nonstop. Suddenly, Lu Ziyu noticed something strange. The ancient dragon ape that he had suppressed under his tree body had disappeared. Did it escape? That's not very possible. That beast was badly injured and had been bound and suppressed under my tree body by my roots. Even if my mind was focused on the process of opening the demon core, that beast could not possibly have escaped and vanished without me noticing. Lu Ziyu thought. Could it be? Lu Ziyu saw the truth. Inside the ancient dragon ape's body, there had been a trace of giant dragon bloodline. It must have been that when Lu Ziyu opened the immortal gray demon core, while his consciousness was in a muddled state, he had instinctively absorbed that ancient dragon ape. He absorbed the life essence of the ancient dragon ape, as well as that trace of giant dragon bloodline in its body. As a result, Lu Ziyu's roots transformed into this wooden dragon form. Helping my roots turn into dragons, this was also fate. Lu Ziyu laughed freely. At the critical moment of his breakthrough to the demon general level, the ancient dragon ape came over bearing fangs and claws, then was suppressed by him, and finally absorbed by Lu Ziyu, completing Lu Ziyu's native talent. One link after another, with many twists and turns, it seemed like a result that had already been destined in the dark. Now that I stand at the demon general level, my strength can barely be called enough to dominate one region in this wilderness. Lu Ziyu gathered his mind and summoned the red spirit fox, the unicorn, the lightning bird, the flame rhinoceros, and the earth violent bear. Among these 5 fierce beasts, the lightning bird had the highest cultivation. After not seeing it for a few months, it had reached the 7th level of the underworld realm. Following behind, it was the red spirit fox at the 6th level of the underworld realm, and then the unicorn at the 5th level of the underworld realm. The somewhat honest and simple-minded flame rhinoceros and earth violent bear were, as usual, the weakest in cultivation, only at the 4th level of the underworld realm. After standing at the demon general level, Lu Ziyu's life force was vast, which was also the natural advantage of all plant life. He stretched out a willow branch and bestowed life essence. The life essence carrying an intoxicating fragrance was green like agate gems. The life energy contained in it was more than 100 times more precious than the life essence Lu Ziyu had bestowed in the past. The fragrant scent it gave off also had a maddening temptation. The red spirit fox was the first to swallow the life essence. Its body began to change visibly. Its elegant and noble figure stretched to more than 10 meters long, and the tail behind it also became as gorgeous and brilliant as flames, wrapped in fire. Next was the lightning bird. This extremely handsome and imposing lightning bird was covered all over with indestructible silver feathers like steel. After taking the life essence given by Lu Ziyu, it circled high in the sky, crying sharply with blazing light. Even a corner of the dazzling lightning jumping outside its body was enough to instantly kill a fierce beast at the underworld realm level. Chirp, chirp. The unicorn, unwilling to fall behind, swallowed the life essence. The unicorn, which had heavenly horse bloodline, had a chance to evolve into a heavenly horse. In appearance, the unicorn with strong 4 hooves and snow-white fur, wrapped in that surging mass of life energy, saw its aura rise step by step, and in the blink of an eye it rose from the 5th level of the underworld realm to the 7th level of the underworld realm. By comparison, the earth violent bear, huge and terrifying like a great mountain, and the flame rhinoceros, with sharp horns and surging red flames, also made real breakthroughs after taking the life essence given by Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu quietly watched all this, feeling a sense of achievement in his heart. The reason he subdued these 5 fierce beasts was to cultivate for himself several loyal, reliable, and fearless fighting forces. Under Lu Ziyu's cultivation, that red spirit fox would sooner or later become a 9-tailed demon fox. The unicorn could also transform into the heavenly horse of the mythical age. The ancient dragon ape is dead. Its territory is now my territory. Little fox, take them there and take over the ancient dragon ape's territory. Also check whether there are any heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines in that area. Through telepathy, Lu Ziyu gave the order to the red spirit fox. Owl. The red spirit fox nodded obediently, called the lightning bird, earth violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and unicorn, and ran toward the ancient dragon ape's territory. 3 days later, the red spirit fox returned. The ancient dragon ape's territory covered several hundred li, and now all of it had become Lu Ziyu's territory. The fierce beasts in that area had also all expressed submission. The only regret was that there were no heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines in the ancient dragon ape's territory. As long as the heaven and earth energy is sufficient, under nourishment and gestation, even an ordinary flower or grass can transform into a spiritual medicine and precious material. Lu Ziyu looked around at the lush scene outside the lake, and he had an idea. Why not cultivate some spiritual medicines himself? Do it yourself, and you will have enough food and clothing. That was much more reliable than depending on luck. To cultivate spiritual medicine by oneself. Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Lu Ziyu devoured the energy of heaven and earth in large mouthfuls, while also using his wooden dragon roots to draw out the essence of the earth from deep underground and pour it onto the surface near the shore. For a time, mist spread across the shore. The flowers and plants immersed in this earth essence and heaven and earth energy were like being bathed in spring rain, glowing and shining, with spiritual light flowing. But this was far from enough. Relying only on the heaven and earth energy and earth essence that Lu Ziyu gathered, turning ordinary plants into spiritual medicine would take at least several years, and what was cultivated would only be ordinary spiritual medicine. Taking a step back, Lu Ziyu himself also needed to cultivate. He could not spend all 12 hours of the day on this matter. If he put all his energy into cultivating spiritual medicine, his own growth speed would also be greatly reduced. An ordinary plant can only absorb a limited amount of heaven and earth energy and earth essence in one day. I can first cultivate 100 plants. In that case, I only need to spend 1 hour each day, and the earth essence and heaven and earth energy I gather will be enough for these 100 plants to absorb for 10 to 15 days. Besides, I can also use life essence. Lu Ziyu's life essence had the marvelous effect of transforming living beings, unlocking potential, and breaking through limits. That was why the red spirit fox and the unicorn went almost mad when they saw it. But this life essence could not be consumed too much. If too much was used, Lu Ziyu would fall into a weakened state. If it were exhausted, he would even face the danger of withering and falling. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The willow branches stretched gently toward the shore with sacred light, and a drop of life essence flowed out and fell into the soil. Immediately, more than 100 plants growing in that area absorbed the energy of the life essence. The change was obvious. The energy of the life essence spread through the soil. After being absorbed by the plants, their colors and light underwent a fundamental transformation. Take one blade of grass as an example. After being washed by heaven and earth energy and earth essence, it had only gained a few strands of spiritual light. But after absorbing Lu Ziyu's life essence, in less than an hour, that blade of grass seemed to have been enlightened by God. Not only did it grow twice as tall, but its leaves and stem were also covered with faint golden patterns. Just one drop of life essence. For Lu Ziyu, who now had the cultivation of the first level of Demon General, was only a tiny fraction. After witnessing the effect of life essence, he released 2 more drops. The supreme and mysterious life energy nourished those more than 100 ordinary plants. Even the soil was dyed with a layer of life radiance. Oh, the red spirit fox walked over. Standing on that soil, soaked with life essence, was a kind of enjoyment. The lightning bird, circling in the sky, then landed. Soon after, the earth-violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and unicorn also ran onto that patch of soil. All of you be careful. These are the spiritual medicines I cultivated. If you damage even one, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Ziyu's voice was cold as he warned them. The flame rhinoceros, which had already stuck out its tongue and wanted to eat a blade of grass, froze as if falling into an ice cave. The red spirit fox was smarter. It dug a hole in the soil and buried itself inside. Its small head left outside looked comfortable and intoxicated. Lu Ziyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. That patch of soil was soaked with the energy of 3 drops of life essence. The little fox burying itself in the soil looked funny, but it was actually very cunning. Lying in that soil, even without actively absorbing the life essence, it could still receive some nourishment, like a person soaking in a hot spring. Moo! The flame rhinoceros roared. It also wanted to bury itself in the soil. But with its size, digging would inevitably damage the surrounding plants. The earth-violent bear, lightning bird, and unicorn also stare at the red spirit fox with envy. Among the 5 beasts, the red spirit fox was the smallest. Only it could bury itself in the soil without damaging the plants. 1 month passed. Lu Ziyu named that area the medicine garden, a medicine garden that belonged only to him. During this month, Lu Ziyu set aside 1 hour every day to gather heaven and earth energy and draw earth essence, watering those more than 100 plants. He also dropped 3 drops of life essence into the soil each day, like fertilizing. Up to now, the 107 plants in the medicine garden had undergone earth-shaking changes. All of them were colorful, fragrant, and full of energy. Compared with the flower bud spiritual medicine guarded by the blue-eyed toad, there was still some gap. But judging from the current development speed, Lu Ziyu believed that in another 3 or 4 months, the quality of these plants would not be inferior to that flower bud spiritual medicine. To cultivate ordinary plants in a spiritual medicine so quickly, the watering of heaven and earth energy and earth essence was secondary. Lu Ziyu's life essence played a crucial and transformative role. Without the extraordinary effect of life essence, relying only on heaven and earth energy and earth essence, even after several years, it might not be possible to cultivate these ordinary plants in a spiritual medicine. 3 months later, Lu Ziyu's cultivation rose to the 4th level of Demon General. During this time, the lightning bird advanced to the 1st level of Demon General and condensed an Earth-grade Demon Core. Among fierce beasts, the lightning bird had good potential, but normally its limit would be a profound-grade Demon Core. That it could condense an Earth-grade Demon Core was clearly due to Lu Ziyu's life essence nourishment. The life essence elevated the essence of the lightning bird's bloodline and fully unlocked its potential. After another half-month, the red spirit fox also stepped into the Demon General realm in 1 leap. After advancing, the red spirit fox's body did not change much, but it gained 1 more tail. As the saying goes, when a cat grows a 2nd tail, it becomes a demon. The same applied to foxes. Only when a fox grows a 2nd tail does it truly become a demon beast. From the moment it grew the 2nd tail, the red spirit fox's temperament became more lively and noble. It vaguely made Lu Ziyu see a fox made incapable of captivating all beings. In front of Lu Ziyu, 2 data panels appeared. Race, red spirit fox. Bloodline, 2-tailed spirit fox. Level, 1st level Demon General. Demon Core grade, Earth grade. Ability, Fox Fire. Innate divine ability. Charm, a talent ability awakened after advancing to the Demon General level. After using it, it can charm the mental will of various living beings. Race, Lightning Bird. Bloodline, descendant of Thunder Kuan. Level, 1st level Demon General. Demon Core grade, Earth grade. Abilities, Lightning. Extreme speed. Innate divine ability, Thunder Cry. After advancing to the Demon General level, the bloodline returns to ancestors, and the trace of Thunder Kuan blood in the body awakens, thus obtaining this innate divine ability. After using it, the cry carries the power of thunder, splitting metal and stone, unstoppable. It can attack enemies through sound waves. Looking at the data panels of the red spirit fox and lightning bird, Lu Ziyu thought that the unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros would probably also advance to the Demon General realm soon. With the ability of life essence, the faster Lu Ziyu grew, the more terrifying the growth of the red spirit fox and lightning bird became. As expected, 1 month later, the unicorn advanced to the Demon General level. The earth violent bear and flame rhinoceros were 2 months later, but they also advanced to the Demon General level. More pleasing was that the 107 plants in the medicine garden by the shore, after nearly a year of cultivation, had almost completely changed from their former appearance. Looking over, each of the more than 100 plants in the medicine garden was brilliant like rosy clouds, shining with flowing light. The fruits hanging on the branches and buds were as clear as gemstones, pure and flawless. It could be said that these 107 spiritual medicines were no worse than the flowerbud spiritual medicine guarded by the blue-eyed toad, and that flowerbud spiritual medicine was at least 200 to 300 years in quality. As for Lu Ziyu, he only used 1 year to cultivate more than 100 top-quality spiritual medicines. Such ability and such speed were absolutely unbelievable and unique in the world. Rustle, rustle. The rich and abundant aura of spiritual medicine drifted with the wind, attracting a large group of flying insects. These thousands upon thousands of insects looked similar to bees, but their color was reddish gold. Within a few days, many butterflies also flew over. Colorful butterflies of different kinds landed on the flowers of the spiritual medicines, collecting nectar and absorbing spiritual energy. Lu Ziyu did not drive them away. These small insects had not open intelligence and could not absorb much energy, so they would not affect the growth and transformation of the spiritual medicines. Deduct 250,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 300,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 350,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Under the night, Lu Ziyu's cultivation silently rose to the 8th level of Demon General. On the shore, the red spirit fox, lightning bird, and unicorn, sensing their master's strength growing again, could not help but show awe. The rising sun appeared. Strands of purple glow shone on Lu Ziyu's huge tree body, covering him with a brilliant and sacred coat that could not be violated. Releasing his mind, Lu Ziyu could sense any movement within more than 10 miles. The insects crawling on the ground and the dust floating in the air could not escape his perception. Suddenly, in Lu Ziyu's perception, several auras appeared. These auras were different from fierce beasts. They were human auras. In the years Lu Ziyu had spent in this wilderness, he had only dealt with humans twice. Once was the fox girl being chased by a sword sect cultivator. Another time was when a human sect sent the younger generation into the wilderness for training. Now human cultivators appeared again in this wilderness, and they were heading straight toward him. Lu Ziyu immediately entered the return to truth state. Once in this state, the auspicious glow and sacred light around his tree body disappeared completely. Even a top human expert coming here would not notice anything unusual. Then, Lu Ziyu ordered the red spirit fox, unicorn, and lightning bird to guard in front of the medicine garden. About half an hour later, that group of human cultivators appeared outside the lake. More than 20 human cultivators, led by a noble young man with bright eyes like stars. Behind him followed a gray-robed old man, with obscure aura and dull eyes. But as soon as Lu Ziyu saw this gray-robed old man, he sensed a strong feeling of danger from him. "Ha ha, Your Highness, look! There are so many spiritual medicines here, and their quality is all above 200 years. Don't be happy too early. Didn't you see those fierce beasts? Hee, just a few demon general level beasts. Your Highness is gifted and unmatched in battle power. Why fear these beasts?" The more than 20 cultivators behind the noble young man talked noisily. "Ow! Ow!" In front of the medicine garden, the red spirit fox made warning sounds. "This place is good. It is normal to produce more than 100 spiritual medicines." The noble young man, exuding dazzling brilliance, said arrogantly, "This time I came to the wilderness to collect spiritual medicines. That lightning bird is at the 5th level of Demon General, and the two-tailed spirit fox is at the 4th level. Killing them will take some effort and waste some of my time. Then let this old man handle it." The gray-robed old man beside the noble young man stepped forward, his eyes shining brightly. A shocking aura burst out from the old man's thin body. "Ha ha! Then I will trouble Elder Wang." The noble young man nodded. Lu Ziyu observed secretly. Boom! With his robe fluttering, the old man rose into the air. The vast and powerful aura continuously spreading from his body stirred the sky and raised dust. Looking down at the beasts in front of the medicine garden, he shouted, "You have 3 breaths to leave this place. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing without mercy." Demon General level beasts had intelligence not inferior to humans. When facing powerful humans, most would avoid them and flee. However, the red spirit fox, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros in front of the medicine garden seemed not to hear. The lightning bird at the 5th level of Demon General directly launched an attack. Dragging dazzling lightning, it swept forward at extreme speed like a rainbow, and one wing slashed down like a heavenly blade, indestructible and able to cut metal like mud. "Overestimating yourself." The gray-robed old man snorted. His wrinkled hand lifted and directly caught the silver wing that slashed down. Sparks flew, and the metallic clash shook the ears. On that wing of a lightning bird, dense and brilliant electric snakes surged, lighting up heaven and earth with blazing brightness. With such astonishing power, even a fierce beast at the 6th level of the underworld realm would not dare to face its edge head-on. But that gray-robed old man, thin in body and full of white hair, used only one hand to block the lightning bird's wing strike. The indestructible wing strike and the crackling, dazzling lightning spread out in the gray-robed old man's palm, yet from beginning to end, they left no mark at all. Screech! The lightning bird's eyes turned heavy. It activated that trace of Thunder Kuan bloodline deep within its body. Thunder Kuan was a super divine beast of the ancient age, able to stand alongside Kunping. This was a trace of Thunder Kuan bloodline that the lightning bird awakened after advancing to the demon general level through bloodline reversion. After reviving that trace of Kunping bloodline, the lightning bird's aura swelled. Its light shone in all directions, as if it had transformed into a supreme divine bird of the ancient age. The cry it let out was also like thunder from the 9 heavens, filled with tyrannical might that could destroy all resistance and split metal and stone. Crack, crack, crack. Ripples appeared in the void, and cracks spread across the earth. The towering ancient trees growing in the distance also split apart and shattered under that cry. The gray-robed old man, standing extremely close to the lightning bird, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. But even within that cry that tore flesh and shattered bones, the gray-robed old man only frowned slightly. Boom! The next moment, the lightning bird was sent flying backward. It fell miserably into the lake. When it floated back up, it was covered in blood and weak in spirit. Ow! The red spirit fox bared its teeth and launched an attack without hesitation. It shook the 2 fox tails behind it, like 2 crimson fire rainbows dancing gracefully, extremely gorgeous and enchanting. Gradually, a monstrous sea of fire, carrying a scorching heat that seemed able to burn the sky, surged toward the gray-robed old man like a sweeping storm. Chiu Chiu! The unicorn flashed forward. Using extreme speed, it left a string of afterimages in the air. After approaching the gray-robed old man, it raised its head and charged with its long horn. The blazing rainbow light and shining symbols jumping on that horn were enough to mercilessly pierce even a great mountain. Roar, roar, roar. The earth-violent bear, over 100 meters tall, rose from the ground. It did not have the fancy methods of a lightning bird, red spirit fox, or unicorn. What it had was pure brute force. When it advanced to the demon general realm, the innate talent awakened by the earth-violent bear was called berserk. As the name suggested, once entering the berserk state, the earth-violent bear forgot everything else, became bloodthirsty and mad, and its battle power greatly increased. At this moment, the earth-violent bear, over 100 meters tall, covered in world-swallowing, destructive, demonic flames, though only at the 2nd level of demon general, displayed such brutality and ferocity that it could be compared with most fierce beasts at the 3rd or 4th level of demon general. Last was the flame rhinoceros. Its body was huge, completely covered in shining blue scales. The rhinoceros horn on its forehead was over 9 meters long, piercing the sky. The destructive light it suddenly burst out with surged like a tide. Its destructive power was also extraordinary and could not be underestimated. Ridiculous. The gray-robed old man, whose robes flapped loudly and whose face was cold and sinister, was surrounded by the red spirit fox, unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flame rhinoceros, yet he showed no panic at all and formed a hand seal. The energy of heaven and earth boiled and flowed around the gray-robed old man like rushing rivers. He pointed out with 2 fingers together, and the giant heaven-supporting finger that appeared was illusory, sacred, and vast. It first wiped out the red spirit fox's fox fire-devouring attack, and then neutralized the attacks of the unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flame rhinoceros. Boom, boom, boom. The gray-robed old man stepped forward. With a wave of his sleeve, a fierce wind mixed with flames poured down violently, and the several fierce beasts cried and screamed in pain. These beasts really are stupid enough. Elder Wong is a half-step nascent soul expert. Your Highness, these beasts are doomed. Shall we go pick those spiritual medicines now? Seeing the several fierce beasts struggling in the fierce wind and flames, screaming in pain and unable to break free, noisy voices rose from behind the noble youth. Go! The noble youth stood with hands behind his back and nodded. At once, several figures walked toward the medicine garden by the shore, planning to pick the 100+ fragrant spiritual medicines there. In the sky, the gray-robed old man's face was gloomy as he looked down below. At this time, he no longer needed to do anything. Those few fierce beasts would be burned and refined into nothing by the fierce wind and flames he had created. Look, the quality of this spiritual medicine is especially outstanding. It is close to 300 years in maturity. Among the several cultivators who stepped into the medicine garden, one pointed at the spiritual medicine in front that emitted blue glow and said, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and pick them. If His Highness is in a good mood, he may even reward us with a few spiritual medicines." One person shouted and reached out toward several spiritual medicines ahead. Swish! The lake's surface rippled. Willow branches crossed the void and appeared before these several cultivators like they were piercing through all things. What is this? They only felt darkness before their eyes. The bodies of the several cultivators standing in the medicine garden were pierced through the chest by those mysterious willow branches flowing with misty light and crystal colors. This sudden change caused the pupils of the gray-robed old man in the sky to shrink sharply, and he looked toward the huge willow tree in the lake. After arriving here, he had not discovered even the slightest trace of danger from that huge willow tree. He did not know from when it started, but the heaven-reaching willow tree standing in a lake had become covered in endless mist. Its trunk was pure like glazed crystal. 10,000 auspicious lights shone from its branches, and the sword-shaped willow leaves growing outside those 3,000 willow branches were also wrapped in noble and immortal 5-colored divine light. Especially that aura, supreme, sacred, and beyond everything, was like a world tree from the age of myth. Under this willow tree's aura, thousands of mountains and valleys fell silent, and the creatures of the wilderness bowed in worship. In comparison, even heaven and earth seemed dim and worthless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chapter of slaughter officially began. Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches were like 3,000 spears of judgment, sharp, murderous, and unstoppable as they descended upon the shore. The dozen cultivators standing behind the noble youth had no chance to resist and no qualification to flee. One after another, their bodies were pierced through by the willow branches. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. The branches trembled, and Lu Ziyu absorbed the life essence of those cultivators. The 20-some cultivators whose flesh and blood energy was plundered suffered a fate worse than death, wailing and screaming in pain. Before long, more than 20 dried corpses lay on the ground. What kind of demon is this? Looking at the shriveled corpses lying on the ground, the handsome and imposing noble youth immediately shouted, as if falling into an ice cave. "Your Highness, do not panic. With this old man here, this tree demon." Before the gray-robed old man finished speaking, the ground collapsed, and thick roots like palace pillars burst out. These roots, still stained with soil and lake water, were different from ordinary roots. Their surface was decorated with natural, noble, and strange golden patterns. In shape, they were like ancient dragons. In an instant, several wooden dragon roots wrapped around the gray-robed old man. That huge and surging force made even the gray-robed old man feel as if he were about to be crushed into pieces of flesh. Insolent, just as the gray-robed old man was about to unleash a divine ability to break these wooden dragon roots, he suddenly froze. The magical power within his body was actually flowing away uncontrollably. When Lu Ziyu acted, he ensured that the gray-robed old man would fall into eternal doom, unable to escape death. These wooden dragon roots had the ability to absorb the energy of living beings. That is to say, any prey bound by these roots would have its power continuously devoured and taken away. Under such weakening, if the gray-robed old man wanted to break free, his power would have to be terrifying enough to kill Lu Ziyu in an instant. No. The gray-robed old man cried out hysterically. So noisy. Lu Ziyu was filled with killing intent. 3,000 willow branches struck forward. Poochie. The gray-robed old man was destroyed into a cloud of blood mist, leaving nothing behind. Evolution points plus 30,000. After absorbing the life essence of more than 20 cultivators, Lu Ziyu gained 20,000 evolution points. This gray-robed old man alone gave 30,000 evolution points. But there was nothing strange about it. Based on the gray-robed old man's cultivation, 30,000 evolution points was still little. If this old man had been younger and his vitality stronger, Lu Ziyu could have gained even more evolution points. Monster! The noble youth, who had arrived surrounded and arrogant, was now pale as death, his body trembling like a sieve. Do you want to live or die? Lu Ziyu's voice echoed in the noble youth's mind without any emotion. I want to live. I don't want to die. I am a prince of the Dayu Imperial dynasty. If you kill me, the Dayu royal family will not let you go. The noble youth became even more terrified, transmitting voice through spirit. This was an ability only great demons had. With his level, escaping in front of a great demon was almost impossible. What Dayu Imperial dynasty? Never heard of it. Lu Ziyu scolded. If you want to live, answer my questions honestly. All right, I will say everything. As long as Lord Tree Demon spares me, I will tell everything I know. Lu Ziyu's tone softened slightly. Then tell me, what is the world outside this wilderness like? The noble youth was speechless. Why would a tree demon be interested in the outside world? Reporting to Lord Tree Demon, the outside world is called Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is vast. Even great powers cannot see its full extent. In one's lifetime, being able to travel through even one region among the 100 regions of Zhongzhou is already difficult. Outside Zhongzhou, there are also the Eastern Wilderness, Northern Sea, Southern Ridge, and Western Desert. The Eastern Wilderness is like Zhongzhou. Both are territories of the human race. The Northern Sea is different. It is a boundless ancient sea independent from a world. There, all kinds of beings gather, demons run rampant, and powerful beings are everywhere. Many cultivators who have caused great trouble flee there. As for the Southern Ridge, it is the dwelling place of the demon race. The Western Desert is the origin of the Buddhist path. There, everyone believes in Buddhism and inherits its teachings. The noble youth slowly explained, giving Lu Ziyu a preliminary understanding of the world he was in. And how are the cultivation levels of your human race divided? In the years since Lu Ziyu arrived in this world, he had experienced several realms and reached the demon general level, but he knew nothing about the cultivation system. The noble youth swallowed and thought for a moment before explaining. Reporting to Lord Tree Demon, the cultivation levels of the demon race and human race are both divided into 9 stages in the early phase. For humans, Meridian Wheel, Foundation Building, Innate, Profound Sea, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Cave Heaven, Dragon Transformation, Tao Entry. For demons, Spirit Creature, Demon Beast, Spirit Movement, Underworld, Demon General, Great Demon, Demon King, Heavenly Demon, Tribulation Crossing. Different paths lead to the same goal. After these 9 realms, the cultivation systems of humans and demons are almost the same. If Lord Tree Demon wishes to transform into human form, either take a heavenly treasure like a transformation fruit in advance, or cultivate to the Demon King level. Judging by your overwhelming aura, it should not take long for you to reach the Demon King level. Lu Ziyu smiled faintly. You flatter me. Also, I need to correct you. I am not Lord Tree Demon. I have a name, Lu Ziyu. The noble youth? Lu Ziyu? Was this the name the Tree Demon gave itself? Yes. Lord Lu Ziyu, I have told you everything I know. May I leave now? The noble youth asked. Go. Lu Ziyu replied indifferently. Thank you. The noble youth turned and rushed away. Damn Tree Demon. Just wait. Once I leave this wilderness, I will gather troops to destroy you. Thinking this in his heart, the noble youth suddenly froze. A willow branch emitting brilliant glow pierced from his back and came out through his chest. You broke your promise. You said you would let me go. Full of unwillingness and hatred, the noble youth shouted. Making a deal with a tree demon like me. Don't you find it ridiculous? Lu Ziyu was unmoved, and the branch twisted as it devoured the noble youth's life energy. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 5,000. The noble youth's cultivation was at the first level of Demon General. No, it should be the first level of Golden Core. Spirit Creature, Demon Beast, Spirit Movement, Underworld, Demon General, Great Demon, Demon King, Heavenly Demon, Tribulation Crossing. After reaching the Demon King level, one can transform form. I am currently at the 8th level of Demon General, only one step away from the Great Demon Realm before Demon King. Lu Ziyu waved his branches, feeling pleased. At most 2 years, if fast within 1 year, he could advance to the Great Demon Realm. After transforming into human form, Lu Ziyu could leave this wilderness and go to the human world to take a look. Zhongzhou, Dayu Imperial Dynasty. A life token placed on an altar suddenly shattered. What is this? Oh no, it is the life token of the seventh prince. The seventh prince has fallen. The eunuch guarding the hall screamed in shock. The Dayu Imperial Dynasty. This was an ordinary imperial dynasty in the Xinjiang region, compared to those supreme dynasties that ruled all directions and possessed the heritage of ancient great emperors. The gap was like heaven and earth. But in the Xinjiang region, it still dominated one side and stood firm. Up to now, the Dayu Imperial Dynasty had been passed down for more than 13,000 years. The current emperor had more than 20 princes and 19 princesses. What? You say the seventh prince has fallen? Inside the grand hall, a majestic figure sat there. Just a projection carried immense pressure and aura, making heaven and earth lose light and the void freeze. Reporting to your majesty, the life token of the seventh prince has shattered. This fall is most likely true. The eunuch kneeling below was pale and trembling. Among all the princes and princesses, the seventh prince was not especially outstanding, but he was still of royal blood. His sudden death made the Dayu emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, appear calm, yet the cold killing intent in his eyes instantly made the hall fall into complete silence. Father Emperor, a graceful figure suddenly arrived. It is Yaoer. The killing intent in the Dayu emperor's eyes softened slightly. The girl who entered the hall had red lips and white teeth, noble and elegant. Her face was stunning, capable of toppling cities. What was even rarer was that this girl, wearing a golden palace dress, carried a heroic and domineering aura in every movement. Such bearing was especially rare in a woman. Father Emperor, I heard that seventh brother's life token shattered, so I came to verify it. As far as I know, seventh brother brought a group of people into the depths of the wilderness to collect spiritual medicine, and there was also a half-step nascent soul expert with him. As long as they did not encounter a dominant great demon in the depths of the wilderness, nothing should have happened. The girl spoke calmly and clearly. If Father Emperor allows it, I can personally go to the wilderness. Perhaps I can find out the truth behind seventh brother's fall. Hearing this, the Dayu emperor thought for a moment and shook his head. It comforts me that you have such intentions. But the wilderness is dangerous. Yaoer has peerless talent. Among all the princes and princesses, your future is the most brilliant. It is better to let others investigate this matter. Father Emperor is mistaken. Chu Yao raised her brows, her face like a painting. She stepped forward, her bright eyes full of sharp dominance, looking directly at the imposing Dayu emperor, and said, First, seventh brother and I share the same lineage. Second, this trip to the wilderness is not only to investigate his fall, but also to temper my Tao heart and consolidate my foundation so that I can break into the next major realm. No one is more suitable for this than me. Father Emperor, please consider. After speaking, the girl knelt on the ground. The Dayu emperor pondered for a while. Fine, if you wish to go, then go. Thank you, Father Emperor. Chu Yao stood up and left the hall. What happened outside the wilderness, Lu Ziyu did not know. Since learning about the cultivation levels of humans and demons from the seventh prince of the Dayu dynasty, Lu Ziyu did only two things every day: cultivating those more than 100 spiritual plants and focusing entirely on his own cultivation. Deduct 400,000 evolution points. Realm +1. After advancing to the 9th level of Demon General, Lu Ziyu's strength increased again. In the following months, the Red Spirit Fox, Lightning Bird, Earth Violent Bear, Flame Rhinoceros, and Unicorn began to expand territory wildly. By this day, within 1,000 miles, no fierce beast dared to resist. On this same day, the Lightning Bird circled in the sky, crying loudly and calling the Red Spirit Fox, Earth Violent Bear, Flame Rhinoceros, and Unicorn. After some communication, it turned out that the Lightning Bird had encountered a tough opponent, a golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger. It stood at the 9th level of Demon General. If they could kill this tiger, Lu Ziyu's territory could expand to 1,500 miles. Awu, the Red Spirit Fox immediately expressed its stance. One word: fight. Next, the Unicorn also expressed its stance. Fight. Since those who liked to start trouble were ready, the Earth Violent Bear and Flame Rhinoceros, who were always the weakest, had no choice but to join this conflict. Moving stealthily along the way, the 5 beasts restrained their auras and arrived at the territory of the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger. The lightning bird flapped its wings and hid behind the clouds in the sky. On the ground, the unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros followed the lead of the red spirit fox. Before long, the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger appeared ahead. It was a giant black tiger more than 100 meters long and over 10 meters tall. Its majestic and ferocious body, its black claws shining with metallic light under the sun, and the fangs in its bloody mouth made it look like a forbidden beast from ancient times. On its forehead, there was also a golden vertical mark, flickering like a golden eye. In terms of realm, this golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger was at the 9th level of Demon General. The lightning bird was at the 7th level, the red spirit fox at the 6th, the unicorn at the 5th, and the earth violent bear and flame rhinoceros at the 4th level. Normally, 1 7th level, 1 6th level, 1 5th level, and 2 4th level demon generals would find it difficult to defeat a 9th level demon general. Like humans, the higher the realm, the greater the gap between each level. But after following Lu Ziyu for so long, these beasts had grown bolder, and with the life essence unlocking their potential, even the lightning bird alone could fight the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger for hundreds of rounds. Roar, roar, roar. Mountains shook and dust fell. The golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger, which had been lying on the ground resting, shook its mighty body and stood up. It sharply sensed danger. Screech! The lightning bird dived down. Roar! The golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger became furious. It raised its claws and slashed through the air, producing black claw marks that struck the lightning bird's silver-feathered body, causing sparks to fly with sharp metallic sounds. Crack, crack, crack. The lightning bird's eyes were sharp. It summoned the dazzling lightning around its body and the vast energy of heaven and earth, suddenly letting out a cry that could tear apart the world and shatter flesh. Innate divine ability, thunder cry. Within this violent thunder sound, the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger felt pain as if its body was being torn apart and its flesh shredded. Even its mental will was affected, making its vision become blurred. After advancing to the demon general level, the lightning bird, through bloodline reversion, gained a trace of Thunder Kuan bloodline and also awakened its innate divine ability, Thunder Cry. At this moment, the sound of Thunder Cry coming from the lightning bird's mouth spread over a vast range, with overwhelming power. Crackling without end, it spread everywhere between heaven and earth, causing the void under the sky to twist like the surface of a lake. Even the flowers, plants, moss, and rocks growing on the ground trembled and swayed, covered with cracks. Roar, roar, roar. The golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger was furious. The lightning bird's thunder cry belonged to the path of sound. It could penetrate invisibly and formlessly into its flesh and organs. After only a few moments, even with the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger's cultivation at the 9th level of Demon General, it felt splitting headaches and pain as if its bones were about to burst. Unable to endure it, it fought back, continuously letting out tiger roars and dragon-like cries that stood above all beasts and carried the aura of a king. In the eyes of mortals, among the fierce beasts in the mountains and wilderness, the tiger was the strongest and also the king of beasts. Within the furious tiger roar released by the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger, the lightning bird's thunder cry gradually began to be pushed back. This heaven and earth fell into two completely different kinds of sound. One was the tiger roar of the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger. The other was the thunder cry divine ability of the lightning bird. The advantage in realm allowed the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger to gain the upper hand. Just as it was about to completely crush the lightning bird's thunder cry divine ability, a sudden change occurred. The earth violent bear, huge as a mountain, pounded its chest and stomped its feet as it charged out wildly. There was no fancy move, no baring of claws and fangs. It simply crashed directly into one side of the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger's body like a meteor striking the earth. Roar! Caught off guard, the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger tumbled and was thrown dozens of meters away. Its internal organs were already injured. The destructive force produced by the earth-violent bear's savage charge was as fierce and terrifying as 100,000 great mountains. However, before the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger could steady itself, the flame rhinoceros, whose long horn shone with blazing fire and crystal light, also rushed out. Its way of attacking was not much different from the Earth Violent Bears, charging straight at the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger. Crash! Blood gushed like a spring. The flame rhinoceros's horn pierced through the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger's body. After suffering such a severe injury and sneak attack, the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger became so furious that it lost reason. Chiu-chiu, moving at a speed hard to catch with the naked eye, the unicorn descended from the sky. The snow-white and noble-looking unicorn raised its hoof, surging with auspicious light and sharp brilliance, and smashed it down mercilessly onto the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger's forehead. This strike left the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger dizzy and disoriented. Immediately after, the red spirit fox appeared. It waved its two fox tails and summoned that brilliant fox fire, which burned the sky and boiled the sea, pouring bright and blazing flames onto the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger's flesh. In only a few breaths, the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger was burned until it was covered in blood and blackened all over. Screech! The lightning bird stopped the sound of thunder cry, then swooped down with great power, fierce and overbearing. With the tacit cooperation of the several fierce beasts, this 9th-level demon General Golden-Eyed Black-Clawed Tiger died without suspense, its soul scattering. Demon General-level fierce beasts all had demon cores inside their bodies. The red spirit fox, clever and crafty, dug out the demon core of the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger. This was a profound-grade demon core, and the energy contained in it could not be underestimated. After digging out this demon core, the red spirit fox did not plan to consume it itself. It intended to bring it back and offer it to Lu Ziyu. No heavenly material, earthly treasure, spiritual pill, or wondrous medicine could compare to Lu Ziyu's life essence and attraction. Outside the wilderness, banners fluttered and wheels rumbled. What came was an ancient bronze war chariot. This ancient bronze war chariot, covered with marks of blades and axes and tempered by war, flowed with faint golden divine light. Standing on it was a proud woman wearing a golden long dress with unmatched beauty. Not yet 20 years old, the girl was tall and graceful with noble bearing. What showed between her brows was not tenderness or charm, but majesty and killing intent. Then there were those domineering phoenix, eyes high above. As her robes fluttered, she looked like a young empress arriving. Looking at the towering mountains ahead and the primitive scene, the girl slightly raised her red lips and murmured with satisfaction. To open a cave heaven, one must imprint one's own Tao inside that cave heaven. In this wilderness, there are many fierce beasts and living creatures, enough for me to kill without limit. In this life, I, Chu Yao, will prove the Tao through slaughter and lay the foundation of my great Tao through slaughter. The reason she had taken the initiative to tell the Yu Emperor that she was coming into the wilderness to investigate the truth of the seventh prince's fall was only an excuse. The girl's real purpose was to gather killing intent before the final step, so that she could break into the next major realm. As for the seventh prince falling in this wilderness, it had nothing to do with her at all. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Bloodline, spirit willow. Level, 9th level demon general. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art. Early stage of the second layer. Abilities, return to truth, merge into nature, deceive heaven and cross the sea. Telepathy, can use spiritual power to communicate with beings that have open intelligence. Life essence, equivalent to the host blood essence, can improve a being's aptitude, unlock potential, and break through barriers. 36,000 five-colored sword leaves, as sharp as heavenly swords, indestructible and unbreakable. Innate talent, wood dragon. The roots take the form of wooden dragons. After binding an enemy, they can absorb and devour the enemy's cultivation energy. When rooted deep in the earth, they can also draw out the essence of the earth's veins. Evolution points, 752,400. In the lake, Lu Ziyu stretched out his 3,000 willow branches and looked over his status panel. These 750,000 evolution points were enough for him to advance from the Demon General realm to the Great Demon level. After Great Demon came Demon King. A Demon King could transform form. That meant that as long as Lu Ziyu reached the Great Demon level, transforming into human form would be close at hand. Previously, when I advanced from the Underworld realm to the Demon General level, it wasted nearly half a year of my time. As for advancing from Demon General to Great Demon, who knows how much time it will take again. So before advancing to the great demon realm, Lu Ziyu had to make some proper arrangements. He called the red spirit fox, lightning bird, flame rhinoceros, unicorn, and earth violent bear to the front of the lake. Next, I'm going into seclusion to break through to the next realm. During this time, you must not act without permission. Guard well the spiritual medicines and treasures in this medicine garden. Little fox, you are in charge. Do you understand? Lu Ziyu instructed. Awu, the red spirit fox, having gained the job of leader, was full of energy. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. Realm +1. With his mind gradually becoming calm like still water, Lu Ziyu, with a single thought, stepped into the great demon realm. There were no bottlenecks or restraints. As long as there were enough evolution points, even stepping into the Demon King level overnight would be natural and easy. However, after entering the great demon realm, due to the rise in realm, Lu Ziyu's tree body and aura began to undergo earth-shaking changes. First, the vast energy between heaven and earth surged endlessly, pouring into Lu Ziyu's tree body like a storm. Absorbing this endless energy, his tree body grew taller. 400 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters. In just a short moment, the giant willow tree standing between heaven and earth grew to 600 meters tall. The 3,000 willow branches also changed, transforming like pythons turning into flood dragons. Their length reached more than 500 meters, and their color was like crystal, bright and flawless. The willow leaves swaying outside the branches were sharp like ancient swords, thin as cicada wings, and wrapped in noble and dazzling five-colored divine light. Under the lake, waves surged and currents moved. Lu Ziyu's wooden dragon roots, originally more than 1,000 meters long, now extended uncontrollably, drilling into the ground and emerging again, repeating back and forth, quickly growing to more than 1,500 meters long. In form, they looked even more like wooden dragons. At the ends of the roots, dragon heads appeared vivid, with dense scales, even letting out dragon-like roars. Whoosh whoosh, crash crash. When advancing to Demon General, Lu Ziyu absorbed the energy of heaven and earth within dozens of miles. Now, he was devouring the energy within 100 miles like a whale, swallowing water. This movement was impossible to hide and attracted the attention of countless fierce beasts within 1,000 miles. After sensing that rising and ever-growing great demon aura, thousands of demons and beasts submitted. All living beings trembled. But this time, no fierce beast like the ancient dragon ape would come to cause trouble. The mountains within more than 2,000 miles had already been conquered by the red spirit fox, unicorn, lightning bird, and the others in the past months. In other words, this wilderness within 2,000 miles now belonged to Lu Ziyu. All plants and beasts living here submitted under his might. After the first 3 days, Lu Ziyu's transformation slowed down. Looking from afar, the giant willow tree between heaven and earth reached the sky and illuminated all directions. The supreme and sacred aura it released made the boundless wilderness lose its color. The 3,000 willow branches moving outside the trunk were like 3,000 divine chains. Though they appeared only a little over 500 meters long, they seemed able to extend to the ends of the world and beyond the heavens. The scene under the lake was even more terrifying. More than 1,000 wooden dragon roots, fierce and noble, moved through the underground rock layers. Even the hardest granite was easily shattered under their drilling. This was an open area deep in the wilderness. Not long ago, it had been full of birdsong and pleasant scenery. But now, the smell of blood filled the air. The dominant beast that ruled here, the golden-clawed king snake with great demon strength, lay in a pool of blood, badly wounded and struggling. In front of it was an ancient bronze war chariot wrapped in golden light. Standing on the chariot, the girl in a golden dress was unmatched in bearing, domineering and peerless. She held a bronze spear stained with the blood of the golden-clawed king snake and exhaled, saying, "In these days, I have killed thousands of beasts. Today's battle was the most satisfying." With rumbling force, behind the girl in the golden dress, there seemed to be a cave heaven. This cave heaven contained a great world, and the killing aura pouring out from it was overwhelming and indescribable. Under this endless killing aura, the peerless girl looked like a young empress who pacified chaotic times. In the sky, lightning flashed, then disappeared in an instant. During Lu Ziyu's seclusion, he had ordered the red spirit fox, unicorn, and earth violent bear to guard outside the lake. But the lightning bird, with its extreme speed, took on the duty of patrolling. Today, on a whim, it flew outside the territory and saw the golden-clawed king snake below, a great demon-level beast, struggling miserably in a pool of blood. The lightning bird quickly fled toward the horizon. That woman was too terrifying. This matter had to be discussed with the red spirit fox immediately. On the bronze chariot, the girl in the golden dress glanced toward the horizon and said with a faint smile, "A lightning bird? Among flying beasts, it has top potential, incredible speed, and can control lightning." She did not chase. First, the lightning bird had already flown far away. Second, after killing a top great demon beast, she needed to digest the accumulated killing aura. Screech! In less than an hour, the lightning bird returned to the shore, still frightened, and anxiously cried to the red spirit fox. Fierce beasts could communicate with each other, and at the demon general level, communication had no obstacles. After listening to the lightning bird's description, the red spirit fox was also surprised. Humans lived on the land, and beasts lived in the wilderness. This was naturally ordained. A human woman strong enough to kill a top great demon appearing in the wilderness, and not far from their territory, was a major matter even when Lu Ziyu was not in seclusion. Moreover, Lu Ziyu had been in seclusion for several months without any response. If that human woman came to the lake, the consequences were obvious. The red spirit fox's lively eyes turned uneasily. After thinking hard, it came up with a plan. If this plan succeeded, it would make a great contribution and receive plenty of life essence as a reward. The ancient bronze war chariot, surrounded by faint golden light, moved forward through the primitive forest, crushing everything in its path. On the chariot, the girl in the golden dress looked ahead, full of dominance. Suddenly, the chariot stopped. The girl narrowed her eyes and shouted, "Sneaking around! Come out!" The tall bushes shook, and a red spirit fox over dozens of meters long ran out. Full of spiritual energy, elegant in form, with smooth fur. It looked at the girl in the bronze chariot, trembling, harmless, and pitiful. Two-tailed spirit fox, looking at the red spirit fox lying on the ground trembling. Without any ferocity, the girl in the golden dress smiled faintly and said, "You have also advanced to the demon general level beast. You should understand what I'm saying, right?" The red spirit fox carefully raised its head, blinked its bright, harmless big eyes, and nodded within a whoa. Then, the red spirit fox spread its claws, revealing a crystal-clear, richly fragrant green spirit herb. The energy of this green spirit herb is astonishing. Its color is brilliant. It should be at least 400 to 500 years in quality. At the moment when the gaze of the girl in the golden dress was attracted by this green spirit herb, the red spirit fox's eyes were full of cunning and agility. This is its scheme. In order not to let this overwhelmingly powerful human disturb Lu Ziyu's breakthrough, it did not hesitate to infiltrate the enemy and acknowledge the thief as its father. This green spirit herb was also picked from Lu Ziyu's herb garden to gain the human's trust. Like a painting in front of the lake with green mountains, clear water, and ever-changing sky, the lightning bird cried out to the sky. Beside it, the unicorn, the flaming rhinoceros, and the earth violent bear were also full of worry and in low spirits. The red spirit fox's scheme is really hard to praise. But that human woman could even kill the great demon-level golden claw, king snake. Even if they rushed together, it would only be a useless death. At this point, they can only hope that the red spirit fox's scheme succeeds. Interesting. Are you going to give this spirit herb to me? On the shining bronze war chariot, the domineering girl with flowing hair and long dress asked with a half-smile. "Awoo." The red spirit fox nodded continuously and cautiously approached the bronze war chariot, using its 2 fluffy tails to rub against the graceful body of the domineering girl. Feeling the gentle closeness from the fox tails, the killing aura in the domineering girl's eyes showed signs of dissolving. She thought for a moment and smiled lightly. "Fine, seeing that you are so intelligent and spiritual, I will accept this spirit herb. If you don't want to cultivate in this wilderness, you can also follow me." It is common for cultivators to tame beasts as mounts and spirit pets. Awoo. The red spirit fox did not hesitate at all, immediately acting cute and rolling around toward the domineering girl, looking overjoyed as if saying it would follow her. This vivid acting successfully deceived the domineering girl. You're the first spirit pet I have subdued. From today on, you will be called Shaoli, the domineering girl said with dignity and grace in every movement. Awoo! The red spirit fox became even more excited. It was not happy about getting a name, but that its scheme had succeeded. If the master knew about this, he would definitely reward it with a lot of life essence. Unaware that she had fallen into the scheme, the domineering girl pointed lightly and granted a bottle of pills, saying, "This is marrow cleansing pill. Although it is only a profound grade pill, for you it can cleanse the marrow, refine the bones, and strengthen the body and soul." The red spirit fox was flattered and tearfully grateful. In its heart, it was full of disdain. Marrow cleansing pill? Compared to the master's life essence, it is far inferior. You live in this wilderness. Your understanding of this place is beyond mine. Tell me, are there any powerful demon kings or great demons nearby? With serious eyes, the domineering girl asked. The red spirit fox immediately gave directions, leading the girl toward a direction opposite to Lu Ziyu. In this way, the domineering girl got farther and farther from Lu Ziyu's territory. Time flies. Lu Ziyu's sublimation in the great demon realm, compared to when he was at the 9th level of demon general, can only be described as rapid change and transformation like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. Natal talent, endless life. This is a natal talent awakened after the host advances to the great demon realm. Its function lies in recovery and rebirth. All wood attribute beings naturally have vitality above other beings, and the host is no exception. With endless life, as long as the origin is not destroyed, the host can regenerate and self-heal infinitely. Ability, Willow Seed. The host can use its own origin energy to create willow seeds, imprinted with the host's spirit and will. After being implanted into a living being, it can sprout and take root, then intertwine with that being's body and soul. It belongs to a control-type divine ability. Once rooted in the body, even extraordinary beings cannot erase it. After several months, one day, Lu Ziyu's transformation ended, and he gained 2 more abilities. The natal talent that allows him infinite self-healing and rebirth. Endless life. The ability that can sprout and take root in living beings and control them. Willow Seed. Both of these abilities are terrifying beyond imagination. Lu Ziyu absorbed the vast energy of heaven and earth, and the origin energy in his body surged and roared. What is origin energy? It is the primal force within a living being, more precious than organs and blood essence. Mobilizing his origin demon power, in front of Lu Ziyu's huge, towering trunk, appeared a diamond-shaped, soybean-sized green seed. This bright, vibrant willow seed resonated with Lu Ziyu's spirit and will. After estimating, creating this willow seed consumed 1/10 of his origin energy. That is to say, his current limit is to create 10 willow seeds. But unless absolutely necessary, Lu Ziyu would not exhaust all his origin demon power. Exhaustion of origin energy is a near-death situation. Cry. The lightning bird, sensing Lu Ziyu's awakening, dragged a long arc of lightning and landed above the lake. Lu Ziyu felt strange. He glanced and saw the earth-violent bear, flaming rhinoceros, and unicorn on the shore, but the red spirit fox was missing. What happened? Lu Ziyu asked sternly. Cry. The lightning bird chirped intermittently, conveying what it wanted to express to Lu Ziyu. A human woman. After learning everything, Lu Ziyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. The red spirit fox has extraordinary intelligence and is the best among the 5 beasts, but this little fox actually came up with a scheme to infiltrate the enemy, and it has been gone for several months. Did it succeed? Or was it exposed and died in the wilderness? Troublesome. Shaking his willow branches with a headache, Lu Ziyu created 3 more willow seeds. Together with the previous one, 4 willow seeds in total were integrated into the bodies of the lightning bird, earth-violent bear, flaming rhinoceros, and unicorn. The willow seeds flowing with auspicious colorful light, after merging into the bodies of the lightning bird, unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flaming rhinoceros, were like taking root upon landing, and in an instant penetrated into their limbs and bones, internal organs, and in the end even spread to the soul level of the 4 beasts. At that very moment, Lu Ziyu formed a vague and strange connection with the lightning bird, unicorn, flaming rhinoceros, an earth-violent bear, as if it were the difference between a superior and an inferior. With just one word from Lu Ziyu, even mountains of blades, seas of fire, or the 18 levels of hell, they would advance forward without hesitation. Previously, Lu Ziyu only subdued these beasts through his own strength and the temptation of life essence, combining grace and authority. Now it was completely different. Lu Ziyu had gained true control and leadership over these beasts. With just a thought, Lu Ziyu could activate the willow seeds and take their lives. It can also be said that from today on, no matter the reason, these beasts have no way to betray him. Cry. The lightning bird did not know what had invaded its body, but instinctively showed submission to Lu Ziyu. The unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flaming rhinoceros on the shore followed and lay prostrate on the ground. No need to be afraid. This is just a seed. It causes you no harm or loss. Lu Ziyu said with authority, mobilize the fierce beasts in this area and have them search for the trace of that human woman. Remember, after finding her, do not act rashly. A human woman who can kill a great demon. No one in this area except me can deal with her. Obeying orders, the lightning bird and the other beasts scattered. According to the lightning bird, that golden claw king snake was at the peak great demon level, yet it was killed by that human woman. This shows that the human woman's cultivation is at least at the peak great demon level, and her combat power is not weak, or she is at the demon king level. If the little fox's plan succeeded, it should now be by that human woman's side. If it failed, it is destined to have died without a burial place. Lu Ziyu was speechless. Previously, when he advanced to Demon General, an ancient dragon ape appeared. This time advancing to Great Demon, a terrifying human woman appeared. Heaven really likes to play jokes. Thousands of miles away from Lu Ziyu's territory, in a barren land, this was originally the territory of hundreds of ancient bloodwolves. The ancient bloodwolf king was also a peak great demon. At this moment, the golden bronze war chariot rumbled across this land. Before the wheels, bones shattered, flesh scattered. Those ancient bloodwolves at the demon general level had no power to resist and turned into piles of blood, mist, and fragments. Owu, the huge and ferocious ancient bloodwolf king swallowed sun and moon, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The chaotic storm it spat out could grind through and pierce distant mountains. However, this earth-shattering attack posed no threat to the peerless woman on the bronze war chariot. Only to see the domineering girl in a golden dress, with flowing hair and radiant divine light around her, thrust her spear. Vast power surged like a world-destroying dragon sweeping out, crushing and destroying the storm ahead. In a flash, the peerless girl stepped into the air. Forming seals with her hand, she shouted and threw the bronze spear. The bronze spear, weathered by time and surrounded by mysterious ancient symbols, contained a killing aura capable of shattering the sky and piercing all paths. Crack, crack. The peak great demon ancient bloodwolf king raised its claws to block the bronze spear, but within a few breaths, its indestructible dark red claws shattered into pieces. Poochie. The bronze spear's force did not diminish and pierced through the head of the ancient bloodwolf king. At that moment, heaven and earth fell silent, sun and moon lost their light. The peak great demon ancient bloodwolf king was pierced through the head and nailed to the ground. Only after the blood solidified did the dozens of ancient blood wolves present howl and flee in panic. Awoo-awoo. The red spirit fox, which had been watching the battle from afar, wagged its two tails and came before the girl. It raised its paw and offered a wild fruit it had picked. Its intention to flatter and admire was obvious. Is this fruit tasty? The domineering girl smiled. During these past months, after each battle, the red spirit fox would bring her wild fruits from the mountains. This kind of intimate behavior had invisibly softened the girl's coldness. Awoo! The red spirit fox moved closer, rubbing and fawning. The domineering girl laughed and pushed it away, then said seriously, I prove my path through killing. After these months, my killing aura has formed a great momentum. Next, I will find a quiet place to go into seclusion and imprint this killing momentum into my inner world. In this way, my purpose for coming to this wilderness will be accomplished. Hearing this, the red spirit fox's eyes turned cunningly. Seclusion? After enduring humiliation and acting foolish and cute for these months, has the opportunity finally come? As long as during this woman's seclusion, it informs its master Wouldn't it be easy to deal with this woman? For a moment, the red spirit fox could not help but roll on the ground and shout excitedly. It even admired its own intelligence. After this matter, its status would rise sharply, firmly surpassing the lightning bird, unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flaming rhinoceros. Seeing the red spirit fox happier than herself, the domineering girl smiled like a flower, reached out to stroke its soft fur, and said, "You are so well-behaved and sensible. Then guard me. While I am in seclusion, you will act as a guard. After I succeed, I will take you away from this wilderness." The red spirit fox nodded. What it was thinking about was how to inform Lu Ziyu about this human woman going into seclusion. This place is thousands of miles away from Lu Ziyu's territory. With the red spirit fox's cultivation, a round trip would take 10 to 15 days. If it disappeared for so long without reason, it would likely arouse this human woman's suspicion. Oh, suddenly, another clever idea appeared in the red spirit fox's little head. Why not lure this human woman to go into seclusion in Lu Ziyu's territory? With this thought, the red spirit fox began to act with all its effort. Under the red spirit fox's persistent pestering and superb acting, the domineering girl said with little interest, "All right, then let's go to the place you mentioned to go into seclusion." The red spirit fox danced with joy. Everything was proceeding according to its plan. More than 10 days later, the bronze war chariot, filled with golden divine light, drove into Lu Ziyu's territory. As soon as it entered this area, several flying fierce beasts circling in the sky looked at each other, flapped their wings, and quickly fled into the distance. Arriving at a cliff, these flying fierce beasts told what they saw to the lightning bird lying at the edge of the cliff. The lightning bird was overjoyed. Lu Ziyu had ordered it to mobilize the thousands of demons and beasts in this territory to search for the red spirit fox and that human woman. Now that there was suddenly a result, how could it dare delay? It immediately used its speed and returned to the lake with blooming flowers, green mountains, and clear water. What's going on? Lu Ziyu was greatly puzzled. This red spirit fox, bold and reckless, pretending to submit to that human woman. Wasn't its purpose to take that human woman away from his territory and not let her disturb his peace? Now, the red spirit fox suddenly returned together with that human woman. Lu Ziyu could not understand. Was this the red spirit fox's idea, or the decision of that human woman? A human woman who can kill peak great demons. With my current first-level great demon cultivation, if I fight, I'm afraid the chances are bad. Lu Ziyu thought and entered the return-to-truth state. Then, he had the lightning bird secretly monitor the human woman's every move. The lightning bird was at the 8th level of demon general. If it monitored the human woman, it might arouse her killing intent. So the ones truly responsible for monitoring were some flying fierce beasts under the lightning bird. These flying fierce beasts were not strong. Some were only sparrows and orioles that had just begun to gain intelligence. Having the monitor was like an invisible net, which would not arouse the human woman's vigilance, and would also allow Lu Ziyu to control her every move. In front of a majestic waterfall, the golden-dressed girl, graceful and domineering like a queen, stepped down from the bronze war chariot. Following behind the red spirit fox, she passed through the flowing waterfall and arrived at a naturally formed cave. It is indeed quite hidden. The girl nodded in satisfaction and smiled at the red spirit fox. Then this princess will go into seclusion here. You guard outside. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come in. A cunning light flashed deep in the red spirit fox's eyes. Several days passed, and the red spirit fox quietly guarded in front of the waterfall. On the 10th day, after confirming that the woman had entered deep cultivation, the red spirit fox immediately ran toward the distance. It skillfully arrived at the lake, and upon seeing the lightning bird, earth-violent bear, flaming rhinoceros, and unicorn, it raised its head and chest proudly, as if it were supreme. It had made a contribution. If not for its stepping forward at a critical moment and enduring humiliation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Well done. Lu Ziyu's voice echoed in the red spirit fox's mind. The red spirit fox stood upright, patted its chest, and shook its head, as if saying, "Don't praise me. This is what I should do." Lu Ziyu. Back to the main point. What is that human woman's purpose in coming to this wilderness? And what exactly is her level of cultivation? Lu Ziyu asked. The red spirit fox organized its thoughts. After a while, based on what it had learned during these months following the human woman, it expressed its view. proving the Tao through killing. Cave Heaven Realm. Lu Ziyu became serious. The realms of the demon race are essence monster, demon beast, spiritual movement, underworld, demon general, great demon, demon king, heavenly demon, tribulation crossing. The realms of the human race are meridian wheel, foundation building, innate, mysterious sea, golden core, nascent soul, cave heaven, dragon transformation, entering the Tao. Lu Ziyu, at the first level of great demon, is roughly equivalent to a human cultivator at the nascent soul realm. And that human woman could crush and slaughter peak great demons. And now she is going to break through to the cave heaven realm. If she succeeds, her combat power will be overwhelming. Moreover, this woman proves the Tao through killing. From this alone, it can be seen that this human woman is not comparable to ordinary human cultivators. There is still a chance. That woman is currently in seclusion, trying to break through to the cave heaven realm. When breaking through a major realm, no external disturbance can be tolerated. Even with extraordinary cultivation, at the critical moment of seclusion, the power she can use is less than half of her peak. As long as I seize the right moment, a single strike may succeed. Lu Ziyu set out. He moved his towering, magnificent, sacred tree body. Roots like wooden dragons broke free from the earth and rose out of the water, like tentacles supporting Lu Ziyu's huge body, moving out of the lake with earth-shaking force. At present, the human woman had not provoked Lu Ziyu, but in his view, she possessed the power to threaten him and had appeared in his territory. So he had to strike first. Lu Ziyu was no longer human. He was a mutated willow tree that had entered the great demon level. In human eyes, those not of my race must be eliminated. In Lu Ziyu's eyes, it was the same. Moreover, the red spirit fox's months of endurance could not be in vain. Hunting the human woman was inevitable. The wooden dragon roots were strong, extending and dancing. Lu Ziyu's movement speed was like a giant star covering the sky, and he quickly approached the waterfall where the human woman was in seclusion. When the distance was still 1,000 meters, Lu Ziyu stopped. He rooted himself there, and the flowers and plants around felt the supreme aura from him, and all bowed and swayed. For the next few months, Lu Ziyu did not move, did not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and did not hunt any beasts. He quietly waited for the opportunity. Until this day, when the energy of heaven and earth within hundreds of miles surged like an ocean and gathered above the waterfall, Lu Ziyu's mind tightened. Obviously, that woman had reached the most critical moment of her breakthrough and had begun to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen herself. When Lu Ziyu entered the demon general and great demon realms, he also had a process of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to refine himself. The momentum caused by that human woman was far more terrifying than Lu Ziyu's. The energy of heaven and earth within hundreds of miles rushed and gathered toward that place. The lake where Lu Ziyu stood was only about 100 miles across, but now the heaven and earth energy seized by that human woman covered a vast area of about 500 miles. That heaven and earth energy, vast like water and brilliant like splendor, surged endlessly and gathered above the majestic waterfall like sand piling into a tower, forming clusters of spiritual mist for a time. The densely packed spiritual mist each gave off tempting light and violent fluctuations. Because they were condensations of heaven and earth energy, if even one of them fell, it could crush a mountain peak. As Lu Ziyu watched, his heart could not stay calm. He had only one chance to strike. If he could not hit in one blow and gave that human woman a chance to turn the situation around, then the situation would be very different. Before a person suffers a fatal crisis, even in deep sleep, they will instinctively notice something. That is also why last time, when I broke through to the demon general level, when that ancient dragon ape jumped out bearing its fangs and claws, I was able to wake up in time. Right now I have the initiative to strike, but I still have to use it carefully. I cannot let that woman feel even the slightest sense of danger. To do that, and without revealing any killing aura, the best way is to imprint the willow seed into that human woman's body. With the willow seed taking root and sprouting in that human woman's body, whether she lives or dies will be in my hands with a single thought. With this thought, Lu Ziyu released peaceful, sacred, mysterious, and brilliant origin energy. This origin energy, surging with majestic life force, combined with Lu Ziyu's own demon power and created a green willow seed out of thin air. What remained was how to put this willow seed into that woman's body. The waterfall shone with bright ripples under the sunlight. Behind this waterfall, there was another world. The huge natural cave could easily hold hundreds of humans. The girl in the golden dress, sitting there cross-legged, bright like a silver moon in the sky, was peerlessly graceful and had an unworldly aura. Every inch of her body was beating with blazing divine light like great Tao symbols. The bones beneath her flesh were also spotless and colorful. Under the cleansing of heaven and earth energy, they were like heavenly immortal metal tempered 1,000 times. Boom, boom, boom. Vast sacred sounds echoed, and thunder roared fiercely. Behind the girl, there actually stood a strange and mysterious cave heaven phenomenon. This cave heaven phenomenon, shaped like a volcano, rose into the clouds and touched the sky, with countless great Tao tracks and countless stars, suns, and moons outside it. The wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and sacred sounds continuously pouring out from it were as if a great world were continuing inside it. What was even more terrifying was that with each breath of the girl in the golden dress, she was also drawing a killing aura that could shake heaven and earth and bring chaos to past and present. This pure and huge killing aura gave people a vision of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and all living things crawling on the ground. Oh, Kiki! When the time was right, the girl in the golden dress began to merge that killing momentum into the cave heaven behind her. For human cultivators to step from a nascent soul realm into the cave heaven realm, they must condense a cave heaven phenomenon. Once the cave heaven is formed, that means imprinting the great Tao. What is the great Tao? It is the order and rules that govern the operation of all heavens and worlds and the reproduction of all living beings. The great Tao chosen by the girl in the golden dress was clearly this Tao of killing. Among all the great Taos, this Tao of killing could be considered one of the most extreme and highest forms of power. In order to gather the momentum of killing, the girl in the golden dress did not hesitate to come to this wilderness and hunt fierce beasts for months, bringing her will, spirit, and killing momentum to a perfect and flawless state. At this moment, she guided that killing momentum, enough to bury heaven and earth and throw the 8 wastelands into chaos, into her cave heaven phenomenon like a river flowing into the sea. This process was painful and tormenting. A large amount of crystal clear sweat appeared on the forehead of the girl in the golden dress, and her body also suffered pain as if it were about to be torn apart and destroyed by that killing momentum. Her spirit and will were completely and fully focused on that cave heaven phenomenon. Suddenly, the soil in front of the girl in the golden dress loosened, and a small sprout broke out of the ground. Slowly extending out was a tender green willow branch, as brilliant as crystal. The sword-shaped willow leaves growing on the branch were wrapped in 5-color divine light, hiding astonishing sharpness and killing intent. Lu Ziyu was rooted in the soil 1,000 meters away. His willow branches seemed to be only a little over 500 meters long, but after reviving his demon power, they could extend several times longer. He did not dare be careless at all. Controlling that willow branch, he moved it along the rock layers all the way into the cave behind the waterfall. The girl in the golden dress, fully focused on breaking through and imprinting the Tao of killing, still had not noticed. Before long, the tip of that willow branch was only a little more than half a meter away from the girl in the golden dress. The willow seed, filled with a strange and sacred color, was released from the tip of the willow branch, then struck the delicate jade body of the girl in the golden dress like a meteor. The soybean-sized willow seed, at the moment it touched the flesh of the girl in the golden dress, sank into the depths of her body like melting ice and snow, then sprouted, took root, and spread wildly. In just a few breaths, this willow seed had already been imprinted inside the girl in the golden dress in a way that could not be removed. Although she did not feel a life-and-death danger, after the willow seed rooted itself inside her flesh, the girl in the golden dress still opened her autumn water-like eyes as if startled awake, and looked around, but saw nothing. Am I too sensitive? Shaking her head, the girl in the golden dress closed her eyes. More than 100 days passed. The boiling energy between heaven and earth returned to calm. The girl in the golden dress who walked out of the cave was peerlessly radiant and carried herself with noble bearing. With every step, she also showed an unmatched domineering killing aura. She had successfully merged the Tao of killing into her cave heaven. Oh, standing in front of the waterfall, the girl in the golden dress did not see the red spirit fox. An unease vaguely rose in her heart. And not far away, there was now an enormous and sacred willow tree. That mysterious willow tree, as tall as the sky, swayed with 3,000 willow branches, and its trunk shone with countless auspicious lights. Rooted there, it was like a world tree, untouchable, supreme, and sacred. Before entering seclusion, the girl in the golden dress had not seen such an unusual, transcendent, and saint-like mysterious willow tree in this area. After watching for a moment, the girl in the golden dress walked beneath the willow tree. At close range, she became alert. "What should I call you?" Lu Ziyu suddenly spoke. After stepping into the great demon level, Lu Ziyu no longer needed mind sensing and could speak whatever he wanted to say. "Tree demon." Hearing Lu Ziyu's voice, the girl in the golden dress frowned and replied, "Princess of the Dayu royal family, Chu Yao. And you? What kind of thing are you?" "A tree demon that has gained intelligence." Lu Ziyu was speechless for a while. Princess of the Dayu royal family? Not long ago, the noble young man he killed was the 7th prince of the Dayu royal family. Wasn't he? This Chu Yao appeared in this wilderness shortly after he killed the 7th prince of the Dayu royal family. Could it be that she came to avenge him? Probably not. After thinking about it, Lu Ziyu dismissed the doubt. The red spirit fox had served the enemy for several months. According to its description, this woman came to this wilderness simply to kill. "Why are you not speaking?" The girl in the golden dress angrily questioned. "Where's my spirit pet? Did you eat it?" Lu Ziyu laughed and asked, "May I know what the spirit pet you speak of looks like?" "Red spirit fox." The girl in the golden dress said with surging killing intent, "It is the spirit pet I subdued in this wilderness. It is well-behaved and sensible and absolutely loyal to me. You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I will uproot you." "That is not your spirit pet." Sighing, Lu Ziyu said unwillingly, "That little fox is my spirit pet." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Snorting, the girl burst out with brilliant divine light and shouted, "You must have eaten it. How dare you? You dare to eat my spirit pet. Watch me beat you until your soul is scattered and your body destroyed." Lu Ziyu did not bother to explain. "Awoo!" From the mountains, a two-tailed spirit fox rushed out. The dozens of meters long two-tailed spirit fox, with bright red fur and lively aura, immediately attracted Chu Yao's attention. "Xia Uli." Chu Yao waved and said, "I thought you were eaten by this tree demon. It made me worry for you for a moment. Where did you go? Come here." The red spirit fox ignored her and jumped onto one of Lu Ziyu's branches, looking down at the human woman below with a gaze full of pity. "You?" Chu Yao was stunned. She remembered what Lu Ziyu said. "What do you mean your spirit pet?" "This is my spirit pet." "Damn tree demon, what did you do?" The girl roared in anger. "To make a long story short, it is my spirit pet. At that time, I was breaking through to the great demon realm. In order not to let you disturb me, this little thing took it upon itself to sneak to your side and led you far away from me." Lu Ziyu explained truthfully. "When I learned that you were also going into seclusion, I quietly came here. So, I was deceived?" Chu Yao's face turned icy, and flames rose in her eyes as she said word by word. "Do you know, what I hate most is being deceived, even by a spirit pet." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yao stared at the red spirit fox and shouted with killing intent spreading everywhere. "The result of betraying me is death." The red spirit fox lay lazily on the branch and even yawned. With Lu Ziyu here, it had nothing to fear. This fearless attitude, in Chu Yao's eyes, was like adding fuel to the fire. Terrifying killing aura swirled around Chu Yao. Her long dress fluttered, her hair danced wildly, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Vast and boundless power gathered from all directions of heaven and earth, surrounding her graceful body, making her every movement shine with domineering divine light. The bronze spear, carrying bloody killing intent and the aura of war, appeared in her hand. With one thrust, the terrifying rainbow it formed was like a flood dragon or giant python, unstoppable, making even Lu Ziyu feel alarmed. However, with a single thought from Lu Ziyu, Chu Yao, who had just been as domineering as a queen, suddenly curled up and fell to the ground, sweating profusely, trembling in spasms, as if in unbearable pain. Damn, what is this? It felt as if something inside her was about to burst out and tear through her bones and flesh. Chu Yao could not understand it all. She truly could not figure out what was happening to her. Could it be some hidden problem left from her breakthrough? It came quickly and left quickly. That indescribable pain disappeared in an instant. Chu Yao stood up and stepped back, distancing herself from Lu Ziyu. Beating around the bush is not my style. Lu Ziyu said directly. You must be wondering what just happened. In fact, when you were in seclusion, I took advantage of the situation. Nonsense. Chu Yao half believed and cursed. You want to shake my Dao heart with this? That is wishful thinking. With one strike, I can make you and that hateful fox disappear from this world. Lu Ziyu smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. I can let you experience that unbearable feeling again. As he spoke, Lu Ziyu activated the willow seed. As expected, Chu Yao immediately collapsed on the ground in pain. This time, she had no choice but to believe Lu Ziyu's words. But what she could not understand was that with her cave heaven realm cultivation and Lu Ziyu only at the first level of Great Demon, what method did he use to push her into such a situation? Human race, meridian wheel, foundation building, innate, mysterious sea, golden core, nascent soul, cave heaven, dragon transformation, entering Tao, demon race, essence monster, demon beast, spiritual movement, underworld, demon general, great demon, demon king, heavenly demon, tribulation crossing. A first-level great demon, like Lu Ziyu, should normally only be comparable to a first-level nascent soul human cultivator. A great demon at this level should not be able to threaten a cave heaven human cultivator. But the fact was undeniable. So do you believe me now? Lu Ziyu said teasingly. You despicable and shameless tree demon. Chu Yao looked at Lu Ziyu with deep hatred. At first, I planned to kill you directly. But now I have changed my mind. Lu Ziyu said, the vast world outside this wilderness. I will go there sooner or later. Before that, planning a chess piece is very important. Aren't you a princess of the Dayu royal family? Your identity and cultivation are not comparable to ordinary human cultivators. If you are willing to be my chess piece, I can let you leave this wilderness safely. Chess piece. You want this princess to be your chess piece? As if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Chu Yao's face was cold as she mocked. Even if this princess dies and her body and soul are destroyed, I will not submit at the feet of you, a despicable and shameless tree demon. Her attitude was resolute. Lu Ziyu ignored it and said in a hollow voice, don't speak so absolutely. In my view, your way of thinking is too childish and ridiculous. Once a person dies, there is nothing left. But if you submit to me, there is hope to live. Maybe one day in the future, you can even escape my control. Chu Yao could not deny it. If it was not a desperate situation, who would want to die? But she would rather die in this wilderness than submit to a tree demon. Not long ago, I killed a person. He claimed to be the 7th prince of the Dayu royal family. You should know him. Lu Ziyu said suddenly. The girl was shocked. This was too coincidental. The 7th prince of the Dayu royal family, who fell here, was actually killed by the tree demon in front of her. Think about it carefully. After you die, other humans will still appear in this wilderness. A chess piece does not have to be you. Lu Ziyu said no more. He gave the girl enough time to think. After one day and one night, Chu Yao made a decision. She said with a struggling expression, what do you want me to do? Let me say this first. This princess will never willingly become your chess piece. Don't give me a chance. Once you give me a chance, I will make you regret it. What a temper. Lu Ziyu sneered. If I cannot control you, you can take revenge on me at any time. As for what you need to do, you don't need to think so much for now. Just cultivate normally. After you return outside the wilderness, there is no need to reveal my existence to others. It is enough that you know it in your heart. Chu Yao was puzzled. Although I don't know what you did to me, aren't you afraid that after I leave this wilderness, you won't be able to threaten me anymore? Lu Ziyu laughed freely. I am not worried. So what are you worried about? All right, you cannot reveal my existence to others, but after you return to the Dayu royal family, you might as well spread some rumors, saying that some opportunity appeared in this wilderness to attract some greedy people here. As for cultivation level, do not exceed the cave heaven realm. Understood. Chu Yao nodded slightly. Thinking of something, the girl raised her head and said, with your strength, it is easy to subdue some beast generals. This stinky fox, give it to this princess, how about it? Having been deceived by the red fox for several months, Chu Yao became furious when she thought of it. Now she could not do anything to Lu Ziyu, so she could only vent her anger on the fox. Awoo! The red fox, realizing Chu Yao's thoughts, nervously showed its claws. Lu Ziyu was speechless. He stretched out a willow branch to comfort the fox, then said, "Have you forgotten what I said? This little one is my spirit pet. It approached you for my sake. Do you think I would give it to you?" Chu Yao was very disappointed. "Stinky fox, don't be too proud." With surging hatred, Chu Yao transmitted her voice. "It is only because this princess was careless that you deceived me for several months. Today this tree demon protects you. But when one day you are alone, don't blame this princess for being ruthless and not remembering old feelings." The red fox blinked and told Lu Ziyu every word of the girl. No need to pay attention to her. Lu Ziyu pulled out his tree roots from the ground and moved toward the distance, shaking the earth. Looking at the huge willow tree going farther away, Chu Yao suddenly realized that this was not an ordinary tree demon. The other party was extremely intelligent, with a sacred aura, and its roots were like vivid, ancient wooden dragons. Perhaps it has inherited some ancient bloodline within its body. Thinking this, Chu Yao flew out of the wilderness. Rerooting in the lake, Lu Ziyu looked at the medicinal garden on the shore. To gain Chu Yao's trust, the red fox had deliberately picked a spiritual herb from the garden and gave it to the girl. So the 107 spiritual herbs in the garden became 106. During Lu Ziyu's breakthrough to Great Demon, he had no time to take care of these herbs, so their quality had not improved much during this period. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A fragrant aura spread out. Lu Ziyu released life essence. With the increase in cultivation, Lu Ziyu's life energy had changed. One drop of life essence now was equal to dozens before. The life essence seeped into the soil and was absorbed by the herbs. Soon, the 106 herbs showed visible improvement and transformation in luster and energy. Awoo! The red fox jumped out and looked at Lu Ziyu with expectation. Lu Ziyu smiled. In theory, the red fox had made a great contribution. Without it approaching Chu Yao, Lu Ziyu could not have subdued her. Green light flowed on the branches, and Lu Ziyu gave 5 drops of life essence to the red fox. Smelling the fragrance of the life essence, the lightning bird, earth bear, flame rhinoceros, and unicorn also looked at Lu Ziyu excitedly. Clear rewards and punishments are the best way to control subordinates. The red fox took risks and made contributions, so it received 5 drops of life essence. Lu Ziyu could only give 1 drop to the others, otherwise it would seem unfair. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. The red fox's cultivation was only 1 step away from becoming a great demon and had begun closed-door cultivation. With Lu Ziyu's 5 drops of life essence, the red fox progressed rapidly. The lightning bird, whose cultivation was originally higher, was now left behind. The 106 herbs in the garden also underwent unmatched transformation during these months. Just the aura of the herbs attracted countless fierce beasts every day. Even beast generals came, and all these beasts became Lu Ziyu's prey. At this time, a rumor spread in the Liu dynasty, saying that in the wilderness outside the dynasty, there was a strong person's cave dwelling. The rumor spread quickly. Within a month, everyone knew it. Some said that the cave dwelling was covered by formations, and if cultivators above the cave heaven realm entered, it would collapse. Rumors stopped with the wise. But for that 1 in 10,000 chance, countless cultivators still rushed there to investigate. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Bloodline, spirit willow. Level, first order great demon. Technique, Azure Dragon myriad manifestations art, second layer early stage. Abilities telepathy, returned to truth. Life essence, 5 colored sword leaves. Willow seeds, control type divine ability. Innate talent. Wood dragon roots, tree roots in wood dragon form, can absorb the physical strength and life force of living beings, and can also draw the earth essence deep underground. Endless life, exclusive talent of wood-type beings, as long as the host's origin energy is not exhausted, can regenerate and heal infinitely. Evolution points, 5,650,000 points. Nearly 6 million evolution points looked astonishing. But in Lu Ziyu's eyes, it was too little. When he was at the spirit monster level, demon beast level, and agile level, 1 million evolution points was a huge number. But now that he stood at the great demon level, these more than 5.6 million evolution points could only raise a few small realms. If these evolution points were used to upgrade innate talents and abilities, it would be even less. Deduct 600,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 700,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 800,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 900,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Without any bottleneck, Lu Ziyu's cultivation rose in a straight line to the level of 5th order Great Demon. Out of more than 5.6 million evolution points, a little over 1 million remained. Lu Ziyu thought for a moment and decided to strengthen his innate talents and abilities. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. Wood Dragon Roots plus 1. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. Wood Dragon Roots plus 1. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. 5-colored sword, leaves plus 1. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. 3,000 willow branches plus 1. Raising his realm to 5th order Great Demon only elevated Lu Ziyu's aura. After strengthening the wood dragon roots, the roots buried under the water and in the rock layers immediately emitted a scorching aura, as if iron had been thrown into a furnace. The golden patterns wrapped around the wood dragon roots almost covered every inch, like golden dragon scales covering wooden dragons. At the same time, Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches also showed obvious changes. The sacred mist and brilliant glow flowing from them, rotating and condensing, seemed like stars and suns. The sword leaves surrounded by 5-color divine light, after being strengthened, released even sharper killing aura. From a distance, the strands of sharp energy they reflected cut cracks and ripples across the lake surface. If I release my current combat power, even peak great demons are not my match, right? Lu Ziyu muttered as he looked into the depths of the wilderness. He could keenly sense that in the depths of the wilderness, several overlord-level fierce beasts were entrenched, either demon kings or heavenly demons. There was still some gap between Lu Ziyu and these overlord-level beasts. Chirp, chirp. The unicorn returned from outside. Its snow-white noble body was very eye-catching under the sunlight. After listening to the unicorn's report, Lu Ziyu learned that a large number of human cultivators had begun to pour into this wilderness continuously since a few days ago. Was it that woman's doing? The first person Lu Ziyu thought of was Chu Yao. Before parting with her, Lu Ziyu had instructed her to spread a rumor after returning to the Diu dynasty, saying that opportunities and treasures had appeared in the wilderness to attract human cultivators below the cave heaven realm. The reason was obvious. Lu Ziyu wanted to hunt these human cultivators. If there were suitable candidates, Lu Ziyu also wanted to cultivate more chess pieces, which would greatly help him integrate into the human world in the future. Now that many human cultivators had entered the wilderness, Lu Ziyu's towering body could not be hidden even in the return to truth state. He could not act rashly. I must find a way to attract those human cultivators. What Lu Ziyu was currently worried about was whether there were any Cave Heaven Realm experts among them. The Cave Heaven Realm was comparable to Demon Kings. In the wilderness covered with gray mist, ancient trees stretched endlessly and mountains stood tall. Beneath this picturesque scene, various dangers and horrors were hidden. Top, 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 top. Dense footsteps sounded. Groups of cultivators moved through the mountains and fields. Suddenly, many cultivators' eyes were drawn to a beam of light in the distance. Inside that mysterious beam of light that illuminated the sky, there faintly stood a sacred, ancient, immortal, towering willow tree. 3,000 jade-like green willows, 5-colored sword, leaves flying. Around that sacred trunk, various birds and beasts seemed to dwell. What is that? An anomaly? Wasn't it said that a treasure of a strong person appeared in this wilderness? This may be the phenomenon released by that treasure. Voices of discussion rose one after another. In a moment, the beam of light that lit up the world disappeared. But this did not affect those human cultivators who had seen the phenomenon. They rushed toward the same area one after another. Lu Ziyu released all his power aura. He believed this would attract many human cultivators. At this moment, Lu Ziyu stood quietly in the lake, restraining his power and light, waiting for the human cultivators to come, ready to begin the slaughter. In less than half a day, figures appeared outside the lake. The mountains and fields were filled with human cultivators. More than 3,000 human cultivators, perhaps only a small part of those who entered the wilderness. What pleased Lu Ziyu was that among these thousands of cultivators, none were at the cave heaven realm. The highest cultivation among them was only 7th level of nascent soul realm. Look, there are more than 100 top-grade spiritual herbs growing there. Yes, top-grade spiritual herbs. Each of these herbs is over 500 years old. The more than 3,000 human cultivators gathered at the shore did not focus on Lu Ziyu, but were attracted by the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. This was understandable. In the return to truth state, Lu Ziyu had no light or brilliance, returning to simplicity. Apart from his huge trunk, how could he compare to these more than 100 spiritual herbs? This old man has been stuck in the nascent soul realm for a long time. With these top-grade spiritual herbs, reaching the cave heaven is hopeful. A sinister old man said coldly, eager to act. Then a handsome young man in blue robes scolded, "Old thing, you are already so old. Even if you get them, it would be a waste. It is better to let this young master enjoy these top-grade spiritual herbs." What did you say? The sinister old man angrily revealed his 7th level nascent soul cultivation. The blue-robed young man was only 6th level nascent soul, but behind him were dozens of nascent soul cultivators, so he was not afraid of the old man at all. In just a short while, chaos broke out on the shore. Not to mention those cultivators below the nascent soul realm, those standing in the nascent soul realm, especially outstanding ones like the sinister old man and the blue-robed youth, all wanted to swallow up the more than 100 top-grade spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. Lu Ziyu had no time to listen to these people's endless nonsense. 3,000 willow branches moved at the same time. Crash! Whoosh! Heaven and earth blazed, sun and moon dimmed. The 3,000 willow branches carrying the 5-colored sword leaves were like 3,000 chains of the great Tao, instantly tearing through the void and sweeping to the shore. Pucci! Even the nascent soul realm experts present could not withstand the piercing and judgment of the crystal willow branches. In an instant, the 3,000 willow branches pierced through the chests of 3,000 cultivators. Not one more, not one less. Screams exploded right after, endless, rising and falling one after another. Lu Ziyu's trunk shook, and the flesh of the 3,000 cultivators whose bodies had been pierced quickly shriveled, their vitality rapidly draining away. Their life essence flowed along the veins of those willow branches and poured without a trace into Lu Ziyu's tree body. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 2,000. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 5,000. Small amounts add up, drops gather into a river. The cultivation of the 3,000 cultivators varied, and their life essence also differed in amount. Gathered together like this, in an instant it brought Lu Ziyu more than 3 million evolution points. Monster! What kind of demon thing is this? The few hundred cultivators who survived looked at the huge willow tree that had harvested 3,000 cultivators in a single moment. The fear on their faces and the shock in their eyes were exactly the same. A few cultivators were directly scared unconscious. Mercy did not exist. Lu Ziyu used the 5-colored sword leaves, and heaven and earth blazed once again. The 5-colored sword light, like a sea and ocean, surged with a killing aura that could break all things and destroy all hardness, covering the heads of the few hundred cultivators. There was no suspense in the result. The few hundred cultivators left no corpses or bones, turning into powder. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. Evolution points plus 7,000. Lu Ziyu felt delighted. In just this brief moment, he had harvested a total of 5 million evolution points. Keep up the good work. After dispersing the bloody killing aura on the shore and dealing with the bloodstains and corpses, Lu Ziyu restored the scene on the shore to its original state. Right after that, he burst out with light that shone across heaven and earth in order to attract the second group of human cultivators. Day after day, Lu Ziyu mercilessly harvested the human cultivators who came into this wilderness. 1 month later, the evolution points Lu Ziyu had accumulated reached 20 million points. In the last few days, fewer and fewer human cultivators had come to the shore. Yesterday, there was no one for the entire day. It looks like I have almost hunted all the human cultivators who poured into this wilderness. He had gained 20 million evolution points in 1 month, and Lu Ziyu was already fully satisfied. With these 20 million evolution points, reaching the Demon King domain was already within sight. If no one comes today either, then I can stop. Thinking this, Lu Ziyu prepared to try one more time. Suddenly, the sorrowful cry of the lightning bird rang in Lu Ziyu's heart. At this time, the lightning bird was not in the lake area, but out patrolling. Lu Ziyu knew this was the lightning bird communicating with him through telepathy. The lightning bird, which had a willow seed branded inside its body by Lu Ziyu, could still communicate with Lu Ziyu across mountains and rivers. Somewhere in the wilderness, the lightning bird, handsome in form, with dazzling electric light flowing across its wings, could not fly and lay there covered in wounds. Its body was bound by chains flowing with formation patterns and symbols. What a beast that does not know life from death. If I had not seen that there is a trace of Lei Kuan bloodline in your body and that your potential is not bad, I would have torn your corpse into 10,000 pieces already. If you still remain so stubborn and ignorant of life and death, then do not blame me for being ruthless. The boy was 13 or 14 years old, with red lips and white teeth, heroic and spirited. He wore a noble and dazzling black dragon robe. A powerful aura surged around him, and a mass of lightning jumped in his eyes. Nascent Soul Realm. This boy, only 13 or 14 years old, was actually a nascent Soul Realm expert, and that aura on his body was violent, domineering, and world-destroying, absolutely not something an ordinary nascent Soul Realm cultivator could compare with. Dao Child, calm your anger. This lightning bird is not some rare exotic beast. If Dao Child truly wants to tame a spirit pet, the clan has plenty of powerful exotic species. That is right. Take, for example, the scarlet flame bird tamed by the clan leader not long ago. That is a descendant of a divine beast, much more powerful than this lightning bird. The dozen or so young cultivators gathered behind the handsome boy spoke one after another. The flattery and respect they showed were obvious without words. A bunch of trash. What do you know? Though still very young, the boy stood high above others and carried himself arrogantly. He glanced at the crowd with disdain and scolded. What this Dao Child values is that this beast has Lei Kuan bloodline in its body. Lei Kuan was a super great fiend from the mythological era. Before even stepping into the great demon level, it has already awakened Lei Kuan bloodline. This lightning bird has extraordinary potential, and this Dao Child has a thunder spirit body. Once this beast's Lei Kuan bloodline improves, this Dao Child will seize that bloodline. The benefits gained at that time are something you people cannot imagine. Hearing this, the dozen or so young cultivators looked at each other. Dao Child is wise, but this beast would rather die than submit. Should we directly seize its bloodline? Someone suggested. The boy frowned, and with surging killing intent locked onto the still struggling lightning bird, shouted, "This Dao Child does not have much patience left. Even if you do not submit, this Dao Child can still forcibly make a bloodline contract with you." The lightning bird angrily raised its head. Forcibly forming a bloodline contract was the worst plan, but at this point the boy had no other choice. He took a breath and said, "This Dao Child has only recently advanced to the nascent soul realm, while this beast is at the peak of the demon general level. Next I will focus fully on setting the bloodline contract. All of you protect me." Understood. The dozen or so young cultivators obediently spread out. The boy walked in front of the lightning bird, released a drop of natal essence blood, then recited an incantation and guided the energy of heaven and earth. The lightning bird was furious and struggled even more violently. "What nerve! Don't you know this is my spirit pet?" The voice rolled over like thunder, shaking the boy so suddenly that his mind scattered, and he directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The dozen or so young cultivators at the scene looked over. It was a crystal willow tree that held up the sky and covered the sun, incomparably sacred. Dragging boundless, glowing radiance, it crossed the vast earth as it came, grand and immortal like a divine tree from the heavenly world. Great demon! Everyone trembled. This aura cannot be wrong. It was definitely a great demon. The lightning bird let out a long cry of joy. Lu Ziyu came with anger. His tree body that covered the sky and sun was lush with branches and leaves, shining with brilliant divine light. The 3,000 willow branches flowing with dense mist swayed, making heaven and earth lose light, mountains and rivers tremble. Standing on this vast land, looking down at the lightning bird whose body was pierced by chains, covered in blood and wounds. Lu Ziyu's anger surged even more violently. If not for the willow seed inside the lightning bird sending a timely distress signal, Lu Ziyu would not have thought such a thing would happen. How bold! You dare suppress my spirit pet. Lu Ziyu showed his boundless, sacred, and terrifying will without hiding it. His voice was like heavenly thunder, shaking and piercing the soul, spreading across heaven and earth, making all living beings among mountains and valleys tremble uncontrollably and submit. He said it is his spirit pet. Tao child, this tree demon is a great demon. We should leave quickly. Yes, for one lightning bird. Making an enemy of a great demon is not wise. The dozen or so young cultivators, frightened out of their wits, shouted to the boy one after another. What are you afraid of? It is only a great demon. It is not enough to make this Tao child flee in panic. The boy's expression was serious, but his eyes showed no fear as he shouted. Lu Ziyu began to observe this boy. A boy of 13 or 14, extremely handsome, full of spirit, wearing a black dragon robe, noble with a trace of dominance and coldness. His blood energy was vigorous, mixed with mysterious ancient thunder sounds. His cultivation had reached the nascent soul realm. Although only first level, reaching this level at such an age, along with that domineering and arrogant bearing, among all human cultivators Lu Ziyu had seen, only Chu Yao could compare with this little brat. Interesting. Lu Ziyu sneered. Before entering the human world, Lu Ziyu had planted Chu Yao as a chess piece. She was a princess of the Dayu royal family, with outstanding talent, proving her path through killing, qualified to be his chess piece. These days, while hunting human cultivators in the wilderness, Lu Ziyu had also imagined that if he met another suitable human, he would turn them into his second chess piece. The more chess pieces he had, the more stable his future path would be. Unfortunately, after killing so many human cultivators, he had not seen one that interested him. Now the boy below, though still young, his cultivation, talent, and bearing immediately aroused Lu Ziyu's strong interest. Damn tree demon. The boy's face turned cold. He sharply sensed that the huge, mysterious willow tree was looking him up and down. Fearless, lightning burst from the boy's body. Bathed in that strong and blazing lightning that lit the sky, the boy became tall and imposing, like a young god, swallowing mountains and rivers. He stepped forward and shouted, "Listen well, this Tao child is from the Gongsun family, an ancient family of Zhongzhou. My Gongsun family has been passed down since ancient times. I now order you to leave immediately." Lu Ziyu ignored him. Ancient family? Gongsun family? It sounded powerful, but was it useful in this wilderness? Here, Lu Ziyu was the master of everything, the hunter who controlled all. This brat could not see the situation clearly. Perhaps the Gongsun family was truly powerful, which made this brat develop such arrogance. No need to think more. Lu Ziyu waved his branches. 3,000 willow branches tore the void and split the sky at the same time, releasing judgment and killing intent, instantly disturbing this space. "I'm not afraid of you." The boy still showed no fear. He clenched his hand and took out a huge ancient halberd over 1 zhang tall. This ancient halberd was full of dominance and blood, stained with eternal red blood, as if left by gods and demons of ancient times. Activating his cultivation, the boy swung the halberd. The forbidden divine power and vast thunder it released swallowed the overwhelming crystal willow branches. Lu Ziyu felt pain. His 3,000 willow branches were destroyed and swallowed. Something is wrong. A first-level nascent soul being cannot have such power. Lu Ziyu put away his underestimation. Great wilderness halberd? This is a sacred object of the clan. Tao child, you actually carry it with you. Ha ha, great. With this great wilderness halberd, what is this great demon? The great wilderness halberd is naturally invincible. It is the killing weapon of our Gongsun family. But Tao child's cultivation has not reached the giant level. Forcibly using it consumes too much power and blood. The voices came from the dozen young cultivators. Lu Ziyu understood. The shocking attack that destroyed his 3,000 willow branches came from that halberd. Magic weapon? Divine weapon? Lu Ziyu sighed. This was the confidence of that brat. The black dragon robe fluttered, and the golden dragon pattern on it seemed to come alive, standing straight in endless thunder. Though his body was not even half the height of the halberd, The boy's fighting spirit and supreme aura were unmatched. This lightning bird, this Tao child will definitely take it. Get lost. Facing the towering willow tree, the boy's tone was full of pride and contempt. Lu Ziyu stood rooted, not moving. Being driven away by a first-level nascent soul brat would be a joke. Any external object requires matching strength to control. Activating his innate talent, endless life, visible life energy appeared around Lu Ziyu's body. Within that ocean-like lifelight, Lu Ziyu's destroyed 3,000 willow branches regrew instantly. The reborn branches were crystal clear and radiant. Seeing this, the boy's pupils shrank in shock. How is this possible? Wood-type beasts have strong vitality, but this instant regeneration, it is comparable to the human giant's rebirth from a drop of blood. One swing of the great wilderness halberd had already consumed half of the boy's power. He had thought that attack would scare away the willow tree, but Lu Ziyu still had such an ability. After advancing to the great demon realm, Lu Ziyu obtained 2 abilities. One was Willow Seed, which is a control-type ability, and this endless life is Lu Ziyu's second innate talent after the wood dragon roots. Its terrifying aspect is that as long as Lu Ziyu's life origin is not exhausted, he can regenerate and heal infinitely. For example, at this moment, Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches regenerated. For his vast and pure life origin, the consumption was only a tiny part. Damn, this tree demon's regeneration ability is forbidden. If this Tao child uses the great wilderness halberd once more, that will be the limit. The boy's face turned pale. Damn it. If today this Tao child had the cultivation of the cave heaven realm, one strike would completely destroy this tree demon without leaving anything. Thinking unwillingly, the boy had no choice but to give in. He shouted, "This lightning bird is returned to you, but don't be proud. This Tao child will come back. Lu Ziyu, is this child out his mind? You can come back, but before you leave this wilderness, you must first accept my gift." With a vast and majestic voice, Lu Ziyu launched his attack. Besides the 3,000 willow branches, the 5-colored sword leaves on those branches also released immeasurable sharp divine light. In form, the 5-colored sword leaves were like heavenly swords, thin as autumn water, shining brilliantly, continuously releasing sharp light. Gathering together like rivers into the sea, the storm formed instantly devoured the sky above and the mountains and earth below. The 3,000 willow branches were hidden within it. Before this chaotic attack that filled heaven and earth, even peak great demons would likely bleed and fall. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. Within 1,000 zhong, everything was flattened. The earth trembled faintly, as if meteors from outside the sky had struck this land. The dozen or so young cultivators in the center of the storm, unable to escape, fell into death. After a long time, everything calmed. The boy did not die, but to resist Lu Ziyu's suppression, he had used up all his strength. Now he knelt on one knee on the ground, no longer showing his earlier pride and spirit. "You have gone too far. This Tao child will fight you to the death." Roaring in fury, the boy quickly took out a small shining bottle. The few pills inside the bottle had vast energy and blazing light. Lu Ziyu saw through his intention. Several willow branches shot out like dragons, binding the boy. The bottle fell from his hand. This made the boy furious and hysterical. He roared viciously, "Despicable tree demon! You really dare? Do you believe that with one command from this Tao child, the powerful figures of the Gongsun family can flatten this entire wilderness in one day?" Lu Ziyu was speechless. They say you can see the future from childhood. This child probably had never suffered or been hit by anything. Meeting me is your fortune. Under my guidance, your temper will surely change. Muttering to himself, Lu Ziyu refined a willow seed. The boy looked suspiciously at the shining green seed. In an instant, it entered his body. It rooted in his flesh, invisible and without trace. "Tree demon, what did you do to this Tao child?" The boy shouted. "Release this Tao child. I tell you, I am the Tao child of the Gongsun family. If you kill me, this entire wilderness will become a land of destruction." Lu Ziyu smiled and withdrew the branches binding the boy, saying, "To be brief, I really wanted to slap you to death. A brat like you, arrogant and ignorant, deserves it." The boy, is this tree demon insulting him? Lu Ziyu continued, "But one thing your talent is not bad, and you have unusual power in your body. That is the Thunder Spirit body, the boy said proudly. This Tao child is born with the Thunder Spirit body. It is a special constitution. A cultivator with the Thunder Spirit body can control lightning. After reaching a certain level, every move can draw thunder from heaven and earth. In time, among the young generation of Zhongzhou, this Tao child will be invincible. Lu Ziyu was pleased. Did he find a treasure? Thunder Spirit body. Unheard of, but from the boy's words, it was clearly extraordinary. Clearing his throat, Lu Ziyu said, "Listen first. The main reason I did not kill you is that from today on, you are a chess piece in my hand." The boy. What joke? You think you can control this Tao child? The boy stepped back and shouted. Today's humiliation will not be forgotten. Just wait. After shouting, he fled. Suddenly, the boy fell to the ground. Something inside his body activated, like countless ants and roots moving through his flesh, bones, and organs. The pain could only be described as worse than death. After enduring for a few breaths, the boy screamed in unbearable pain. Lu Ziyu smiled. How is it? I have placed a mark on you. Your life and death are under my control. The boy shouted hoarsely. Despicable. You tree demon are despicable. It is not despicable, just a method to control you, Lu Ziyu said with a smile. You can either die in this pain or live and leave this wilderness. Choose. The boy's face twisted, veins bulging. The unbearable pain filled every part of his body. Maybe I should pretend to submit and deceive this tree demon. Once I return to the clan, someone can remove this mark. Thinking this, the boy said with difficulty, Fine, this Tao child submits to you. The moment he said it, the pain disappeared. Lu Ziyu looked down and said playfully, So quick to submit? Let me guess, you plan to deceive me now and remove the mark later, right? The boy was stunned and denied. No, this Tao child did not think that. As you wish. I believe no one can remove my mark. If someone can, you will not survive either. Once the willow seed takes root, no matter the distance, Lu Ziyu can take his life at any moment. If someone tries to remove it, Lu Ziyu can activate it first. Arrogant. The young man did not care. The Gongsun clan is an ancient family. The strength of its heritage and foundation, looking across the whole Zhongzhou world, is also a supreme peak lineage. In the young man's view, as long as he returned to the clan, any powerful figure in the clan could easily remove Lu Ziyu's mark for him. A mark from a great demon. Could it resist the vast divine power of a powerful giant? You can leave now. The willow seed had already been imprinted inside the young man's body. Lu Ziyu had not yet reached the point of leaving this great wilderness, so keeping the young man was useless. You letting me go so easily? The young man was secretly delighted. He had already planned that after returning to the clan and removing Lu Ziyu's mark, he would immediately send people to suppress Lu Ziyu. If he did not vent this anger, then he would not be the Tao child of the Gongsun family. Wrapped in dazzling lightning, the young man flew toward the horizon. Lu Ziyu also left this place. Returning to the lake without obstruction, Lu Ziyu called out the data interface. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Bloodline, spirit willow. Cultivation, 5th stage great demon. Technique, Azure Dragon myriad forms art, early 2nd layer. Abilities, return to true. 5-colored sword leaves. Life essence, willow seed, innate talent. Endless life, as long as the origin is not destroyed, can endlessly regenerate and self-heal. Wood dragon roots, dragon-shaped roots with some dragon might, can devour life, energy, and absorb earth vein essence. Evolution points, 20,100,000 points. 20 million evolution points. This was a huge wealth Lu Ziyu had accumulated over these days by hunting the many human cultivators who came into this wilderness. Once I reached the Demon King realm, I could transform into human form. These 20 million evolution points should be enough for me to advance to the Demon King realm. Lu Ziyu planned in his heart. Deduct 1 million evolution points. Wood dragon roots +1. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. 3,000 willow branches +1. Deduct 1 million evolution points. 3,000 willow branches +1. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. 5-colored sword, leaves +1. Deduct 1 million evolution points. 5-colored sword, leaves +1. In the blink of an eye, 4 million evolution points were consumed. In return, Lu Ziyu's with dragon roots became thicker and stronger, shining brightly, and the dragon-like aura they emitted had a fundamental upgrade. The 3,000 willow branches did not change color, still lush and bright. The enhanced 5-colored sword leaves became much sharper, full of edge, and with a ringing sound, seemed capable of cutting apart the sky. Right, the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art can also be strengthened. This is a technique of the ancient dragon race, extremely powerful, and it is the only technique I have understood so far. The Fox Girl once said that this Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art is an inherited technique of the ancient dragon race, of supreme quality, very suitable for wood-attributed beings to comprehend. But she only had the first 3 layers. Lu Ziyu had never seriously studied this technique. Its content was mysterious, like a heavenly book. Just looking at it gave him a headache, let alone studying it carefully. The reason he could cultivate it to the early 2nd layer was entirely because of system enhancement. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art upgraded to mid-2nd layer. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art upgraded to late 2nd layer. Deduct 1 million evolution points. Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art upgraded to complete 2nd layer. Lu Ziyu felt very satisfied. Having a cheat ability really makes a difference. Deduct 1,100,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 1,200,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 1,300,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 1,400,000 evolution points. Realm +1. His cultivation reached the 9th stage of Great Demon. Lu Ziyu's power increased several times, and he was only 1 step away from the Demon King realm. Out of 20 million evolution points, more than 9.4 million remained. Just when Lu Ziyu was about to rise to the sky and advance to the Demon King realm. System prompt. If the host wants to advance to the Demon King realm, you must complete a special task assigned by the system. Lu Ziyu was stunned. What does that mean? Does it mean he cannot use evolution points to improve his cultivation anymore? Damn system. That feeling of being blocked by a huge mountain right before success immediately made Lu Ziyu irritated. He asked, "Say it, what special task?" System prompt. Make all the fierce beasts in this wilderness submit under your feet, and you can advance to the Demon King realm. The system's answer was simple and clear, but as difficult as reaching the sky. Lu Ziyu had thought before that one day he could dominate the entire wilderness. But when he stayed in the Great Demon realm, he sensed that deep in this wilderness, there were several extremely terrifying auras. They were definitely at the Demon King level. They lived in the core area of this wilderness all year round, while Lu Ziyu was only in the outer area. Now, the system required him to dominate the wilderness and stand above all fierce beasts to advance to the Demon King level. This was no different from asking him to do something with almost no chance of survival. But if he did not do it, he could not enter the Demon King realm, nor transform into human form. Damn system. He cursed again. Lu Ziyu summoned the lightning bird, unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros to the front of the lake. The red spirit fox was in seclusion, trying to break into the great demon realm, and had not come out yet. Before unifying this wilderness, I cannot advance to the Demon King realm. But they're different. I can use life essence to raise them to the Demon King realm. At that time, with several Demon King level fierce beasts helping me, plus my own strong combat power, there will be a chance to subdue the Overlord level fierce beasts deep in the wilderness. Once those Overlords are subdued, the rest of the fierce beasts will only be able to bow to me. This was Lu Ziyu's plan, and also the most stable method. He gave life essence. The lightning bird got 3 drops, and the flame rhinoceros, earth violent bear, and unicorn also got 3 drops each. In cultivation, the lightning bird was a 9th stage demon general, the unicorn an 8th stage demon general, and the flame rhinoceros and earth violent bear were 7th stage demon generals. With the nourishment of those 3 drops of life essence, the lightning bird and unicorn had hoped to break through to the great demon realm, and the earth violent bear and flame rhinoceros were close as well. Time. I lack time the most right now. Just going from Demon General to Great Demon takes several months. From Great Demon to Demon King. That will take another year or more. During this time, I cannot improve my cultivation, but that does not mean I cannot improve my combat power. Lu Ziyu's thoughts jumped. Strengthening the wood dragon roots, 3,000 willow branches, and 5 colored sword leaves were all ways to improve combat power. The special task issued by the system blocked Lu Ziyu's path to advancing to the Demon King realm. But even if he stopped at the peak of the Great Demon level, Lu Ziyu's combat power could still improve and transform without being limited by his realm. The reason is simple. Lu Ziyu only needs to continuously strengthen his willow branches and his innate talents. This is also a way to become stronger, but without advancing to the Demon King realm, Lu Ziyu cannot transform into human form. Dozens of days later, a cave in the distance collapsed. There, flames shot into the sky, and blazing fire surged. The brilliant flames contained unimaginable heat, burning a huge hole in the sky. Awu! Within this overwhelming fire that swept everything and burned the sky, a lively and elegant red spirit fox appeared, raising its head proudly, stepping forward with shining light under its feet. The red spirit fox was more than 10 meters long, with bright eyes and a noble demeanor. The most eye-catching thing was the 3 foxtails behind it. Each was dozens of meters long, swaying in the air and scattering hundreds and thousands of brilliant flames. Race: Red Spirit Fox. Bloodline: Spirit Fox. Level: First Stage Great Demon. Ability: Fox Fire. Innate Divine Power, Charm. The 3-tailed demon fox in the endless flames was clearly the red spirit fox that had successfully come out of seclusion and broken through to the great demon level. After stepping into the great demon realm, the red spirit fox's 2 tails became 3. Owl, releasing the aura of a great demon wildly. The red spirit fox descended in front of the lake as fast as a streak of flame. Even after advancing to the great demon level, when the red spirit fox looked at the huge willow tree in the center of the lake, it was still full of awe and worship. During the years of submitting to Lu Ziyu, the fear and respect toward him had already been carved into its bones. Not bad. Lu Ziyu stretched out a willow branch and tapped the red spirit fox's forehead. Owl. The red spirit fox raised its brows. It did not see the unicorn, lightning bird, earth violent bear, or flame rhinoceros. I gave them life essence. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few months, they can reach the great demon level. Dozens of days ago, Lu Ziyu gave life essence to the lightning bird and the other beasts, with the purpose of training them. The lightning bird was already a 9th-stage demon general. After refining 1 drop of life essence, it entered the process of breaking through to great demon. After dozens of days, the unicorn also went into seclusion to break through to great demon. The earth violent bear and flame rhinoceros only began seclusion a few days ago. Mas, dear. Very suddenly, the red spirit fox stared at Lu Ziyu with bright eyes. The sound from its mouth was like a baby learning to speak. But that word, master, Lu Ziyu heard it clearly, completely real. You can speak now? Lu Ziyu asked with some surprise. The red spirit fox nodded and continued in broken, unclear words. Master. Lu Ziyu laughed. At this moment, the red spirit fox was like a 3 or 4-year-old child. Even though it could speak human words, it still needed time to fully master human language. Now that you have reached the great demon level, the next step is the Demon King level. I will do my best to cultivate you, so that you reach that level earlier. Lu Ziyu cleared his thoughts and instructed seriously. While improving your realm, combat power and experience are also necessary. From today on, I will give you 1 drop of life essence every day. After refining it, you will go hunt 1 great demon for me. The praise cultivation level cannot be lower than yours. During the hunt, I will not interfere. If you die, it only means you are useless. Lu Ziyu still could not step into the Demon King realm. To dominate this wilderness, he had to start with the overlord beasts deep inside it. By cultivating the red spirit fox, lightning bird, and others to the Demon King level, Lu Ziyu could confidently deal with those overlord beasts. And the red spirit fox, as the first beast to submit to Lu Ziyu and the first to advance to the great demon level, was given high expectations by him. Understood. The red spirit fox obediently followed Lu Ziyu's will. This is the Qing Tian domain among the 100 domains of Zhongzhou. Looking across the 100 domains of Zhongzhou, Qing Tian domain can be called a super large domain. Magnificent mountains and rivers, outstanding people, rich resources. The immortal sects, Dao lineages, and family inheritances occupying Qing Tian domain number in the thousands upon thousands. Today, above all the lineages in Qing Tian domain stands a Gongsun family, an ancient family known as the supreme inheritance of Qing Tian domain. The Gongsun family, passed down since ancient times, was created by an ancient great emperor. After countless years, it remains prosperous and respected across the world. Even today, it is still the supreme inheritance of Qing Tian domain. At a glance, where the Gongsun family is located, divine islands and treasure mountains float, immortal mist drifts, and spiritual herbs flourish. Many ancient exotic species move within, their blood energy covering the sky. Inside a grand and magnificent palace over 1,000 meters tall, Gongsun Tian, 13 or 14 years old, had red lips and white teeth, and was as handsome as a demon. His black hair was thick, and his aura was strong and domineering. His vigorous blood energy was like an ocean, shocking the world, accompanied by mysterious and unmatched thunder sounds. Wearing a black dragon robe, the young man was full of spirit, domineering and supreme, like an invincible young god shining in the world. Great-grandfather, you are a peak-level, powerful giant. Can't you remove the mark inside my body? With a gloomy and depressed face, Gongsun Tian looked at the old man in ancient robes in front of him, who was helpless and unable to help, and asked in surprise. Sigh. The old man in ancient robes had a crystal-clear body, an ethereal figure, and was surrounded by an unremovable mist of the great Tao. In his eyes, full of vicissitudes, countless law symbols flowed. Standing there calmly, the aura from his body made the space and time in the hall freeze. But at this moment, this unfathomable old man shook his head and sighed. Tianer, you said that when you went to the wilderness to seek treasure, you were marked by a great demon willow tree. But after observing for these days, there is no mark in your body at all. Could it be that you had a deviation in cultivation and imagined it yourself? Gongsun Tian. What does that mean? Saying he is delusional? He suddenly remembered what that willow tree had said. In this world, no one can remove my mark. At first, Gongsun Tian thought it was nonsense. How could a mark from a great demon control him? But now, the old man in front of him, a top expert of the Gongsun family, a peak powerful giant, after several days, not only failed to remove the mark, he could not even find it. For no reason, Gongsun Tian began to feel fear. In the Gongsun family, apart from those few ancestor grandfathers, no one can match great-grandfather's cultivation and attainments. Even great-grandfather's cultivation cannot find the mark left in my body by that willow tree. This makes no sense. Gongsun Tian racked his brains as he thought about it, becoming more and more irritated and frightened. Then, he raised his head and looked at the old man in ancient robes and said solemnly, Great-grandfather, your grandson can swear to heaven that I am absolutely not suffering from cultivation deviation or demonic confusion. This time, in that great wilderness where I went out, there were more than 10 clan cultivators traveling with me. They all died under the claws of that tree demon, and that tree demon really did leave a mark inside my body. Seeing how firm the boy spoke, the old man in ancient robes frowned and muttered with Tao symbols flickering in his eyes. According to what you said, that tree demon was only at the great demon level. A great demon, even if it is an ancient variant, is still only a great demon. In a few days, send an elder into that great wilderness to capture that tree demon and bring it back to the clan. Then all the problems will naturally be solved. Gongsun Tian vaguely felt that something was wrong. Great-grandfather, you should go personally. That tree demon I encountered really was a little strange, special. I am not at ease if other elders are sent. The old man in ancient robes was displeased and rebuked. With my status, how can I go out so easily? Besides, the elders in the clan are all giants. Could they not subdue a great demon? If you're not at ease, then go along as well, and you will see the outcome. Gongsun Tian had no reply. At this point, he could only obey. In the wilderness, flames burned, and under the baking heat, even heaven and earth were somewhat twisted and deformed. Hoochie hoochie! Within this endless, sky-covering fire, a noble and elegant three-tailed spirit fox dived down, its sharp claws tearing through the air. The great demon, lying below, was a fierce beast shaped like a mantis. Its dark black body looked as if forged from steel, flowing with a cold luster that seemed indestructible and immune to water and fire. The two arms in front of its abdomen were also like sickles, full of sharpness. When they slashed out, they immediately split open the raging fire covering above. The red spirit fox had the advantage in speed, flickering uncertainly in midair, from time to time stirring up foxfire flames that burned the sky. According to Lu Ziyu's arrangement, the red spirit fox could receive 1 drop of life essence every day. This was to make it advance to the Demon King realm as soon as possible. And during this growth process, the red spirit fox also had to hunt one great demon fierce beast every day whose cultivation was not lower than its own. This was to temper the red spirit fox's combat power and ferocity. Having only cultivation level but no combat skill would not do. At this time, the black mantis fighting and killing with the red spirit fox was a 3rd stage great demon. Its attack power was very strong. When that pair of sickles danced, the surrounding mountains, rocks, forests, and trees split apart and collapsed one after another. After a while, unable to get close to the black mantis, the red spirit fox began to prepare a killing move in anger and irritation. Vast demonic power and fire element energy from heaven and earth gathered endlessly and ceaselessly onto its 3 fox tails. In the blink of an eye, a fireball as huge as a mountain, as hot and brilliant as the sun, appeared in the sky. Under the temperature of this huge fireball, even the clouds were burned red, and the flowers and grass on the ground began to ignite on their own. Feeling danger, the black mantis tensed its muscles, and its sickles gleamed brightly. The red spirit fox launched the huge fireball. The black mantis showed no fear. It slashed out with its 2 sickle arms joined together. The rainbow-like slash it created was thin and sharp, fierce and domineering. With a crushing, flowing momentum, it split the huge fireball rolling with scorching heat into 2 halves. Walala! The split fireball was like a star exploding. The flames it scattered fell onto the land in all directions, turning the ground within 1,000 meters into scorched earth. It could also be seen that some rocks were melted by the flames in a magma, flowing across the surface like streams. At this moment, the red spirit fox's eyes became somewhat different. Threads of strange demonic power and bewitching light flickered in the red spirit fox's eyes, covering the black mantis below while ignoring distance. This black mantis, full of violent aura, actually showed signs of mental dullness and bodily stiffness. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, the red spirit fox rushed forward. Not long after, the red spirit fox tore open the black mantis's body and dug out a blood-stained demon core full of energy. The magical light born in its eyes was clearly the red spirit fox's innate talent, bewitchment. This was also one of the innate talents of all fox-type demon beasts, able to confuse the will and spirit of all living beings. In a quiet lake, the mist was dense and immortal light shone. Lu Ziyu's tree body rooted there, towering into the sky and covering the sun with flourishing branches and leaves. The divine radiance it gave off was vast and bright, like a heavenly divine tree illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With each inhale and exhale, the heaven and earth spiritual energy it absorbed could cover dozens of li around. In terms of realm, Lu Ziyu today was still a 9th stage great demon. If he did not complete the special task issued by the system, he had no way to advance to the Demon King level, but cultivation could not be neglected. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Level, 9th stage great demon. Bloodline, spirit willow. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art, 2nd layer complete. Abilities, return to the true. 5-colored sword leaf. Willow tree seed. Life essence. Innate talents. Endless life. Wood dragon tree root. Evolution points. 13,050,000 points. With 13 million evolution points, Lu Ziyu did not think much and strengthened the wood dragon tree root, the 3,000 willow branches, and the 5-colored sword leaf. In the span of a finger snap, 13 million evolution points were completely used up. In exchange, Lu Ziyu's 5-colored sword leaf, 3,000 willow branches, and wood dragon tree root all transformed and rose once again. His realm as a 9th stage great demon did not move at all. But after strengthening the 3,000 willow branches, the 5-colored sword leaf, and the wood dragon tree root, Lu Ziyu's combat power level naturally rose somewhat. Why don't I go and look at the end of the great wilderness? Rooted in this lake, Lu Ziyu could vaguely and keenly sense that the several auras at the end of the great wilderness were each more terrifying than the last. They were definitely demon king-level beings. But without seeing them with his own eyes, there was no way to determine exactly how powerful those beings at the end of the great wilderness really were. If I can't beat them, I can still run. Thinking to himself, Lu Ziyu pulled out the wood dragon tree root, stepped across the sky, and moved toward the end of the great wilderness with his spotless trunk. The wood dragon tree roots, numbered in the thousands, arranged in rows and layers, growing densely beneath Lu Ziyu's trunk. The longest were several thousand meters, and even the shortest were over 1,000 meters long. In form, they naturally resembled wooden dragons. These wood dragon tree roots were vigorous and powerful, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. They supported Lu Ziyu's massive tree body as he moved across mountains and rivers through this boundless wilderness. It could be seen that most of the wood dragon tree roots were still rooted in the soil, drilling in and out repeatedly. The waves of earth they lifted stacked layer upon layer. This vast land, to Lu Ziyu, was like a great ocean, allowing him to move freely through it. Occasionally encountering hard minerals and crystals, as solid as iron and unbreakable, they still could not withstand the piercing and crushing of the wood dragon tree roots. Owl, the red spirit fox, came upon hearing the movement. Come up, I'll take you to see. Lu Ziyu extended a willow branch and wrapped the red spirit fox onto his crystal-like branch. Along the way, thousands of demons and beasts avoided him. At dusk, Lu Ziyu stopped. Ahead was the core area of this great wilderness. The terrifying auras Lu Ziyu had sensed were all entrenched in this region. Not wanting to alert the enemy, Lu Ziyu entered the return to true state. The light on his body, his vast life force, and his mighty aura all withdrew into his body in an instant. In the return to true state, Lu Ziyu was no different from the ordinary trees in this wilderness. Even a super expert would not be able to see anything unusual. But Lu Ziyu's huge tree body was hard to hide. He could only carefully move forward little by little. Night soon fell. The wilderness sank into endless darkness. Cold, bone-chilling winds swept wildly across heaven and earth. Various poisonous insects, fierce beasts, and ancient species appeared frequently, hunting everywhere. Under the cover of night, Lu Ziyu's speed increased a lot. The next day, the sky was just getting light. Faint mist lingered, covering the mountains and fields. In a certain valley, the scenery was beautiful and colorful. The energy of heaven and earth gathered in this valley was 10 times stronger than outside. A white giant tiger, 50 to 60 meters long, with thick fur shining with a soft glow, lay there resting. Its muscles were well-defined, and within its body full of kingly aura surged a terrifying power that was astonishing. The golden mark on its forehead looked like a third eye, and the tail behind the white giant tiger, black and white mixed, as thick as a giant python. When it struck, the ground would crack apart. Within a radius of 10,000 li, all was this white tiger's territory. From several thousand meters away from the valley, Lu Ziyu had already seen this white tiger. A demon king. The aura emitted by the white tiger gave Lu Ziyu a strong sense of threat and pressure. Moreover, since ancient times, there have been the 4 divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The white tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts, in charge of killing, with unmatched attack power. Lu Ziyu felt that this white tiger likely had the bloodline of the divine beast white tiger. Owl. At some point, the red spirit fox, which had separated from Lu Ziyu, ran back. Master. The red spirit fox's speech was already quite complete. It jumped on a Lu Ziyu's branch and said, I captured a few fierce beasts living in this area. They told me that the white tiger is the overlord beast of this region. Outside this region, there are 4 other overlord-level fierce beasts. The white tiger is the weakest one. Lu Ziyu understood. His gaze was sharp as he continued to observe the white tiger. The demon king-level white tiger gave Lu Ziyu a strong sense of danger, but Lu Ziyu felt that he could fight it. At least he could try. Between great demon and demon king, there's an unbridgeable realm suppression. What is a demon king? It is the king among demon beasts. But Lu Ziyu was not an ordinary demon beast. He was a mutated willow tree. After multiple enhancements to his 5-colored sword leaves, 3,000 willow branches, and wood dragon tree roots, Lu Ziyu's combat power had long surpassed the limits of his realm. It was just unknown whether he could defeat this white tiger demon king. Go, lure it over. If Lu Ziyu approached the valley himself, his huge body would immediately alert the white tiger demon king. With the red spirit fox as bait, Lu Ziyu would gain the advantage of striking first. Oh, the red spirit fox shook its head. It did not want to go. That was a demon king. Not listening to me? With me here, do you still need to fear that little cat? Lu Ziyu shook his body and threw the red spirit fox out. Helpless, the red spirit fox sneakily went to the front of the valley. The white, giant tiger resting in the valley opened its eyes. Its eyes shone like golden lamps, fierce and cold. Staring at the red spirit fox outside the valley, it let out a tiger roar that shook heaven and earth, sending dust flying. The red spirit fox trembled, but did not turn and run. Instead, it gathered courage and responded with a howl. White Tiger Demon King. A great demon dare to challenge it? Also, the White Tiger Demon King noticed that this fox was not a beast from its territory. Could it be here to seize territory? The White Tiger Demon King's eyes turned cold. It raised its head, majestic and imposing, and walked out of the valley with its snow-white fur. Seeing this, the red spirit fox turned and ran. White Tiger Demon King. Why did it run? Roar, roar, roar. Coming to its senses, the White Tiger Demon King disappeared from ground. It appeared behind the red spirit fox like lightning. That speed was many times faster than the red spirit fox. Oh, the red spirit fox's fur stood on end. Turning back, it used bewitchment. The White Tiger Demon King's mind fell into confusion for an instant. In that flash of time, the red spirit fox escaped back under the willow tree. The White Tiger Demon King did not rush to attack. It also saw the huge willow tree. A willow tree hundreds of meters tall, with a trunk like a dragon and lush branches. The White Tiger Demon King shook its head. It did not understand how a willow tree suddenly appeared here. Was it brought by that fox? Still unable to see through it, the White Tiger Demon King turned its gaze to the red spirit fox and let out a sky-shaking roar. The red spirit fox ignored it. Roar! From the White Tiger Demon King's paw, golden claws extended. Lu Ziyu struck first. The wood dragon tree roots, hidden underground, shot up into the sky, extremely fast. The ground under the white tiger shattered. Even if it tried to dodge, it stumbled and was bound by the wood dragon tree roots like steel chains around its body and limbs. The wood dragon tree roots that rushed out from beneath the underground rock layers were like ancient wooden dragons crossing the long river of time, with dense scales, shining golden light, and vast dragon might, tightly wrapping around the huge body of the White Tiger Demon King. The White Tiger Demon King, 50 to 60 meters long, at the moment it was entangled and bound by the wood dragon tree roots, released divine light from its forehead, and its eyes shone with fierce light. The terrifying demonic power that surged out of its body was astonishing, capable of swallowing heaven and devouring earth. However, that vast and grand demonic power, the moment it left the White Tiger Demon King's body, was almost completely destroyed. The wood dragon tree roots, wrapped around the White Tiger Demon King's body, possessed a forbidden ability to absorb life, energy, and devour the strength of living beings. In other words, the huge demonic power the White Tiger Demon King used to break free from the binding, at the moment it left its body, was mostly taken away by the wood dragon tree roots. The remaining portion of demonic power poured violently onto the wood dragon tree roots, but the damage caused was minimal. Roar, roar, roar. The White Tiger Demon King was furious. Its body shook, like a forbidden creature raging. Lu Ziyu's tree body reached the sky. The wood dragon tree roots he used were only a part of him. More roots were still deeply embedded in the earth's rock layers, making Lu Ziyu stand like an ancient divine mountain, unmoving and indestructible. No matter how the White Tiger Demon King struggled, it could not shake Lu Ziyu's sacred tree body. As time passed, the wood dragon tree roots continuously absorbed the White Tiger Demon King's demonic energy. No matter how much power it had, it could not withstand endless devouring and plundering. Sensing great danger, the White Tiger Demon King decisively used the bloodline power deep within its body. The bloodline of the divine beast White Tiger. Among the 4 divine beasts, the White Tiger governs killing and is especially sharp. After awakening that trace of White Tiger divine beast bloodline within its body, the White Tiger Demon King was filled with unstoppable killing intent. It raised its tiger paw fiercely and domineeringly. The golden claws, more than 1 meter long, revealed cold sharpness, able to break anything, instantly tearing apart the wood dragon tree roots wrapped around its body. A demon king is indeed a demon king. Taking advantage of the moment before the white tiger demon king completely broke free, Lu Ziyu, with a single thought, unleashed overwhelming five-colored sword light that illuminated the universe. The 3,000 willow branches also swept out, pure and flawless, shining with countless auspicious lights. Lu Ziyu would not give this white tiger demon king a chance to counterattack. The five-colored sword light erupting from the five-colored sword leaves gathered in countless numbers, like a torrential rain, like the Milky Way of the nine heavens, covering the white tiger demon king's body with overwhelming force. Even with its amazing defense, after a few breaths, many bloody sword holes appeared. Following that, the 3,000 willow branches cut through space, stretched straight, with sacred and sharp five-colored sword leaves swaying on them, flowing with immortal and supreme Tao radiance. They looked like chains of the great Tao, indestructible and unstoppable, striking the white tiger demon king's body with crackling force, immediately piercing through it. Looking at it, the noble and supreme white tiger demon king was nailed to the ground by the 3,000 willow branches piercing its body, covered in wounds, with blood gushing like a spring. With the wood dragon tree roots weakening and devouring the white tiger demon king's demonic power, the tender and crystal-like willow branches that pierced its body also released a corrosive and paralyzing viscous liquid, spreading into its flesh and bones. In an instant, the white tiger demon king lost all its momentum and was on the verge of death. Lu Ziyu succeeded. He was powerful and invincible, suppressing a demon king across realms. Woo woo woo. In the pool of blood, the white tiger demon king, unable to move, became weaker and weaker, and its consciousness grew more and more blurred. At this moment, the white tiger demon king had no trace of its former dominance. It was like a harmless white kitten on the brink of death. Oh! The red spirit fox jumped out, looking down at the white tiger demon king with gloating pride. Lu Ziyu was thinking whether to absorb the life essence of this white tiger demon king or to subdue it. In terms of potential, this white tiger demon king was worth cultivating. Moreover, this white tiger demon king was one of the demon kings occupying the end of this wilderness. By subduing it, Lu Ziyu could learn detailed information about the other demon king beasts in this area. From what the red spirit fox had learned earlier, at the end of this wilderness, there were 5 demon king-level super beasts in total, and the white tiger demon king ranked last. Lu Ziyu could suppress this white tiger demon king at the peak of 9th stage great demon, but that did not mean he could sweep the other demon kings that were stronger than it. Ow ow ow. The white tiger demon king howled. Its eyes were unwilling, still flickering with hatred and anger. Not convinced. Lu Ziyu's voice sounded slowly, like a supreme god in the unseen, carrying cold authority everywhere. The winner is king, the loser is bandit. It can only be said that your strength is too weak. Now I give you 2 paths. One is death, be devoured by me and become nourishment. The other is life. Submit to me and recognize me as your master. The white tiger demon king ignored him. The tiger is the king of beasts, a natural ruler. It also had the bloodline of the divine beast white tiger. Asking it to submit to a great demon willow tree that defeated it by surprise, it would rather die than submit. Lu Ziyu showed no joy or anger. A demon king without pride would be too spineless. But Lu Ziyu would not give the white tiger demon king too much patience. He waved a willow branch and sent a drop of emerald-like life essence in front of it. That shining life essence contained an indescribable attraction aimed at the soul, and the fragrance it emitted penetrated the spirit and will of all living beings. Life essence, equivalent to the host's blood essence, can unlock potential, improve cultivation, heal injuries, and has irresistible attraction to beings other than the host. Lu Ziyu laughed and said, "See this? Is a good thing. If you submit to me, you can obtain this life essence for a long time. Otherwise, you will be crushed to pieces and die." Threat alone was not enough. Only by combining reward and punishment could the white tiger demon king willingly bow its head. Roar, roar, roar. The white tiger demon king showed a look of intoxication. The aura of the life essence was something it had never felt before, making its blood boil and its soul tremble. The temptation of the life essence to the white tiger demon king was no less than an ordinary mortal seeing an elixir of immortality. After only a moment of inner struggle, in order to obtain that drop of life essence, the white tiger demon king raised its head and looked at that sacred willow tree towering into the sky and covering the sun. "Have you thought it through?" Lu Ziyu asked. The white tiger demon king nodded. "A wise choice." Lu Ziyu condensed a willow tree seed. The diamond-shaped willow tree seed entered the flesh, took root, and disappeared into the white tiger demon king's body. "This thing is the mark I left inside your body. It is a shackle to prevent you from betraying me. If you dare to harbor disloyal thoughts, I can activate this mark and easily take your life." After a brief explanation, Lu Ziyu released the wood dragon tree roots wrapped around the white tiger demon king's body, and the willow branches that had pierced the white tiger demon king's body were also pulled out, stained with blood. Freed from restraint, the white tiger demon king eagerly swallowed that drop of life essence, full of life aura and tempting fragrance. Gentle and mysterious energy exploded inside the white tiger demon king's body. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the wounds and sword holes on the white tiger demon king's body had completely healed. That overwhelming demon king aura also returned to its perfect state. "See this little fox in front of you? It is also a fierce beast that has submitted under my feet. It told me that in this area there are 5 demon king fierce beasts, and you are one of them, and also the weakest one. Now I want to know what the other 4 demon king level fierce beasts are like, and how much stronger they are than you." Lu Ziyu's voice was like a great bell, unquestionable. The white tiger demon king bared its teeth and glared at the red spirit fox. It had not forgotten that when it was being suppressed, this little fox had mocked and provoked it with delight. It was also this little fox that had lured it before Lu Ziyu. Oh, the red spirit fox was fearless. Everything it did was in obedience to Lu Ziyu's will. Reporting to Master, the white tiger demon king suddenly spoke in human language, sounding especially fluent. "In this area, there are indeed 4 other demon king-level super fierce beasts. They're the golden flame toad, the golden rock bird, the 3-headed green flood dragon, and the thunder-scaled giant crocodile. Among these 4 demon king fierce beasts, the golden rock bird is the strongest. It is at the peak demon king level, and is also a descendant of a divine beast. Next is the 3-headed green flood dragon. That beast has 3 heads and can spit fire, frost, and lightning. After that are the golden flame toad and the thunder-scaled giant crocodile. By comparison, I am only a 2nd stage demon king. The golden flame toad and the thunder-scaled giant crocodile are both at the level of 5th stage demon kings." There was some resentment in the white tiger's words. It seemed that in ordinary times, it had not suffered little bullying and pressure from those few demon kings. Lu Ziyu calculated in his heart. To suppress this 2nd stage demon king, white tiger demon king, he had used about 70% of his power, and part of that was because he struck first and gained some advantage. If it had been a direct face-to-face fight, Lu Ziyu might have needed to use his full strength to suppress this 2nd stage demon king white tiger. From this calculation, Lu Ziyu truly could not act rashly now. "Master," the white tiger demon king hesitated to speak. "Do not stammer." Lu Ziyu was displeased. Reporting to Master, when I had just advanced to the demon king realm, I accidentally entered the territory of that golden rock bird. As a result, I saw a palace there. Outside that palace, all kinds of top-grade spiritual herbs and rare precious materials were growing. At that time, I thought of swallowing them, but that golden rock bird descended from the sky. If I had not run fast enough, I would not have lived until today." The white tiger recalled and answered. "A palace?" Lu Ziyu's interest greatly increased. In this great wilderness, lofty mountains were shrouded in mist, and ravines stretched endlessly. Those multiplying and living here were all bloodthirsty, fierce beasts. So how could there be a palace standing deep in this great wilderness? Could it be some treasure left by a strong expert? At this thought, Lu Ziyu could not suppress his excitement. Whether it is a strong expert's treasure or not, if I want to investigate it, the premise is that I must suppress that peak demon king golden rock bird. Golden rock bird, an ancient divine beast. The white tiger demon king said that the golden rock bird is a descendant of a divine beast, which means this golden rock bird is not a pure-blooded ancient divine beast, but only a divine beast descendant with part of the golden rockbird bloodline. But even so, a peak demon king level divine beast descendant should still be 10 times more terrifying in power than an ordinary peak demon king. My cultivation currently cannot advance to the demon king level. If I only rely on strengthening the 5-colored sword leaves and the willow branches and tree roots, and want to defeat a peak demon king level divine beast descendant, that will require a very long period of time. I must continuously strengthen my various abilities and raise them to an extreme level before I can suppress that golden rockbird with the cultivation of a 9th stage great demon. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ziyu sighed. He had no choice. Whether it was suppressing that golden rockbird, or suppressing the golden flame toad, thunder-scaled giant crocodile, or 3-headed green flood dragon, he still had to proceed according to Lu Ziyu's original plan. What was the original plan? It was to cultivate the red spirit fox, lightning bird, unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros all to the demon king realm. Now, there was also a 2nd stage demon king, white tiger. Lu Ziyu's life essence had the effect of drawing out potential, breaking through barriers, and increasing cultivation. After a year or half a year, it could at least raise the white tiger demon king by several minor realms. More than 100 days later, the lightning bird came out of seclusion. Race, lightning bird. Bloodline. Carries a trace of thunder, Kuan bloodline. Cultivation. 1st stage great demon. Abilities, extreme speed. Control lightning. Innate talents, thunder cry. Lets out a cry like thunder and lightning. Thunderous force. Draws in the lightning of heaven and earth and brings down a destructive strike. During the period when the lightning bird was in seclusion, the red spirit fox's cultivation also did not stand still. By today, it had risen to the 4th stage of great demon. To be able to improve so quickly, Lu Ziyu's life essence played an extremely important, transformative role. Then there was the white tiger demon king. This beast was originally a 2nd stage demon king, and the benefits produced by Lu Ziyu's life essence were far less obvious than for the red spirit fox. Even though Lu Ziyu gave several drops of life essence to this white tiger demon king every day, after more than 100 days, the white tiger demon king had only broken through from 2nd stage demon king to 4th stage demon king. In fact, such a speed of advancement was already advancing by 1,000 miles a day, soaring upward. Before the white tiger demon king submitted to Lu Ziyu, it had taken 3 years to advance from 1st stage demon king to 2nd stage demon king. Through the temptation and attraction of the life essence, the white tiger demon king had now submitted wholeheartedly under Lu Ziyu's command. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 2,000. Within the dense mist that could not disperse, Lu Ziyu continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His wood dragon tree roots extending into the earth's rock layers were also drawing in the essence of the earth's veins for him. In one day, he could accumulate at least hundreds of thousands of evolution points. More than 2 months passed in a flash. Lu Ziyu called out the data panel, and the evolution points had reached as many as 25 million. Deduct 1,500,000 evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 2 million evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 3 million evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 1,500,000 evolution points. 3,000 willow branches plus 1. Deduct 2 million evolution points. 3,000 willow branches plus 1. Deduct 3 million evolution points. 3,000 willow branches plus 1. Deduct 2 million evolution points. Wood dragon tree root plus 1. Deduct from million evolution points. Wood dragon tree root plus 1. The evolution points that had been painstakingly accumulated were all used up in one moment. But this was a necessary expense on Lu Ziyu's path to becoming stronger. After being strengthened, his 5-colored sword leaves, 3,000 willow branches, and the wood dragon tree roots beneath his body were immediately filled with power. The brilliant divine light and radiant glow they emitted became overwhelmingly intense. Without Lu Ziyu's control, his wood dragon tree roots extended like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, like a python shedding its skin. In just a short time, they grew to more than 5,000 meters long. Next were the 3,000 willow branches and the 5-colored sword leaves. First, The 3,000 crystal-clear willow branches, like divine chains, were surrounded by divine light, completely pure and flawless. When they moved with the wind, they made heaven and earth lose color and the lake dim. Then came the 5-colored sword leaves growing on those branches. The sharp sword light they released, along with the blazing rainbow glow, were like heavenly swords shining in the world. That unstoppable, sky-cutting forbidden aura spread out in threads, causing countless fierce beasts in the mountains and valleys to feel fear and trembling, as if their bodies were pierced and their souls cut apart. Compared to when he suppressed the White Tiger Demon King, Lu Ziyu's combat power today had undoubtedly undergone a real transformation. If he were to suppress a second-stage Demon King-level beast again, Lu Ziyu was confident he could do it in one decisive strike. Even third-stage or fourth-stage Demon Kings, he did not take seriously. Boom rumble. In the distance, the ground shattered and dust rose into the sky. Within that chaos, a snow-white unicorn, extremely handsome and majestic, walked out. Race, unicorn. Bloodline, descendant of the heavenly horse. Cultivation, first stage great demon. Ability, extreme speed. Innate talent, divine light, concentrates energy on the horn to release a destructive strike. After the lightning bird, the unicorn also broke through to the great demon realm. It let out a long cry and ran across the clouds in the sky as fast as lightning. Lu Ziyu glanced at it, feeling a bit envious. His strength was increasing day by day. At present, Lu Ziyu could almost completely survive without soil, as long as there was enough spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish him. But he still could not, like the unicorn and lightning bird, freely move above the earth. Even the red spirit fox, after reaching the great demon level, could already freely ride clouds and mist. If I want to truly stand above the earth, it seems I still have to reach the Demon King realm. When a Demon King transforms into human form, there will be no restriction of the original body. At that time, flying through the air will only be a matter of thought. Half a month later, the Earth Violent Bear and Flame Rhinoceros also broke through to the Great Demon level. Race, Earth Violent Bear. Bloodline, Ancient Dragon Bear bloodline. A trace of inherited bloodline awakened after reaching the Great Demon level. Level, first stage Great Demon. Ability, Divine Strength. Bear-type beasts possess unmatched strength. Innate talents. Berserk, enter a frenzied, bloodthirsty state, instantly increasing combat power several times. Bear Roar, shakes heaven and earth, fierce and violent. A sound wave type ability. Race, Flame Rhinoceros. Bloodline, Ancient Heavenly Bull bloodline. A trace of inherited bloodline awakened after reaching the Great Demon level. Level, first stage Great Demon. Ability, Rhino Radiance, after combining demonic power with flames, released through the horn. Innate talent, Rampage, after activating the Heavenly Bull bloodline, releases a fatal charge. In this way, among the 5 fierce beasts under Lu Ziyu, except for the White Tiger Demon King, all had stepped into the Great Demon realm. What was gratifying was that the 106 spiritual herbs by the shore also underwent extreme changes a few days later. For example, that golden spiritual grass, under the moonlight, actually rose into the air and roared, transforming into a lifelike, noble and blazing golden dragon. There was also that vermilion fruit filled with purple mist, with a captivating fragrance and brilliant light. On its surface flowed mysterious and dazzling innate patterns, as if carved from stars in the sky. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. Counting it, he had cultivated these more than 100 spiritual herbs and materials for 3 to 4 years. In such a short time, turning over 100 ordinary plants into top-grade spiritual herbs displaying phenomena like dragon roars, phoenix cries, and purple auspicious light. This would be an unbelievable, world-shaking fortune even in the vast world outside the wilderness. And the reason Lu Ziyu could achieve this transformation in such a short time, apart from absorbing spiritual energy and earth essence every day to nourish them, was that he also released life essence, letting it seep into the soil of the herb garden for these plants to absorb. At this moment, the 106 spiritual herbs in the garden all displayed phenomena and auspicious radiance. Lu Ziyu realized that these herbs had most likely broken through some barrier and transformed into a higher level. 1,000-year spiritual herbs. The White Tiger Demon King rushed to the garden and exclaimed with wide eyes, Master, your spiritual herbs have all become thousand-year spiritual herbs. In some aspects, Lu Ziyu knew less than the White Tiger Demon King. Although it might not have left this wilderness, once a beast reaches a certain level, it can inherit memories from its ancestors through its bloodline. Passed down generation after generation is somewhat similar to what humans call inheritance. Thousand-year spiritual herbs? Is there something above that, like 10,000-year spiritual herbs? From the literal meaning, the older the spiritual herb, the more precious and rare it becomes. Replying to Master, above thousand-year spiritual herbs are 10,000-year sacred herbs, the White Tiger replied. Since I gained intelligence, I have only seen thousand-year spiritual herbs outside that palace. Master, how did you cultivate so many thousand-year spiritual herbs? Don't worry about how I cultivated these thousand-year spiritual herbs first. You said what you saw outside that palace were thousand-year spiritual herbs. Lu Ziyu had never forgotten the palace mentioned by the White Tiger. But before having the strength to sweep through this entire wilderness, he could not go to that palace to investigate. Now, the White Tiger Demon King said that thousand-year spiritual herbs were growing outside that palace. This further proved one thing. That palace mentioned by the White Tiger truly had something extraordinary. Master is wise. When I first advanced to the Demon King realm, I rashly entered the territory of that golden rock bird. The palace standing there was grand and ancient, as if it had been there for a very long time. I did not have time to step into that palace before I was driven away by the golden rock bird, but I did indeed see it with my own eyes. The number of thousand-year spiritual herbs beneath the palace steps was no less than those in your herb garden. The golden rock bird being able to cultivate to the peak Demon King level is likely due to consuming those thousand-year spiritual herbs. The White Tiger explained. Lu Ziyu became serious. With such resources of thousand-year spiritual herbs, wouldn't that peak Demon King golden rock bird be able to advance to the heavenly demon realm at any time? Lu Ziyu's strategy was to cultivate the red spirit fox, lightning bird, unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros to the Demon King realm first, then suppress the golden rock bird and explore the palace. But if the golden rock bird broke through to the heavenly demon level, this plan would fail. No, he must not allow the golden rock bird to step into the heavenly demon level. Lu Ziyu looked at the White Tiger and said, "Let's discuss something." White Tiger. Discuss what? It suddenly felt uneasy. You go lure the golden rock bird away. Then I will let the little fox pick and steal the thousand-year spiritual herbs outside the palace. Doing this was somewhat risky, but Lu Ziyu had no other choice. With those thousand-year spiritual herbs under the palace steps, the golden rock bird had the resources to advance to the heavenly demon realm. This was something Lu Ziyu could not tolerate and did not want to see. Master, that golden rock bird is at the peak Demon King level and has extreme flying speed. Last time I escaped from it was just luck. If I appear in its sight again, it will definitely tear me into pieces. The White Tiger trembled and was unwilling to go. Useless thing. Do you think you were still at the time when you had just advanced to the Demon King realm? You are now a 6th-stage Demon King. Lu Ziyu snorted unhappily, then thought for a moment and said, "Since you are afraid, then I will lure that golden rock bird away. You take the chance to pick the thousand-year spiritual herbs outside the palace. Anyway, you have been to that palace before. As long as I draw the golden rock bird away, you could take advantage of the chaos." The White Tiger nodded. This it could do with little risk. Set off. Not willing to delay even a moment, Lu Ziyu was even worried whether the golden rock bird had already advanced to the heavenly demon level. Arriving at the depths of the wilderness at great speed, this used to be the territory of the White Tiger Demon King. After it submitted to Lu Ziyu, it left this place. Reporting to Master, to reach the territory of the golden rock bird, we must pass through the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile and the three-headed green flood dragon. Raising its head and looking into the distance, the White Tiger spoke in human language and reminded, "The thunder-scaled giant crocodile is a 5th-stage Demon King. Its strength has probably not increased much since the last time I saw it. But the three-headed green flood dragon is quite powerful. It is a 7th-stage Demon King. If we fight it, it may alert the golden rock bird." Lu Ziyu sneered. "I say you are useless, and you still don't admit it. Is a 7th-stage Demon King very powerful? Only that golden rock bird has some deterrence. If that three-headed green flood dragon dares to show itself, just kill it." Suddenly, Lu Ziyu thought of something and looked down at the White Tiger Demon King, asking, Demon King level beasts can transform into human form and shed their original body. After so long, I haven't seen you show your transformed appearance. Haven't you transformed yet? The white tiger smiled. Master does not know. It is true that beasts can transform after reaching the Demon King realm, but in this wilderness, strength is respected. No Demon King cares about appearance. Moreover, only in the original body form can one exert full strength. If transformed into human form, it would waste unnecessary demonic energy. Lu Ziyu did not deny it. It was only because he had a human soul that he was so obsessed with transforming into human form. For beasts like the white tiger demon king, the red spirit fox, the lightning bird, and the unicorn, appearance did not matter. Strength was the most important thing. Passing through the white tiger demon king's territory, they entered the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile. This territory was quite vast, mostly marshlands, and the air was filled with intense and violent lightning energy. It could be imagined that the thunder-scaled giant crocodile, like the lightning bird, was a beast possessing lightning abilities. Lu Ziyu's tree body was huge, so he had to move carefully, not making too much noise. Fortunately, with the return to true state, Lu Ziyu did not release any demonic aura while moving. He could also release dense, surging mist like a vast ocean. Under the cover of this endless fog, Lu Ziyu silently moved through the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile. But trouble still came. When passing a muddy and uneven marsh lake, ripples appeared on the water's surface, and several giant crocodiles over 100 meters long emerged. These golden giant crocodiles, with skin as hard as steel and flowing with faint golden light, were at the great demon level. After climbing out of the water, they stared suspiciously at the mysterious fog filling heaven and earth and slowly pressing forward. Swish! Swish! Without warning, crystal clear and radiant willow branches shot out from the fog. These branches crossed space with unmatched speed, reaching the bodies of the golden crocodiles in an instant. The defense of these golden crocodiles was much stronger than ordinary beasts, their bodies like cast steel. But in just a moment, those soft, green, glowing willow branches pierced through the heads of the crocodiles. With their heads pierced, even the resilient golden crocodiles could not escape death. Deep within the fog, Lu Ziyu's tree body towered into the sky. If he did not kill these crocodiles, he would have to detour. A few days later, Lu Ziyu passed through the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile and entered the territory of the three-headed green flood dragon. Compared with the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile, the territory of the three-headed green flood dragon appeared cold, damp, and dark. The ground was full of thorns, vines, dense forests, and ancient trees. After moving forward for some time in the return to true state, Lu Ziyu sharply sensed a monstrous tide of demonic power entrenched ahead. Something able to release demonic power on this scale was very likely that three-headed green flood dragon. Lu Ziyu's wood dragon tree roots pierced through the earth and rock layers, extending several thousand meters in an instant. They silently drilled out from beneath the ground, and it was as if eyes had grown on them, allowing Lu Ziyu to spy on the scene in that area. Looking only at that area, towering ancient trees stood in rows. Under these towering ancient trees with flourishing branches and leaves that blocked the sunlight, there was a hill. Only after looking carefully did he realize that this was not a hill, but a huge creature coiled there. Its thick body, so large that 3 or 4 people could barely wrap their arms around it, lay there layer upon layer, and was probably over 300 meters long. Its surface was also covered with countless black scales, each as large as a palm, immune to water and fire, and as hard as iron. Looking upward, this huge creature had 3 heads, shaped like pythons, but with bulges on their foreheads. There was no need to say more. This was definitely the 3-headed green flood dragon the white tiger had mentioned. The 3-headed green flood dragon, without even fully showing the terrifying power inside its body, was already extremely shocking. This beast's cultivation level was indeed, just as the white tiger had said, at the level of a 7-stage demon king. Lu Ziyu thought to himself, if I catch this 3-headed green flood dragon by surprise and bind it, and the white tiger is now also at the cultivation of a 6-stage demon king, with the 2 of us suppressing it together, we should be able to finish off this worm in a flash. If we are fast enough, it will not attract the golden rock bird's attention. If I do not get rid of this 3-headed green flood dragon, when I go to lure away the golden rockbird later, this three-headed green flood dragon may jump out and make trouble. So, getting rid of this three-headed green flood dragon has only benefits and no harm. The life essence of a 7-stage demon king can also bring me a huge amount of evolution points. Once he decided, he acted. Lu Ziyu gave the white tiger an order. The white tiger, not expecting that Lu Ziyu wanted to kill the three-headed green flood dragon, was distracted for a moment. Then its eyes showed fierce light as it rushed out. It did not dare to provoke the golden rockbird because the golden rockbird was at the peak demon king level. This three-headed green flood dragon was different. Its cultivation was not too far from its own, and even if things went wrong, it could still retreat safely. Deep in the dark forest, the three-headed green flood dragon lay there without moving. Within thousands of miles, it ruled everything on this land. For the three-headed green flood dragon, which had swallowed a great demon beast only this morning, it was still digesting the food in its body. Under normal circumstances, no living being would dare jump out at this time to disturb it. So in terms of vigilance, the three-headed green flood dragon was not that alert. Keeping his distance, Lu Ziyu distributed his wood dragon tree roots beneath the ground and rock layers to below the three-headed green flood dragon's body. On the other side, the white tiger, suppressing its aura, also used the cover of the forest to approach within a few hundred meters of the three-headed green flood dragon. If it got any closer, it might be noticed. Oh, Kiki! A cold wind swept past. Lu Ziyu exploded into action. The wood dragon tree roots buried beneath the surface rumbled and shot upward. The hard ground, under the drilling and stirring of the wood dragon tree roots, broke apart like tofu and split into pieces. The three-headed green flood dragon was greatly shocked. It had not sensed anything at all, yet the ground beneath it had suddenly sunk and collapsed. Having lost its balance, the three-headed green flood dragon did not have time to stretch out its body before the wood dragon tree roots, drilling up from underground, bound its body layer by layer. To be honest, the three-headed green flood dragon was stunned. It had transformed from a three-headed giant python into a three-headed green flood dragon. The killing move, it was best, I was strangling. But now it was actually being wrapped by the wood dragon tree roots, and the dragonmite aura coming from these wood dragon tree roots was unbelievably real, supreme, and sacred, pressuring all things, causing an indelible shock and influence on the three-headed green flood dragon's spirit and will. When the three-headed green flood dragon tried to struggle, the demonic power and blood energy inside its body were actually leaking away bit by bit. Roar, roar, roar. The white tiger leaped out. Its posture was exactly like a fierce tiger pouncing on prey. The golden tiger claws extending from its paws, over 1 meter long, tore with brilliant light across the bound three-headed green flood dragon's body. Only the sound of scales shattering and flesh flying could be heard. A large chunk of flesh was torn from the three-headed green flood dragon's body. The intense pain drove the three-headed green flood dragon into wild rage. It opened its bloody mouths, with fire, lightning, and frost surging in them respectively. Lu Ziyu gave this beast no chance. Willow branches fell across the air, wrapping around the heads of the three-headed green flood dragon, causing those 3 bloody mouths to snap shut with a crack. The white tiger continued its attack, swiftly waving its claws. Bound and restrained, the three-headed green flood dragon was in misery, wailing and groaning. In only a few breaths, dozens of chunks of flesh had been torn off by the white tiger. Suddenly, the white tiger jumped up and bit into the belly of the three-headed green flood dragon, its sharp teeth cutting a long opening there. At this time, the three-headed green flood dragon was already on its last breath. Even without Lu Ziyu's binding, it would only be food on the white tiger's plate. Roar! Amid an excited roar, the white tiger dug out the demon core of the three-headed green flood dragon. Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches also stabbed into the body of the three-headed green flood dragon at this moment. Hualala! The life energy contained within the body of the three-headed green flood dragon flowed without end along the 3,000 willow branches into Lu Ziyu's tree body. Evolution points plus 50,000. Evolution points plus 100,000. Evolution points plus 80,000. The life energy of a 7-stage demon king was like an ocean. It provided Lu Ziyu with more than 2 million evolution points. Roar! The white tiger cautiously glanced at Lu Ziyu. Its meaning was obvious without words. It wanted to consume that demon core of the three-headed green flood dragon. but was afraid Lu Ziyu would not agree. Eat it. What Lu Ziyu wanted was the life essence of the three-headed green flood dragon. A demon core being given to the white tiger did not matter. Besides, the white tiger's cultivation improving was also something Lu Ziyu was happy to see. Roar! The white tiger happily consumed the demon core of the three-headed green flood dragon. To refine the vast energy in that demon core, as well as the violent will left inside it by the three-headed green flood dragon, all required time. Lu Ziyu quietly waited for about 20 days. On the 21st day, the white tiger finished refining the demon core of the three-headed green flood dragon, and that huge energy pushed the white tiger's cultivation to the 7th-stage demon king. Race: White Tiger. Bloodline: carries a trace of divine beast white tiger bloodline. Level: 7th-stage demon king. Abilities: Tiger Roar, Tiger Claws. Innate talent: Slaughter. The white tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts, governing slaughter, unstoppable. A white tiger demon king, carrying a trace of the divine beast white tiger bloodline, also possesses a killing power beyond that of ordinary fierce beasts. The data panel of the white tiger demon king appeared before Lu Ziyu. Judging by this growth speed, perhaps before Lu Ziyu cultivates the red spirit fox, lightning bird, earth violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and unicorn to the demon king realm, the white tiger demon king could reach the peak of the demon king level. At that time, Lu Ziyu could cooperate with the white tiger demon king to suppress that 9th-stage demon king golden rock bird. Of course, all this must be based on the premise that the golden rock bird has not yet advanced to the heavenly demon level. Once that golden rock bird steps into the heavenly demon realm, Lu Ziyu's chance of suppressing it will become slim. Roar! After its cultivation improved, the white tiger demon king was majestic, with sharp eyes and surging blood energy, raising its head and letting out a long roar that shook the mountains and fields. Lu Ziyu struck with a willow branch, like a slap, fiercely hitting the white tiger demon king on the head, and shouted, "What are you roaring for? Is this a place where you can shout loudly? Before I lure that golden rock bird here, you must not expose your position. Otherwise, stripping your skin will be the least of your punishment." The white tiger demon king bared its teeth, but immediately backed down. Compared to when it first submitted to Lu Ziyu, it had become much stronger. But after a few months of interaction, it had become even more respectful and fearful of Lu Ziyu, who was only at the 9th-stage great demon level. One day, dozens of days later, in the sky above a region at the end of the great wilderness, vast and magnificent, suddenly, a streak of golden light, blazing like the sun, cut across from deep within the clouds. The sky was torn apart, revealing a golden rock bird of unmatched brilliance and divine presence. This golden rock bird, a descendant of a divine beast, was covered from head to toe in golden feathers that were immune to water and fire, hard and dazzling. As it flapped its wings, the violent winds it stirred could easily tear apart the sky. Among ancient divine beasts, the golden rock bird is extremely fierce. Not only can it fly tens of thousands of miles with a single flap of its wings, but when fully grown, it can even hunt dragons for food. The aura and color of this golden rock bird illuminated the entire sky. The divine beast bloodline flowing within it was extremely pure and powerful, far stronger than beasts that only carried a trace of such bloodline. Oh, Kiki! Carrying violent wind and lightning, it patrolled its territory. Soon, the golden rock bird landed in a quiet and mysterious area. All around were towering mountains and dense mist. Looking ahead, deep within the mist, a palace could faintly be seen. Looking at the outline of the palace, the golden rock bird's gaze became heavy. Everything it had today was because of that palace. If it could approach that palace at any time, it might have already advanced to the heavenly demon realm, or even the tribulation crossing realm. Li, with a clear and sharp cry, the golden rock bird released its excited emotions. Before long, it would be able to approach that palace again. At that time, it could transform and advance further. However, at this moment, at the edge of the golden rock bird's territory, that sacred, towering, lush, crystal-like willow tree appeared. Lu Ziyu's tree body was massive, and there were no visible eyes from top to bottom. But wherever his 3,000 willow branches, trunk, or what dragon tree roots reached, Lu Ziyu could observe everything without blind spots. Under Lu Ziyu's gaze and perception, there was indeed an extremely powerful demonic aura entrenched ahead. This must be the aura of the golden rock bird. But aside from the golden rock bird's aura, there were no other living auras in this land. Strange, like the white tiger demon king, the three-headed green flood dragon, and the golden giant crocodile, these demon king beasts all have many fierce beasts under their command within their territories. This is also the nature of demon beasts. Powerful beasts become overlords of a region and rule all beasts there. But this golden rock bird, as the top overlord in this wilderness, why are there no other beast auras in its territory? Lu Ziyu thought to himself that it might be due to the limit of his perception range, or perhaps the golden rock bird simply did not care to have followers. No matter, Lu Ziyu did not bother with such details. What he needed to do now was to lure the golden rock bird out from deep within its territory. After that, he would have the white tiger demon king sneak to the palace and pick the 1,000-year spiritual herbs beneath it. In this way, the golden rock bird would lose the resources needed to advance to the heavenly demon level, and Lu Ziyu could also gain a batch of 1,000-year spiritual herbs. How to lure the golden rock bird out was the question, and Lu Ziyu's method was very direct. He produced a drop of life essence. The wind blew, carrying the fragrant scent of the life essence into the depths of the golden rock bird's territory. The white tiger following behind Lu Ziyu became greedy and excited, its eyes turning green. Having followed Lu Ziyu for several months, what impressed it most was this liquid. The fragrance emitted from that green liquid had an irresistible effect on the white tiger demon king and other beasts, penetrating their will. Threads of fragrant scent drifted in the air, lingering without fading. An hour passed, 2 hours, 3 hours. The golden rock bird, waiting before the sea of mist, remained focused and attentive. At this moment, nothing could attract it. But when that suddenly drifting fragrance entered the golden rock bird's nose, it instantly shook its mind. Li, with a slightly confused expression, the golden rock bird turned around and looked toward the end of the land. It knew its territory well. Although there were some spiritual herbs growing within it, none of them could compare to this sudden fragrance. In the golden rock bird's view, this scent carried by the wind, appearing without warning, seemed to come from a supreme immortal medicine with unmatched attraction. The great temptation contained within it was obvious, something the golden rock bird had never experienced before.
Guys, did you like the story? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Thanks for watching, and see you later.